Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Danica. Ashes and ale. The smell of grease and old salt water clings to everything in the Freedom and Necessity Tavern like a second skin. It's baked into the wooden floorboards, stitched into the stained curtains that never quite hang straight, and it curls beneath my fingernails no matter how often I scrub them raw. Gods, I love this place. Oi, Danica, pour me another. My throat's drier than a dragon's ass. I roll my eyes but grin as I slide a fresh mug of bitter down the bar to Greel, one of the older dockhands who smells like low tide and stale pipe smoke. He catches it without spilling a drop, miracle of the evening really, and raises it in a mock salute. His knuckles are still bloodied from whatever fight he crawled out of this time. Try not to die tonight, Greel. I'm not in the mood to mop up your teeth again. Laughter ripples down the bar. It's a full house tonight. Well, as full as a human tavern in Freeport can be without drawing too much Minotaur attention. That means half the tables are packed with off-duty sailors, street scamps, and servants from the merchant villas up the ridge. The other half sit empty, as if waiting for ghosts. The hearth crackles, trying its best to warm the wide, stone-walled room. Above it, the Freedom's battered old crest still hangs, chipped wood painted with a shattered sword and a crooked anchor. Father says it's supposed to mean strength in chaos, but honestly it just looks like someone lost a bet with a blacksmith. I thread between tables, balancing a tray stacked with stews and mugs. A sailor pinches my backside. I slap his hand with the edge of the tray hard enough to make him wince. He grins like it was a gift. Touch me again, and I'll break all your fingers before I tell my father. That gets more laughs. He backs off, rubbing his hand. I flash him a sweet, sunshiny smile. Bastards like him only ever learn when you fight back. In the far corner, beneath the flickering oil lamp, old Tilda plays a wheezy tune on her string box. Her voice rises above the clatter of mugs and muttered bets. In Freeport's hold, the dead don't rest. They drink, they laugh, they curse the blessed. I mouth the words under my breath, moving with the rhythm as I set another bowl of greasy stew in front of a table of Tusker folk, who nod thanks without looking up. The air is thick with sweat and smoke, and the scent of a dozen lives trying not to fall apart. Behind the bar, Papa wipes a mug with a threadbare cloth, his brow furrowed in that way that means something's wrong again. I duck under the counter and press my shoulder to his. You're grinding your teeth, old man. Don't think I don't hear it. He glances at me, eyes tired and sunken in his weathered face. I heard talk today. More riots up near the ridge. Another protest. Minotaurs shut it down fast. Too fast. I stiffen, then force my tone light. Nothing new there. The watch thinks clubs and chains solve everything. He doesn't laugh, just sets the mug down with a little too much force. Danica, they're looking for an excuse. One excuse. One fire in the wrong alley and they'll sweep through the wildflower like a damned plague. I rest a hand on his arm. And what? You want to board the place up? Turn away every poor soul who wants a warm drink and a bite to eat? No, but I want you to be safe. His voice cracks just a little on that last word. I blink the sting from my eyes and smile through it. I'm not the one picking fights, remember? You're the one who threw a broom at that Minotaur tax inspector. He chuckles under his breath. He insulted your mother's cooking. He had it coming. Exactly. I lean in, kiss his cheek and pat his shoulder. I'll close up tonight. Go upstairs. Try not to read the old news scrolls till your eyes bleed. He hesitates, then nods. Lock the cellar after the barrels come up, and if he shows up, I'll handle it. He searches my face, worry etched into every line, but he nods again and disappears up the creaky staircase behind the bar. It's past midnight when the tavern finally empties out, leaving only the flickering hearth and the low groan of the sea pressing against the dockstones outside. I stack chairs on tables, humming Tilda's tune, trying not to listen for footsteps. But I know he'll come. He always does. The latch on the cellar door clicks open on its own. I whirl, already holding the poker from the hearth, even though it's more for show than anything. You could knock, you know. From the darkness steps the grey ghost, tall, lean, wrapped in grey leather like mist clinging to bone. His mask is smooth and featureless, save for the slits where his eyes glow faintly blue, like oil on water. He never speaks first, just watches. You're late, I say, voice flat. We had a shipment today. Ale barrels. You want the new crates or not? Still silent. I move to the bar, unlocking the hatch behind it that leads to the cellar stairs. Get what you came for. Be gone before my father sees you. He steps past me. I catch the faint scent of iron and incense, burned herbs and cold steel. My stomach knots. But he doesn't go to the barrels. He stops by the bar and places something on it. A scroll, rolled tight, sealed with black wax. I stare. We had a deal. No manifestos, no leaflets, no stirring the pot from my tavern. His voice is quiet, distorted. You take my protection. You pay my price. The hairs on my neck rise. I never asked for protection. You shoved it down our throats. His head tilts. And yet you're still breathing. That's when I hear the sound upstairs. A thud, then a groan. My blood freezes. I rush around the bar and bolt up the stairs 2 at a time. Papa! He's on the floor of the hallway outside our room, clutching his ribs, blood on his lip. I fall beside him. What happened? He wheezes. He said I was talking too much. About the cellar. About you. My eyes burn with fury. I grab the poker again and storm back downstairs. The grey ghost is already halfway into the shadows. I hurl the poker, but it clangs uselessly against the wall. I swear, I growl, if you touch him again. He vanishes into the cellar like smoke. The door shuts behind him. I stand there, trembling, fists clenched so tight my nails dig into my palms. The fire crackles behind me. It feels close, like it wants out. I swallow the rage, shove it down deep, and lock the cellar hatch. By the time I return to Papa's side, I've plastered a smile on my face. I joke about how the bastard's lucky I didn't burn his cloak. I help him to bed. I fetch him water and tell him stories to make him laugh. And when he finally falls asleep, I curl into the chair by the window, arms wrapped around my knees, staring out into the wildflower night. I am not afraid. I am not afraid. I am not. I smile. Because if I don't, I might burn this whole damn city down. I wake with my neck kinked and my cheeks sticky with dried tears. The sky outside our window is the colour of bruised peaches, morning thick with harbour fog and the stink of boiled fish and chimney smoke. Somewhere below, a gull screeches like it just lost a bet. Papa's bed is empty. I blink, rub the grit from my eyes and stumble to his room, expecting him hunched over tea and porridge. But no fire burns in the hearth. No clatter from the stovetop, no grumbling about aching joints or missed deliveries. Just stillness and silence. My gut coils like a whip. Papa? I check the privy, the tavern floor, even the cellar door, but it's still locked from the outside. My fingers hover over the latch. I don't open it. Not yet. Not alone. The bar looks worse in daylight. Chairs stacked like crooked bones, the smell of old beer soured overnight. The air hangs thick and quiet, like it knows something I don't. I wait until noon. Sweep the floor twice. Burn the stew. Snap at Greel when he makes a joke about me looking like a ghost. Still no sign of him. By sundown, my worry's no longer a whisper. It's a scream clawing the inside of my ribs. And then, just after twilight, he walks in. Not through the front, but the back, slipping in through the alley door with his hood low and a look that sours my breath. His coat's dusty, boots mud-caked, and there's a tear across his sleeve like it tangled with barbed wire. "Where the hell have you been?" My voice cracks, high and tight. He flinches. That's worse than if he'd just barked back. I had errands, needed air. His gaze won't hold mine. "Air?" I hiss. "You needed air so bad you skipped town for a whole goddamn day. I thought maybe the ghost came back. Or the watch. I thought you were—" "I'm fine," he snaps, sharper than a flint. "Let it be." "No," I cross my arms, chest tight. "I won't. Something's wrong, Papa. You've been off for weeks. Quiet, shifty. You come home bleeding one night, then vanish the next. I have a right to know what's going on." He sets a pouch on the bar coin, heavier than our usual take. "Drop it, Danny." But I can't. Won't. Not when his hands are trembling. That night, while he pretends to snore behind a closed door, I slide into his room with bare feet and the hush of a thief. Guilt gnaws at me, but fear swallows it whole. If he's in trouble, I need to know. His room smells like pipe smoke and cloves and old regrets. I start with the wardrobe. Nothing but moth-eaten shirts and a rusting sabre from when he still thought he'd fight in wars. Then the nightstand. A half-empty bottle of plum wine and an unopened letter from an old friend in Tusker. Finally, the bed. I drop to my knees, fingers scrabbling beneath the frame. Dust chokes me. I sneeze into my sleeve, and then wood. A crate, small and square, tucked so far back it scrapes my knuckles to reach it. It's heavier than I expect. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, are papers. Dozens of them. Pamphlets, hand-drawn, ink still smelling fresh. End the yoke. No chains for mortal men. Freedom burns in our veins, light the match. My stomach drops into my boots. Each sheet is scrawled in the same bold hand, phrases etched in fire and fury. There are maps too, routes through the wildflower, notated in red, marking watch patrol times and guard gaps. There's even a list of names, human names, resistance. He's working with the ghost, or at least feeding the flame. I clutch one of the pamphlets, breath coming fast and shallow. My father, my sweet, gentle papa, he's... A creak behind me. I turn too fast, paper still in hand. He's there, in the doorway, shadowed, silent. Looking for something? I stand slowly, guilt blazing like fire under my skin. "Papa, I told you to leave it be." My voice shakes. "You didn't give me a choice." He steps into the room, eyes dark and wild. "I was protecting you. That's what this has always been. Protecting you from this city, from the watch, from your own damn curiosity." "Protecting me by lying?" I hold up the paper. "By hiding this under your bed like a goddamned criminal?" "Better a criminal than a corpse." His roar rattles the windows. "You think they'll spare you because you smile and play nice? You think that monster in the cellar gives a damn about us, about peace? There is no peace for humans in Freeport, only survival." I've never seen him like this. spit flying from his lips, hands shaking with rage. I step back, heart pounding. He sees it, and that breaks him more than anything. His shoulders sag. His voice softens, cracking. I never wanted this for you, Danny. I wanted you to stay small, stay safe. But the world's changing, and I couldn't stay out of it. Tears prick my eyes. You're in over your head, Papa. They'll kill you. Or worse. I know. The silence stretches, heavy, final. I tuck the pamphlet back into the crate, wrap it tight, and shove it under the bed. When I look up, his eyes are glassy. I won't tell anyone, I whisper. He nods once, and then he's gone, back down the hall, into the dark. And I'm left there, heart cracked open, surrounded by secrets and ash. The next night is quiet in that way the air before a storm is. Too still, too tight, like the whole world's holding its breath. Papa and I don't talk. He moves like a ghost around the tavern, refilling the ale kegs with too much force, sweeping the same corner of the bar 3 times. I avoid his eyes. Mine are still red. My hands still shake when I touch the crate I reburied beneath his bed. We don't talk about the pamphlets. We don't talk about the bruises on his ribs. We sure as hell don't talk about the grey ghost. I smile harder than ever at the patrons, cracking jokes until my voice is hoarse. My laugh rings too loud and nobody notices. Nobody asks why my knuckles are bloodless from clenching the rag so tight it tears. It's near closing when it happens. I'm humming to myself, wiping down the bar. Papa's in the back, counting coin. Greel's half passed out in a booth with a candle burned low. The only other soul left is old Tilda, fingering a slow lullaby on her strings. Then comes the knock. 3 loud pounds on the tavern door, precise, metallic, not fists, gauntlets. Tilda's music cuts off like a throat slit mid-song. My stomach drops. The door flies open before I can say a word. Wood slams against stone. Minotaurs in gleaming black armour fill the doorway like a tide, 8 of them shoulder to horn. The watch, armed and bristling, eyes sharp as knives. They don't speak, they don't need to. Papa steps out from the kitchen, hands raised instinctively. Easy, we're closed. There's some trouble. The lead Minotaur shoves him against the wall without a word. Hey! I scream, vaulting over the bar. Get your filthy hands off him. 2 more guards grab me by the arms, rough enough to wrench. I kick one in the shin and bite the other's glove hard enough to taste leather and blood. They slam me against the post, not enough to knock out, just enough to remind me who's boss. Papa shouts, Danica, don't... Shut it, growls the lead guard. Daniel LaRue, you are under arrest for collusion with the traitor known as the Grey Ghost. No, I thrash harder. He hasn't done anything. You've got it wrong. He's not... But Papa doesn't protest. He doesn't fight. He just sags like his strings were cut. The guards force his arms behind his back and clamp the irons on. Cold metal clicks. My scream rips free and echoes through the rafters. Stop it! He's old! He's hurt! Please! He looks at me then, eyes hollow. It's all right, Danny. Don't fight. Just don't fight. And just like that, he's gone. Dragged through the threshold like trash. I try to follow, but the guards hold me fast. And then he walks in. The world slows. The watch parts like fog, and a figure steps through, twice as tall as any man I've ever seen. 7 feet easy, broad-shouldered, wrapped in black leather that gleams like oiled coal. His fur is a deep russet, his horns banded in iron and sharp as curved scimitars. He moves like a shadow, but feels like thunder. One red eye burns beneath a jagged leather patch, and it lands on me like a blade sliding slow between the ribs. Captain Takana. The rumours hadn't prepared me. They say he once killed a war beast with his bare hands, that he took out 3 rebels with a shovel when his sword broke, that he doesn't speak unless it's to end a man's life. I glare up at him, teeth bared like a cornered dog. You think you're some kind of hero, huh? You think this is justice? He stares down at me, unreadable. Cold. Not cruel, but carved from stone. You fight hard, he says at last. His voice is a deep rumble, slow and deliberate, like rocks grinding in a quarry. You love your father. Is that a crime now? I spit blood and bile at his hooves. No, he says, and the word punches air from my lungs. But harbouring the grey ghost is. I choke on disbelief. He didn't. There's nothing in that cellar but... His red eye narrows. I'll decide what's in the cellar. He turns to the guards. Clear the building, search everything, gentle if you can, not if you must. They move, like hounds unleashed. I scream again, kick, bite. One drags me by the collar to the bar. Takana watches, just watches, and I hate him for it. The last thing I see before they drag me outside is old Tilda standing behind the bar, her eyes rimmed with fire, her fingers tight on her string box. She doesn't play a note, not tonight.
Chapter 2. Takana, orders and objections. I smell the tavern before I see it. Old wood, spilled ale, fried lard, and sweat. Human sweat. It clings to these wildflower corners like soot after a fire, no matter how many times you wash the streets. It's still in the grain. On my mark, I mutter. The watch behind me tightens up. 8 soldiers trained, disciplined, too eager. The iron gauntlet clinks twice on the tavern door. Bang, bang, bang. We don't wait for an answer. The door splinters open, and we move in like water through a cracked hull. Fast, focused, deliberate. I hate this part. Not the break, not the bust. That's easy. Muscle and tactics. I hate what comes after. Old men with stunned eyes. Girls crying in corners. Accusations hurled and spat out in all directions like blood from a gut wound. Nothing clean. Never clean. The freedom and necessity is just like I remember it from the first time I passed through on patrol low ceiling, oil smoke in the rafters, the stench of beer dried into the walls. Not much of a place, but it's theirs, and tonight it's ours. LaRue comes out from the back, hands up, graying, limping, looking more barkeep than rebel. My gut tugs. Easy, we're closed. There's some trouble. Before he's even finished speaking, Erdis grabs him and slams him into the wall. Too fast. Back it off, I bark. But the cuffs are already out. Daniel LaRue, you are under arrest for collusion with the traitor known as the Grey Ghost. I say nothing, because it's true, or it's not. But the trail leads here. The cellar, the ghost's movements, the recent riot, too many threads pull toward this damn tavern. I don't get to pick the target. I just pull the net tight when they say. There's a scream, sharp, female. My head turns. The barmaid, blonde, young, fire in her, not fear, fury. She flies over the bar like a street brawler, jumps a guard, kicks, bites, curses. Wildcat, that one. 2 of my soldiers pin her down. She's small but vicious, like she's made of blades. And her eyes, when they lock on mine, I've been stared down by death cultists, warlords, orc berserkers, drunk on rage. But this one, she looks at me like I'm filth, like I tore the stars from her sky with my bare hands. You think you're some kind of hero, huh? She spits. You think this is justice? Her lips split, eyes blazing. Blood trickles down her cheek from where a gauntlet caught her too rough. My jaw tightens. I say the only thing that comes to me. You fight hard. You love your father. Is that a crime now? No, I answer flat. But harboring the Grey Ghost is. And her face, gods, her face. It falls like a crumbling wall. Not guilt, not fear. Grief. Confused, wrenching grief. Either she didn't know or she's a damn good liar. I turn from her before I say something I'll regret. Signal the men to sweep the place. Clear the building. Search everything. Gentle if you can. Not if you must. They spread out. I watched them wreck what little order the tavern had, tossing tables, kicking up rugs, smashing open the hatch to the cellar. I hate this part. I hate it. Because none of these men understand what they're tearing apart. None of them see the stories in the soot on the mugs, the wear on the floor where she's probably stood behind that bar every night of her life. They just see a name on a scroll, a location on a map. I glance at her again. She's kneeling now, held down by 2 guards, but not struggling anymore. Just shaking. But her eyes, gods damn it. Those eyes, they're locked on me like daggers. She's not broken, not even close. Something's off about her. Too calm, too sharp. Barmaids don't throw kicks like that. Don't look officers in the eye like that. And yet here she is, staring me down like I'm the villain in her bedtime stories. I turn to LaRue, already bound and quiet, being dragged toward the door. I should feel righteous. A job well done. The net pulled tight, but all I feel is the creeping sludge of regret clinging to the back of my throat. I play the good soldier, always have. But lately the mask fits looser, the orders feel colder. Fear has become policy, brutality, doctrine. I used to tell myself it was necessary, that the ghost was real, that the chaos in the districts had to be stamped out. But I've seen the cracks in the brass, and now I see them in her. The girl, the barkeep's daughter. She looks like she could burn the whole city down just to watch something beautiful rise from the ash. And for a flicker of a second, I wonder what it would be like to help her light the match. The precinct smells like piss and rust, always does. No matter how many times they mop the stone floors with vinegar and pine oil, that stink clings. It seeps into the cracks like shame, like memory. Daniel LaRue sits in the center of the holding room, wrists still cuffed, face gray with sweat. We didn't rough him up. He was like this when he arrived, hollow-eyed, breathing shallow, like the fear was already beating him bloody from the inside. I fold my arms and watch him through the bars. He won't meet my eye. You've got one chance, LaRue. Talk to me, and I can make things easy. Keep stonewalling, and the council gets involved. He doesn't move. I know your daughter didn't write those pamphlets. I know she doesn't organize cell meetings in the nocturne alleys. But you've got ink on your fingers in a cellar that connects to every rat tunnel under this cursed city. Still nothing. I don't want to bury you, LaRue. I want the ghost. Give me something, anything, and I can make the rest disappear. His voice when it comes is barely more than a whisper. You don't know what you're asking. I narrow my eye. I'm asking for the truth. No, he croaks, raising his chin just slightly. You're asking me to survive, and that ain't guaranteed. I step closer. The bars groan under my hand. You think the ghost will protect you? He left you to hang the minute we kicked your door in. His laugh is bitter. You think this is about protection? Boy, you don't understand him at all. Boy. I grind my molars but don't react. Let him talk. Let the fear slip loose. He's not some rebel with a noble dream, LaRue says, voice shaking. He's a shadow that wraps around your throat while he tells you it's a scarf. He burns things quietly. And when it's all ash, he smiles like it was always meant to be. His eyes flick to mine, and for a second there's something like pity in them. You think you're hunting a man? He whispers. You're not. I don't flinch. But something icy slithers down my spine. I've interrogated spies, rebels, murderers. They all break eventually fear, greed, guilt. But LaRue? He's already broken, just not in any way I can use. Take him to holding, I grunt, turning on my heel. Put him on a watch. No visitors. As the guards drag him away, he doesn't resist. Just slumps, like a man halfway buried. I should let it go. I should file the report, log the statements, let the slow machine of law chew through it all like it always does. But instead, I find myself walking back to the Wildflower, back to the tavern, back to her. The freedom and necessity is half lit and twice as quiet. The front door is still cracked from the raid, hanging by one hinge. Someone swept the floors, though, tried to set things right. Danica's behind the bar, stacking shattered mugs like bones in a crypt. She doesn't look up when I enter. I clear my throat. Still nothing. I need to speak with you, I say. She doesn't stop stacking. Her voice is flat. You here to finish tearing it apart? I ignore the sting. I came alone. Congratulations! Her movements are sharp, controlled, like she's one breath away from hurling one of those mugs at my head. I spoke with your father. That gets her attention. She freezes. He didn't say much, I continue, but he's scared, not of prison, of the ghost. She sets the mug down carefully, finally looks up. So we won't talk, but maybe you will. I slide a folded slip of parchment across the bar. Sign that, and I'll release your father into your custody. No charges. Clean record. She stares at the paper like it's covered in leeches. What's the catch? You helped me catch him, the ghost. That's it. She snorts. That's it? You want me to spy? Betray everyone in this district just to save my own skin? No. I lean in, voice low. I want you to save your father, and maybe a few dozen others before this all turns to hellfire. She doesn't answer, just stares at me, eyes blue and cold. I'm about to turn and leave when she speaks. I want to see him. I hesitate. That's not protocol. I want to see him. Her voice cuts like glass, or this deal's dead. The cell block is colder than usual. Danica walks in, slow, arms folded tight like armor. The guards unlock her father's cage. He's curled on the cot, face pale, lips split. He looks smaller, like someone drained him and left a husk behind. Papa, she breathes. He looks up. His eyes go wide. Danny, no. You shouldn't be here. She kneels beside him, hands reaching through the bars. What did they do to you? Huh? I told them nothing. I swear. You gotta stay clear of this. Please. I can't, she says, voice breaking. Not when they're going to kill you. I'd rather they kill me than him find out I talked. She recoils like he slapped her. He scares you that much? He nods. And I watch her break. Not loud. Not with tears. But inside. Something cracks. I see it in the set of her jaw. The way her spine straightens. She walks back to me, hands trembling. Takes the parchment. Signs it. And now we're committed to this path wherever it may lead us.
Chapter 3. Danica. The Bitter Brew. I slam the cellar hatch shut so hard the mugs rattle on their hooks. Dust poofs up from the floor like the tavern's exhaling in judgment. Good. Let it. I'm mad enough to spit flames. I should have let the watch keep him. Should have walked out of that cell block with my spine straight and my conscience clear. But no. Takana had to come swaggering in with that bullhead honour and that damn slip of parchment. Now Papa's home, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, and I've got a contract burning a hole through my apron pocket. I march behind the bar and pour myself something foul and burning. The bottle clinks against the chipped wood like it's laughing at me. Here's to deals with devils, I mutter, tossing the drink back. It tastes like rust and bad decisions, burns all the way down. Papa's upstairs sleeping, if you can call whatever he's doing sleep. I hear the floorboards creak under his pacing, his muttered curses filtering down like smoke through the rafters. Every now and then he thumps the wall, like the weight of silence is crushing him. I wish I could scream loud enough to shatter the sky. Instead, I stew, pour another round, wait for the evening regulars to shuffle in with their salt-crusted boots and thick hands and half-hollow gossip. If I can't punch Takana or the ghost, maybe I can pull some thread loose that leads to one of them. The first to slide in is Grell, ex-stevedore, with shoulders like meat wagons and teeth that forgot what soap was. He thuds onto his stool and peers at me like I'm about to spit in his cup. Stronger than usual in here, he grunts. Maybe I cleaned, I snap. He barks a laugh. Doubt it. I don't smile. Don't joke back. Just slap a mug down hard enough the foam leaps out and splashes his sleeve. You seen anything strange around the docks lately? I ask. He lifts a brow. Strange how? Strange like shadows where there shouldn't be. Men in masks. Whispered names. Grell narrows his eyes. What's this, Danny? You suddenly playing watch girl? My stomach knots. No, just tired of feeling like the last to know what's going to blow up. He shrugs, takes a sip. Nothing strange unless you count the tuskers howling again. Word is they're getting restless. Some dark elf from Nocturne's been sniffing around, asking about under tunnels. That makes my ears perk, but I keep my face neutral. You ever see him? Just once, hooded. Talked like he had rocks in his throat. Didn't drink. Just asked questions and left. I file that away. Another body drops onto a stool. Marta, with her ink-stained fingers and eye patch, smirking like a cat with a throat full of feathers. I heard you made a deal, she purrs. My spine stiffens. With the watch, she continues, leaning in close, voice sugar poison sweet. The horned dog's got their leash on you now. I set her mug down too hard, and it chips. Mind your business, I growl. Oh, honey, it is my business when the prettiest girl in the wildflowers kneeling to brass makes the rest of us look bad. I grab the bar edge tight. Blood rushes to my ears. You want to run this place? You want to clean the puke, break up the fights, dodge knives in the cellar? Then be my guest. Marta just grins wider, flicking her braids over her shoulder. Relax, just saying, don't be surprised if the ghost doesn't take kindly to your civic spirit. I see red, pure, blinding red. My magic pulses under my skin, a tickle of heat at my fingertips. Just a flicker, just a taste. She sees it too. Her grin falters. Forget it, I mutter, turning away. But every step I take back to the keg feels like walking through mud. She's right. Even if the deal was for Papa, even if I didn't sign it with a kiss or a smile, just ink and desperation, it looks like betrayal. And appearances are everything in the wildflower. I try the next stool down. Old Nell, who's halfway to stone deaf and sees more than she says. Her hands tremble lifting the cup, but she pats mine gently when I set it down. You all right, Duck? She croaks. No. Well, that's honest at least. I glance around, lower my voice. You hear anything lately? About the ghost? Nell squints. Might have heard tell of him in the catacombs beneath the granary. That's all tunnels and dark these days. Good for hiding and worse. Thank you, I whisper. She nods. Be careful, child. You ain't made for shadows. But that's the problem, isn't it? I wasn't made for shadows, but I was born into them. And now I've got no choice but to walk deeper in. The rest of the night crawls. Every tick of the lantern feels like it's dragging its feet through molasses. I put on a smile like a mask, bright, crooked and chipped. I laugh at Jorik's clumsy flirting, pretend to listen while his breath reeks of spoiled oysters and warm ale. I pour shots for the dice runners in the corner, toss banter with the stevedores, and hold court like the queen of some crumbling kingdom. That's how you stay safe in the wildflower. You dazzle, you grin. You make 'em underestimate you with charm and fluttered lashes. They don't look deeper if they think you're harmless. But underneath, I'm boiling. Every joke I fake presses against the fear in my chest, trying to crush it down before it eats me alive. I feel Papa's weight upstairs like a stone I can't budge. I feel Marta's words, horned dogs, slithering in my ears like poison. And beneath all that, like a coal buried in my ribs, I feel it. The fire. It's faint now, flickering, just a breath. But it pulses every time someone glances at me sideways. Every time someone whispers too low for me to hear, and my heart jumps. Like it's waking up. I keep my movements steady, polished, graceful even, the way Papa taught me, like the tavern is a stage and I'm the only one who knows the lines. Every drink I pour, every smile I flash, is part of the show. But I'm slipping. My hands are shaking, just a little. I clench them behind the bar. Breathe through my nose. "You all right, Danny?" asks Corin from down the row. The old tailor's got a voice like gravel soaked in tea. "You're twitching like a cat in a dog pen." I chuckle. Too light. Too high. "Just tired. Busy night." He nods, but keeps looking at me, squinting like he's trying to see past the grease paint. I move to wipe the counter. A simple thing. Wood damp with sweat and ale, sticky rings etched from years of cheap mugs. A mug slips. It's a little thing. Stupid. I'm rushing. I catch the base awkwardly, fumble, then it bounces against the edge of the tap and hits the floor. It doesn't just shatter, it explodes. Ceramic and ale and something else, something hot, burst upward in a flash of gold and orange. The air sears against my forearm, and for one breathless, eternal second, there's a blaze. Like a hearth fire suddenly finding breath. Gasps ripple across the tavern. The room jerks into motion, boots scraping, stools tumbling. I slam my boot down on the flames, hard, stomping until the smoke curls black and acrid around my legs. I grab a towel and smother what's left until the hiss fades to silence. The room is dead quiet. All I hear is my own breathing, sharp, stinging in my lungs. And I feel it again, that heat, that thing inside me, thrumming now, not flickering, not faint, awake. I don't look up, can't. I scrape the wreckage into a bucket, fingers trembling. Force a laugh that feels like broken glass. Damn mugs. Should have tossed that one weeks ago. Must have hit the tap just right. A few uneasy chuckles answer me. Corin shakes his head and goes back to his cider, but not everyone buys it. I feel the eyes, prickling, watching, and one of those gazes, deep, dark, knowing, roots me to the spot. Marta, from her stool by the wall. She's not smiling now, just staring, like she sees something. I busy myself with another round, but I'm not really there. My skin itches, my thoughts race. It's happening again, like when I was 12 and the attic caught fire, but Papa said it was rats chewing the oilcloth, like when that drunk grabbed my wrist too hard last winter, and his sleeve caught flame from a candle he swore wasn't even lit. No one's ever believed it. I didn't want them to. I didn't want me to. But tonight, that wasn't just static or panic or spilled liquor and a spark. That was me. There's something wrong in my blood. Or maybe right. I don't know which terrifies me more. I wipe down the bar with jerky movements, trying to pull myself back into the moment. The tavern starts to stir again, low voices resuming, clinks of glass returning to rhythm. But the buzz feels off, too brittle, like everyone's pretending real hard. Even Jorik, who's usually too drunk to notice his own name, gives me a wide berth. I glance up, and Marta's still staring. I meet her gaze, finally. She raises her mug, slow and deliberate, tilts it in a mock toast, and smiles, not friendly, not mocking either, more like intrigued. Hours pass before the last drunk stumbles out. The oil lanterns burn low, casting long shadows that twitch across the walls like nervous fingers. I drag a crate out from behind the bar, sit down hard, and bury my face in my hands. My skin's still warm. Too warm. The fire's quiet again, but not gone. It's watching now, curling like a lazy cat inside my ribs. I don't know what's happening to me, but I know one thing. I can't afford for anyone else to find out. Not the watch, not the ghost, not anyone. I'm just wiping down the bar when I hear the door creak open. Not a drunken stagger this time. Not Jorik or Marta or old Nell sneaking in for a final swig. No, this is Boots. Heavy even. Deliberate. the kind of walk that owns whatever ground it's on. I know before I look. And still, when I lift my eyes and see him standing there, silhouetted in the doorway like a storm wearing a uniform, my breath catches. Sharp, sudden, stupid. Takana! The lantern light plays strange tricks on him, glinting off the black lacquer of his armour, catching in the metal rings wrapped around his horns. One red eye gleams beneath the brim of his hood. His other's a dark hollow under the patch, and for some reason I can't stop staring at it. Gods, he's massive. The kind of size that ought to clomp or crash or quake the floor, but somehow he's just there, like a statue that decided to breathe. He says nothing at first, just watches me. I break the silence. You come to knock over more chairs or just glower at me till I melt? His jaw ticks. Neither, he rumbles, voice low and edged like storm-wet stone. I came to see if you've learned anything useful. Oh, you mean in between dodging glances, being called a traitor, and trying not to explode the damn tavern with my cursed hands? No, Captain, no fresh clues yet. He strides in slowly, gaze sweeping the room like he's tallying threats. Don't play games. I saw the mug. I felt the heat when I entered. Something's off in here. Yeah, I snap. Maybe it's the mood. He exhales hard through his nose. You're not the only one risking something, LaRue. I slam my cloth down. Oh, please, you? Risking what? A scratch on your shiny black boots? He steps closer, and suddenly the space between us shrinks like the air's been sucked out. I can feel him, heat radiating, animal and electric. He smells like iron and leather and something darker, like something ancient. I put my career on the line bringing you that offer, he growls. You think the other captains would have cut your father loose? They'd have strung him up on display by morning. Spare me the noble martyr routine, I snap. You don't care about me. You don't care about him. You care about bagging your ghost and polishing your horns in front of your brass friends. His nostrils flare. You're a fool. And you're a brute. We're nose to nose now. Well, nose to chest in my case. But I don't back down. He towers over me and I square my shoulders like I'm not shaking, like my heart isn't trying to punch through my ribs. We glare. Silence stretches so tight I think it'll snap. Then, something shifts. Just slightly. His hand twitches at his side. I see it, barely, but it's there. Not a threat, a hesitation, a pause, like he wants to reach out, like he's just as lost as I am. I swallow. Hard. The fire in my chest flickers. Not wild, not violent, just warm. Heavy. A strange ache. I didn't ask for any of this, I whisper. He blinks, just once. I know, he murmurs. And for a moment, it's there between us. Not peace, not trust, but something, recognition. We're both neck deep in something we can't name. Chained by duty, by blood, by secrets. And for all his size and strength, he looks tired. Like me. He steps back, straightens his jacket. The moment's gone. I'll return tomorrow, he says. Fine. He walks to the door, pauses with one hand on the frame. Try not to burn the place down till then. I snort. No promises. The door clicks shut behind him. That night I dream. I'm in the tavern, but it's on fire. Not burning down, just alive. Glowing. Walls pulsing with heat. Mugs melt. Ale boils in its barrels, and the wooden beams groan like they're breathing flame. I stand in the centre, barefoot, unharmed. Smoke curls around me like silk. And he's there. Takana. But not in armour. Bare-chested, fur damp with sweat, horns glowing faintly red like coals. His eye, his good one, burns into me. He reaches out, and I burn. From the inside out I go up like parchment, but I don't scream. I laugh, Because it doesn't hurt. It feels like truth. I wake tangled in sweat-damp sheets, heart pounding. The fire's quiet again, but it's watching me.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 4. Takana. Steel and Silence. Dawn breaks over Freeport like a wound peeling open. Gray light seeps into the streets, painting the rough cobbles in ash and unease. I slip into armor that smells of sweat and oil, no bright polish today, and fasten the horn bands cold against my skull. Each click of fastener echoes worry through my gut. The watch awaits orders, and the city hangs on a knife's edge. My boots hit the street quietly at first, then heavier as I move through the dock district. Boat whistles lament on the breeze. Sailors haul creaking crates of fish and salt, faces pulled tight with fear. They glance at me as if I'm the storm incarnate or its only shelter. Word is the Tusker district is humming with unrest. Protests are rising, fists clenched around torch handles, voices thick with grievance. Rumors whisper that this week will see blood, spilled in the streets or spilled from cages. I call a squad, 4 strong, disciplined. We march together, phalanx of horned watchers stepping into the unrest before it breaks. First stop is the nocturne boundary. Dark elves cluster in dark alleys, their violet eyes narrowed. Their chants low, rhythmic pulse against the walls. I raise my voice to ask them to disperse, to maintain order. Some back off. Others scoff. Their voices drip disdain like acid. They refuse. My voice echoes off worn stone. You are near the bridge. Stand down or be escorted off the route. They bark laughter. A missile of words taunts about Minotaur tyranny. I grit my teeth, give the command. Shields raised. Helmets slam down. We knock shoulders into their ranks until they break. Brambles of boots and horns, dust and curses, till the hush falls like a stone dropped into dark water. Once they're clear, we turn east. The wildflower edges glitter with torchlight as merchants hop wagons. Humans stand behind flickering lanterns, chanting. My men close ranks as I approach their line carefully. Their faces are hopeful and afraid in equal measure. A young woman stands at the edge. I recognize her thin wrist, dyed hair, soot on her cheek. She clutches a banner with faded letters. She steps forward. I raise a hand in reassurance, meeting her gaze directly. Hold your line, no violence. I'll hear your grievances peacefully. She stiffens. Guards behind me shift. Tension coils. She mouths something I can't hear. 2 men behind her let go and charge. We intercept with shields first, then blunt brass boots. They hit the ground before the banners fall. Chaos croaks through the crowd like a ragged throat. Fists fly. Cries rise. The crowd surges. My squad forms wedge to push them back. Helmets clash. Shields thunder. Fists land on flesh. I grip the nearest protester's arm and twist, dragging him back. Leather tears, he hisses and falls. Scents of sweat and fear thicken the air, mingling with spilled wine and ozone buzz from torches. I feel the weight of command on my shoulders, every decision carving lines in my conscience. Despite the surge beneath my hooves, my mind keeps drifting. I taste her, Danica in the stale bustle. I feel her out there, balancing mugs with nerves like tightrope wire. She stands behind that bar, pretending strength for others, whispering lies that keep darker truths hidden. All her light flickers bravely in the shadow of this ruinous city. She laughs at barroom jokes she doesn't believe, pours ale she's too afraid to drink, and makes friends out of wreckage. Her smile stains my memory, soft laughter that echoes like sunlight through cracked windows, courage that breaks at the edges, but never bows. Her honesty bears me up when I don't know if I deserve it. My pulse stutters as I catch movement in the crowd. I scan for signs, dyed hair, that crooked grin. But I don't see her. The fog swallows the squares. The crowd fights on. Eventually the protest falters. The watch gains ground. Many fall back, limbs bruised, faces red with shame. Several captives are dragged behind me. The order, detained for questioning. A few freeze. Most slump. The protests end in silent domination. Quiet returns in strangled breaths and dripping lamplight. The air tastes foul and sharp, but the tension loosens like some hard knot unraveling in the marrow. I turn to my squad. Maintain perimeter. No wounds unless provoked further. File statements at dawn. They nod. Some collapse to rest. Others stand tall, scanning. I unfurl my cloak, wipe sweat from my eye patch. Leather band presses hard against worn skin. The taste of blood lingers in my mouth, their first real revolt under my watch. My thoughts shift back to Danica. I close my eyes, inhaling air heavy with sweat and oil. I hear the echo of her voice in my mind, taunting me for being a brute, but saved by her stubborn, unyielding bravery. There's a warmth in that memory, not comfort. A furnace blazing under ice. I take a deep breath, look at the stones under my boots. There's no mercy written in this world, but maybe there's something between duty and mercy I'm learning to grasp. I mount my horse and ride toward the wildflower boundary again, eyes hollow under the arch of sunrise. Thinking of laughter that never belonged to me, of honesty that scalds harder than truth. The Nocturne District doesn't greet me so much as it endures me. Even walking in plain view unannounced, my steps draw shutters closed and curtains tighter. This part of Freeport breathes in incense and exhales suspicion. Its walls drip with layered age. Spells old enough to taste in the air smoke, rust, and something older still. I don't bring my squad with me. Too many horns here and the tension boils fast. Better a lone shadow than a marching show of power. I pass beneath rusted arches, the stones sweating in the morning damp. A market woman tightens her grip on her basket of dried fruits, nostrils flaring as if I carry plague. I keep my eye forward. My patch itches in this humidity, the leather tugging like the city's trying to peel my skin off from the inside. I wear the watch crest, but here that just paints a target between my shoulders. They remember what my kind did when the walls were first raised. At the far end of a forgotten alley, draped in purple banners faded with mildew, I find him. Vasher. Fence, rumor broker, grave-robbing academic in silk robes he pretends are worn. He's crouched by a brass brazier, ink-stained fingers drumming across a tiny bone flute that never touches his lips. His eyes flick up like I've just stepped through his trap. "Captain," he drawls, not even bothering to rise. "You smell of blood and piety. Come to confess or collect?" "Neither," I reply. "I want what you promised. Information about the ghost." He finally stands, adjusting his robe with all the flair of a street actor playing a prince. "Talk is cheap, but yours comes with steel behind it. You'll want to see what he left us." He gestures with a flick of his wrist and leads me deeper into the alley maze, past shrines lit with guttering candles and walls scratched with chalk prayers. We stop in front of a scorched stone wall, rain-battered and half obscured by a hanging canvas. Beneath it, someone has carved a glyph into the brick, delicate and cruel, like a vine coiled around a knife blade. It doesn't belong to any city code or gang mark. It's not even meant to be read by most eyes. It's Elvish, but not the High Tongue. This is older, pre-sundering, forest deep and steeped in dead gods. I run a hand over the lines, my fingers tingling where the magic still hums faintly like a dying heartbeat. This isn't graffiti. It's a claim. A mark laid like a boundary or a curse. Vasher leans beside me, voice low. You see it too, don't you? That's no rebel slogan. That's a warning. I keep my face blank, but the mark gnaws at something in my memory. Where else has he left these? Only here so far. But there's more going on. The ghost moves messages, real ones, not just shouts in alley corners. Word is, there's a girl down by the docks, violet sashes on her sleeves. Pretty little thing. Too quick on her feet to be hauling salt. He grins. Courier, if you ask me. I nod once. Your name stays buried. He taps his chest with 2 fingers. As always. I leave him in the shadows and make for the docks. The city changes as I cross districts, shifting from the hissing murmurs of nocturne to the clangor of rope and gulls and brine. The dock district is alive with chaotic industry, stinking of fish rot and tar. 100 languages shouted over one another. Danica waits for me at the edge of it all, hair pinned back, cloak fluttering, arms crossed like she's trying to fold herself out of existence. You're late, she says without even greeting me. I'm early, I correct her and step past. She falls in behind, keeping pace even when her boots slip a little on the slick stone. Her expression is a taut line between irritation and curiosity. This the part where I fetch your coffee and spy on my own neighbors, she mutters, eyeing the crowds warily. You're observing, that's it. Right. Just casually observing the city I live in while standing next to a 7-foot minotaur with a reputation for cracking skulls. Real subtle, Captain. I don't engage. Let her spit fire if she needs to. It burns off the fear. I scan the crowd until I spot her, the girl Vashar mentioned half-hidden in a cluster of dockhands, her violet sashes tied carefully over her sleeves. She doesn't loiter. She doesn't flirt. She moves with purpose. That her? Danica asks, already tracking the target with the keen eyes of someone who's learned how to listen when people think she's not watching. Stay behind me, I say, then glance sideways. Do not engage. Danica's smile is sharp. Wouldn't dream of it. We follow as the courier weaves between fishmongers and crates, ducking behind ropes and ladders like she's done this before. She's no common errand girl. Her steps are too precise, her pace just shy of hurried. She checks over her shoulder once, twice, then slides around a loading crane. Danica edges closer beside me, voice low and breath warm in the chill wind. She's heading for the stairs, the ones that drop to the lower piers. She's about to disappear, I mutter. Come on. I step faster, slipping between a stack of nets, drawing my cloak tighter to cut the profile of my silhouette. Danica's fingers brush the hem of my sleeve. She says nothing, but the touch steadies her. We round the bend just in time to see the girl vanish through a slit between 2 rusted storage bins. I glance at Danica, meet her eyes. Stay close. I'm not the one stomping around like a damn parade float. The corridor behind the bins tightens into a blind throat of rusted metal and sea-rotted boards. The courier disappears around a corner, her footsteps light as a thief's prayer. I feel it in my gut, too clean, too quick. My hand goes to the hilt of my sword as I glance down at Danica. She's tense but steady, breath shallow, jaw clenched. I catch the glint of fear in her eyes, but it's caged behind something harder. I nod once. Stay sharp. She nods back, lips drawn thin. Aren't I always? We slide along the corridor, shadows wrapping us like damp wool. A low creak echoes up the planks behind us, then another. I stop. Danica bumps lightly into my back. The air changes, thicker now, bitter with old blood and brine. I step forward, push through a rotting curtain of netting. and step straight into the jaws of the trap. Steel flashes. 4 figures rise from behind overturned crates, faces masked, blades already bared. One swings for my ribs, another lunges for Danica. I roar. My blade comes out with a shriek of metal, and the first blow hits the flat of it hard. Sparks fly. I shove back, send the attacker sprawling into a stack of barrels that explodes with salt water and eels. Danica cries out as a dagger slices through her sleeve, grazing her skin. "Get behind me!" I bellow, swinging wide to force space between us. She stumbles back as I surge forward, boot first. My foot lands square in the chest of one cloaked bastard, sending him hurtling into the wall hard enough to crack timber. Another charges with twin daggers, slashing in wide, practiced arcs meant to bleed before they kill. I duck, pivot, slam my elbow into his throat, and lift him clean off the ground with a brutal uppercut from my horned head. His body hits the ceiling with a wet crack before crumpling at my hooves. To my right, Danica shouts. I turn in time to see the courier, no longer timid, her face a sneer of hatred lunging for Danica with a curved blade. I don't think. I move. She doesn't see me coming. I tackle her full force, my shoulder plowing into her ribs like a battering ram. The impact sends us both flying across the space. Her knife clatters from her hand as she slams into a support beam and drops, gasping. I whirl, but it's too late. Another masked figure, the 5th, slips from the shadows like oil, blade drawn and eyes locked on Danica. She's crouched now, winded, trying to rise. The assassin grabs her hair and yanks her upright. The blade presses against her throat, glinting cold beneath her chin. "Move!" he growls, "and she dies!" I freeze, blade in hand, blood pounding in my ears. The sound of the ocean recedes. I hear only her breath, quick and panicked, her body straining not to flinch. Her eyes lock with mine. No words. Just fear, trust, fire. My hand twitches. He sees it and presses the blade harder. A red bead wells up at her throat. My vision narrows to a tunnel of instinct. I take one step forward, slow, deliberate. My voice comes out low, a rumble buried in gravel. "You're not walking away." "I'll kill her. Try." He shifts slightly, angling his weight to push the knife in. That's when I move. 3 steps, 1 breath. I hurl my sword. The blade spins in a silver arc, screaming through the air. Doesn't strike him, but it distracts him. He flinches. In that heartbeat, I'm on him. I crash into them, grabbing his wrist, wrenching the blade away as I slam him against the post. Danica drops, coughing, scrambling back. He snarls, fights to break free, but I grip tighter. Bones grind under my fingers as I twist until something snaps. He screams, falling to his knees, clutching his arm. I draw my short blade and bury it in his shoulder. He slumps, unconscious or worse. Silence falls. Danica sits in the corner, breathing hard, eyes wide and stunned. Her throat is red where the blade kissed her, a thin smear of blood already drying. I walk over, crouch beside her. My hands shake as I touch her cheek, then her shoulder. "You all right?" She nods, but her lip trembles. Yeah, gods, that was close." I exhale hard through my nose. I should step back. I don't. I pull her into me just for a second. My arms go around her instinctively, cradling her close. Her breath shudders against my chest. She doesn't resist. My hand brushes her back. Rough fingers tangled in her cloak's hem. We stay like that longer than we should. When I finally pull away, neither of us says anything. The space between us stretches, full of things unspoken. She doesn't meet my gaze, and I don't press. Instead, I retrieve my sword, wipe the blood from the blade, and gesture to the now limp courier. "We'll need to question her." Danica rises on unsteady legs. "You always attract this kind of fun?" I grunt. "Only when you're around." She snorts a laugh, shaky, but real. Lucky me. "Nah." We haul the courier toward the light, leaving the wreckage behind, but the echo of her breath against my skin burns like a brand I won't soon forget.
Chapter 5. Danica. Patterns in the smoke. I've got blood drying on my throat and salt water stinging my cuts, and still, the only thing I can think about is how steady Takana's arms felt wrapped around me, solid as carved stone. He held me like I mattered, like he didn't want to let go. I don't say anything as we drag the unconscious courier through the market's back lanes. I'm too shaken to speak and too furious to be gentle about it. My hands tremble, but not from fear anymore. The fear's been replaced by something sharper. Anger. I don't look at him as we walk, but I can feel him there looming, silent, the weight of his presence pushing out everything else. I want to scream. At him, at myself, at the goddamned ghost who keeps shoving his war into my life whether I want it or not. We reach the watch outpost near the docks, where two rookies leap to attention at the sight of Takana. He barks a quick order, and they carry the courier off like she's nothing more than a sack of potatoes. I watch her head loll to the side, mouth slightly parted, a streak of blood drying across her temple. Somewhere in that mess of bruises and malice is a name, a route, a lead. I round on Takana the second the door shuts. I want to see the logs. He raises one thick brow, eye glinting behind that cursed patch. Logs. From the last 3 months, I snap. Shipping manifests, dock inspections, watch patrol patterns, anything that could tell me where those damn pamphlets are coming from and how they're moving. He folds his arms across his chest, fur bristling slightly. That's classified. Bull, I shoot back. I'm already in this, remember? Neck deep. I've got blood on my boots and nightmares brewing. If you want my help finding this ghost, then let me help. Takana's nostrils flare. I can see the war waging in him behind that storm-coloured eye. Duty versus instinct. Order versus the woman standing in front of him, demanding answers with her sleeves still torn from nearly dying. At last he grunts and nods once. You have 1 hour, no copies, no notes. He leads me to a side chamber cluttered with dusty ledgers, parchments curled at the edges from damp. The room smells like wet parchment and rust. There's only one narrow window, and the sunlight slants in at an angle that makes the motes dance like ash. Takana doesn't stay. He leaves me to it, the door clicking shut behind him like a lock on a cell. I exhale, crack my knuckles, and dig in. The pages are a maze of names, cargo codes and timestamps. Most people would drown in it. But I was raised on bar ledgers. I know how to track money that doesn't want to be tracked. I know how to read between the lines. Half an hour in, I find a name that repeats, Falcon Ridge Salt. Not unusual, except it shows up tagged with 3 separate districts, Dock, Wildflower, and even Nocturne, all within a 5-day window. That's a hell of a distribution radius for something supposedly harvested once a week from a single shoreline. Another sheet, folded between 2 irrelevant manifests, details a spike in watch activity the same night as the protest in the Wildflower district. Coincidence? Maybe. But the same shipment passed through the docks that afternoon. I flag the pattern in my mind and press on. By the time Takana returns, I've got the edges of something ugly stitched together in my head. My eyes ache from squinting, and my back sore from leaning over the warped desk, but it's worth it. I point at the folder in his hand before he can say a word. That courier? I'm willing to bet she's part of a secondary network. Smaller runs, less formal. Look, see this? I tap the lines I've memorised. Same salt company, 3 districts, 1 week. Protests follow within 24 hours. The pamphlets and supplies, they're moving through the cargo, hidden in the shipments. He stares at me, expression unreadable, then glances at the papers. His jaw works, chewing over what I just said. Finally, he murmurs, "You're sure?" "No," I admit, "but it's enough to start watching those shipments." His eye lingers on me a second too long, and then he nods again. Just once. Approval in his silence, maybe. Or maybe he just doesn't want to admit he hadn't seen it himself. "You're good at this," he mutters, almost like he regrets saying it. I smile just a little. I've had practice. When you run a tavern, you learn to recognize patterns, especially the dangerous kind. He shifts, looking like he wants to say more but doesn't. Instead, he crosses the room and rests his hand on the back of the chair I'd been sitting in. For a second, the air between us hums with something that's not quite professional. Not quite personal either. I break the silence before it thickens too much. So, what's next? He looks back at me, and this time his voice is quieter. We start watching the docks. If your theory's right, we catch the ghost's next runner before they even make landfall. I nod, heart thudding, not from fear, but from the weight of it all. The stakes, the quiet, dangerous understanding blooming between us like fire under skin. I don't say it out loud, but I feel it in my bones. I'm in this now. All the way in. I'm not sure what bothers me more, that he asked me to come along, or that I didn't hesitate to say yes. The sun's long dipped below Freeport's skyline, leaving the streets bathed in torchlight and the occasional flicker of illusory lanterns. We cross from dock toward Tusker, our shadows stretched long on the cobblestones. The further we go, the thicker the scent of the city becomes. Grease smoke, sweet rot, the tang of fermenting meat. Tusker district always smells like someone tried to cook something alive and gave up halfway through. Takana walks ahead of me, silent but alert, the great curved lines of his horns glinting faintly in the lamplight. I can hear the weight of him in every step, feel the ground vibrate under his boots. He's never not imposing, but tonight there's something different in how he carries himself. Purposeful, focused, dangerous, but not to me. Not tonight. You're sure this isn't just an excuse to get me drunk? I ask, trying to keep my voice light as I dodge a pile of fish guts someone's had the decency to sweep into the gutter. He glances over his shoulder. I don't drink on duty. I scoff. That's not a no. He grunts, not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. Somewhere in the murky space in between. It makes something twist in my stomach, and not in a bad way. The tavern he leads me to is one I've passed a dozen times but never dared enter. A low-roofed den pressed between a butcher shop and a gambling hall. No sign, no name, just a flickering blue lantern above the door and a carved tusk nailed to the lintel. Inside, the lights dim, the patrons hushed, the kind of place where secrets go to drink themselves blind. We slide into a booth at the far end, backs to the wall. I can't help but notice how Takana positions himself. Angled to the door, line of sight clear. He doesn't even look at the other patrons, but I can feel him tracking each one, like a chess player counting moves before they're made. You come here often? I murmur as a barmaid saunters over, her tusks gold-capped and gleaming. Once, he replies. They don't ask questions. We order 2 mugs of blackbread ale, thick enough to chew. I wrinkle my nose after the first sip. Tastes like an ogre's regret. He lifts one brow. You've tasted that before? Not personally, but I've served worse. Once had a guy who mixed turpentine with plum syrup and called it art. He huffs. Again, not quite a laugh, but damn close. The corner of his mouth twitches like it's forgotten how to smile and is trying to remember. You're better at this than I expected, he says, glancing into his mug. Better at what? Drinking terrible beer? Pattern work, deduction, not letting your fear show. I lean back, swirl the ale, watching the foam crawl along the rim. I've had practice hiding what scares me. You learn fast in Wildflower. He doesn't respond, but something shifts in his posture, a subtle softening. The muscle in his jaw eases, just a little. We sit in silence a minute, listening to the low murmur of voices around us. A pair of orcs argue over dice near the hearth. Somewhere behind us, a lute is being plucked badly, the tune frayed and out of time. The whole place smells like wet wool and singed tobacco. So surveillance, I say eventually. What are we looking for? Smugglers, he answers. The ghost uses shell traders. Offload at night, stash supplies in the back rooms of places like this. I want to see who moves in and out, and who doesn't. I scan the room, noting exits, suspiciously clean floors near one of the pantry doors, a cloaked figure nursing a drink who hasn't sipped once in 20 minutes. My heart's still racing from earlier, but my hands have stopped shaking. This doesn't feel like surveillance, I mutter, half to myself. No, feels like a date. That gets a reaction. His eye meets mine, sharp as flint, and for a second, I wonder if I've gone too far. Then he blinks, slow, deliberate. Then I've done a poor job of keeping things professional. I smile despite myself. You're allowed to not be a soldier all the time. And you're allowed to not carry the weight of your whole district on your back. I don't trust anyone else to. We sit there, the words hanging between us like smoke, thin, fragile, too honest. Another drink, another silence. This time, it's comfortable. I can feel the burn of the ale in my throat, thick and warm. I can feel the heat of him beside me, even though we're not touching. Not quite. He finally speaks, voice low. You don't scare easy. I meet his gaze. Neither do you. His eye flicks back to the door, scanning, then back to me. If you want out, you tell me now, before this gets worse. I know what he's really saying. He doesn't mean the investigation. He means us. I don't answer right away. Just sip my drink and let the fire settle low in my belly. I'm not going anywhere, I say. The streets of Freeport at night are quieter than they should be. Not peaceful, no, never that, but quiet in the way air goes still before a storm. The torchlight flickers against the sea-worn stone, casting shadows that slither like snakes over the cobbles. I walk beside Takana, still tasting that awful ale in the back of my throat and thinking I might miss the place, if only because it gave me this moment. He hasn't said much since we left the tavern. Then again, neither have I. The silence between us isn't uncomfortable. It hums with something. Awareness, maybe. That electric pull you feel when you're close enough to someone to touch but haven't decided whether you should. The wind picks up. I pull my cloak tighter. I used to think the night was safer, I say, mostly to break the silence. Fewer eyes, fewer expectations. But lately... He glances at me, his good eye unreadable. Lately it's full of teeth. Yeah, I nod. That. For a while it's just the sound of our boots against stone. I like the rhythm of it, his heavier step paired with mine. Like we belong in the same story even if we were written by different hands. You said something earlier. I start, keeping my voice low. About me not being afraid. That's not true. I've been afraid for as long as I can remember. He doesn't respond right away, just keeps walking. I wonder if he's even listening. Then he speaks, voice softer than usual. What were you afraid of? Losing my father? I shrug, pretending the words don't tighten my throat. He's all I've ever had. My mum died when I was 6, sickly. One of those fevers the priests couldn't cure. After that, it was just him and me. I'm sorry, he says, and it doesn't sound like something he says often. I wave it off, even though part of me wants to lean into that voice of his, let it hold me like he did after the fight. He did the best he could. Ran the tavern, raised me, taught me how to spot a liar before he opens his mouth. We were happy, in a weird way, until all this. You were lucky, Takana says, gaze fixed ahead. What about you? I ask. What was your childhood like? He's silent for a few steps, long enough that I think maybe he won't answer. But then, I didn't have one. I glance at him. That's bleak. Minotaurs don't coddle their young, he continues, voice flat but not cold. I was assigned to the battle academy before I could speak, trained with blunt horns until they hardened, taught to fight before I was taught to read. You learn discipline, obedience, how to take pain without making a sound. Childhood doesn't fit into that. I can't stop staring at him now, the way the torchlight catches on the edges of his face, his sharp profile carved from patience and suffering. I want to ask if he regrets it, if he ever wonders what it would have been like to run through a field or sneak sweets from a market stall like I used to. But I don't. Instead, I say, sounds lonely. He shrugs. It makes you strong. Maybe. But strength without softness? That's just a wall. We stop at an intersection, the kind that's always slick with sea muck and spattered with yesterday's blood. I can see the outline of the wildflower district down the slope. Lanterns flickering in windows, laughter too forced to be real drifting from a brothel. He turns to look at me, and the weight of his gaze settles deep under my skin. You're not what I expected, he says. I smile faintly. Good. He doesn't smile, not really. But the set of his mouth softens, and his eye lingers too long. There's a pull between us now, a live wire humming beneath the surface. I wonder if he feels it too. I wonder if it scares him as much as it scares me. We say nothing else on the walk back. He walks me to the edge of Wildflower and stops, as though stepping any further would break some kind of unspoken rule. This is far enough, I murmur. He nods. You'll be safe. I've survived worse than a quiet street. Still, he doesn't move. The silence stretches again, this time full of unsaid things. I want to ask him to stay. I want to see what happens if he does. Instead, I turn and walk away. When I get home, the tavern's dark. I don't bother lighting a lamp. I strip off my boots, sink into my cot, and stare at the ceiling. I try not to think about the way his voice sounded when he said I surprised him. I try not to remember the warmth of his arm brushing mine. I try not to wonder how it would feel to kiss a man with horns and war in his blood. Sleep comes slow, and when it does, it drags me into dreams I can't explain, flashes of fire, shadows wrapped in steel, and red eyes watching me with something too raw to be hatred.
Chapter 6. Takana. Tension in the watch. I walk into the watch barracks with the weight of failure wrapped tight around my shoulders, a leaden cloak that threatens to crush what's left of my discipline. My armor's lost its shine. I don't bother polishing it today, and the way my boots echo on the stone floor sounds like a drum counting down to regret. The stench of sweat, ale, and duty hangs heavy in the air. My usual welcome is replaced by wary glances from soldiers who've heard about the dockside ambush and the human woman I dragged into it. I find the courier waiting in the interrogation chamber, chained to the bench with wrists raw and arms bruised from binds. She sits hunched, hissing through clenched teeth at the guards as they lead me in. Her eyes flick up a mix of defiance and fear. I imagine the blade at Danica's throat and feel the hot snap of guilt. I take the seat across from her without preamble. The air feels tight enough to choke. Heat from torches flickers across the stained walls while the guards linger outside the door, silent as gravekeepers. Silence becomes my question before I even speak. "My name's no name to me," she spits, voice hoarse as dried blood. "Even if I'd told you." I lean forward, narrowing my eye. "Riven," I say. The name hovers in the room between us, heavy with implication. "Is that your name?" She doesn't flinch. She just nods once, barely, before she squints. "Doesn't match any records," I tell her. My tone lands like iron against stone. The watch logs have no Riven, no courier tied to the ghost, not out of Nocturne, not anywhere. She's a ghost whose name just whispered into our world. I press her, threaten to tighten the ropes, to bring in the marksman from Capita Bay. She smiles thinly, showing teeth stained from tobacco and fear. "You think I came here willingly?" she rasped. "I was enslaved. The Ghost's network is deep and soft, silent as feathers. No one keeps a ledger on that." I stand, the chains rattling on her wrist echo in the chamber like warnings. I report to my lieutenant in the dim boardroom near the courtyard. I throw the name, the ship, manifest anomalies, the calculated trail of salt shipments across 3 districts. I expect grudging interest or silent acknowledgement. Instead, I get skepticism, frowns bending into doubt. The superior officer who leads the room taps a finger against the table, glancing at me through his iron-gray eyes. "You're overstepping, walking far too close to a civilian. This network is beyond what we signed for." His voice is respectful but cool as winter wind. I see the uniformed faces around the table stiffen judgment slipping into that quiet corner of contempt no one says out loud. I don't apologize. I don't twitch. My reply rings tight. "My loyalty is to Freeport. If you want loyalty, start asking me for it. Not imply I lack it because I'm trying to stop a ghost from turning this city to ash." He hesitates, then lowers his voice. "Proceed with caution. That name, Riven, is enough to get us killed or worse. Leave it be. Some things die better unanswered." I nod. No argument beyond that. The room clears, leaving nothing but torch glare and lingering disapproval. I move out of that chamber with no fanfare, no arrogant swagger, just a man with a burden he can't unload. Back in the hallway, my fists clench shut. Each muscle burns with the ache of guilt that took root when Danica's throat flashed red. If the Council, the Watch, my own commanders won't do their duty, then I'll shoulder it myself. I exit into the night air, the breeze like a blade across my skin. The streets are silent but for the far-off roll of water on dockside planks. I taste the ale on my tongue still, bitter and lingering. I think of Danica's face, fierce, white-knuckled, blood smeared on her sleeves and spirit unbroken. I raise my shoulders. The weight of orders and whispers can't bend me. I won't let fear become doctrine, not while I can still hold a sword or protect someone who matters. I keep walking, boots heavy on the cobbles, past closed shutters and draped curtains. Lantern smoke curls around lampposts like wraiths drifting from worn bricks. I know Danica waits for me somewhere across the harbor. She said she would after the courier was held. Dusk settles over Freeport like smoke from a dying fire, light blurring into dusk and torch flame. I stand near the fringe of Wildflower District, the protest rattling like thunder in the square below me. Fists pound banners into the air while voices chant truth and anger all mixed. The scent of salt algae, sweat, and protest smoke clogs the air. I taste it on my lips before I even climb down to step into the crowd. Danica is already working the people, hands soft but steel in motion. I watch her lean into a stooped dock worker, whispering softly until he laughs and nods and hands her a folded paper. I should be frustrated. She's distracting me from my task. Instead, I feel the prickle of irritation in my gut. She does this too easily. I flip from observer to presence, stepping forward into the edge of the crowd so she notices me. The moment her eyes flick up, gratitude and defiance grapple across her face. She signals toward me with the dock worker's trembling hand. He backs off, eyes flicking between her and me like he knows the deeper meaning. I don't step forward. Instead, I scan the square, watching groups on the verge of clashing. The Watch stands ready at strategic points, blunt force relics waiting on a spark. Danica returns to me, paper folded like a pebble hidden in mud. I fold arms. "Show me." Her fingers shake just slightly as she unfolds it. A small sketch of warehouse codes, shipping times, night routes. I recognize the pattern instantly. Salt shipments to Tusker, forwarded across multiple districts. Precise stops Danica spotted through Gordon's network among dockhands. "Where'd you get this?" I ask. She shrugs, mind lit more than her face is. "Bar talk. Fishwives repeating gossip. Men who think silk and salt aren't tracked. I pieced it together. I stepped closer. You stole this with smiles and gossip. Better than hauling bodies at sword point. I inhale. You charm them, I scare them. Her fingers curl. She tilts her head. Your tactic works with horns and height. Mine works with people who've been stomped since birth. Ever think you don't understand their fear? I see tension cross her jaw. I feel it echo inside me, stirring that unnameable ache I've tried to keep locked inside. I keep my voice low. I understand what remains after fear. Order, structure, control. So forgive me if I don't think punching people cowers oppression, she says. Her voice is loud enough for some in the crowd to turn and look. She presses closer. You don't understand fear. You handed me that fear, bloody throat and all, and now you're telling me how to fix it? A murmur runs through the crowd. I sense this isn't about me. Never been about me. But something real between us that's about to crack. My hand clenches at my side. I taste copper in my teeth. I don't want to admit that she's right. That I don't understand the brokenness they carry in the cracks of their bones. Instead, I tense my jaw. You working for me now? She laughs bitter and beautiful and covers her mouth. I'm not your tool. I'm not your excuse. Heat pulses inside me. I scan the square. Drums beat. Torches flicker. A crate crashes behind us and men scramble. Rock and shouted commands. I grab her arm. Move! She nods and we slip through protesters and banners to circle the edge of the fight. Her coat smells like sweat and lavender. I lean above her to read the rest of the map she sketched for me. A route past warehouses, docks, hidden exits. The name, Taylor in block letters. The ghost link converges there. Protesters surge. A wall of muscle armored in iron stares down a sea of fists. I step into the line, hand on my mace, ready for the moment when diplomacy cracks like old leather. My mind spins, adrenaline sharpened. On my senses, chant and cry. The thousands breathing together against oppression. The crushed smell underfoot, as though the city's soul is being ground on cobblestone. I look at Danica. Her gaze is steady. She grips her piece of parchment like a lifeline. She is not backing down. I take a breath. What I say isn't soft. We watch at Taylor's. My voice is clipped. Professional, almost. I'll keep the numbers ready. You follow the workers. When they slip, we strike. She doesn't hesitate. She nods, shoulders squared despite the ache in her eyes. Her fingers close around the paper. Fine. The square rumbles. Torches burn. Voices rise. We turn toward the rebel crowd. We step into our roles. She to their voices, me to the shadows behind. We do what needs doing. My quarters are quiet. Too quiet. Once the watch falls silent and the torches along the hall gutter out. The only sound is the slow drip of oil from a lantern as I step inside. The heavy door thunks shut and locks behind me. The walls smell of old leather and cold metal. I don't mind. This place knows how to bear witness to long nights. I drop my sword and belt onto the rack with an echoing clang that rattles the whole room. My armor joins them, piece by piece. I start by unbuckling my greaves, then peel off leather greaves and stained trousers to reveal scars that map the map of every campaign I've survived. Each scar is a testament to a choice. I move carefully, tongue pressed between teeth, a muscle memory that tells me where the pain lies. When my breastplate comes off, I pause. Underneath, the lines of healed wounds crisscross like riverbeds. I sit on the edge of the cot, my fingers brushing along one deep scar that runs across my ribs. It burns slightly, memory and cold metal coalescing under my touch. The silence is heavy with regret. I pull the sword down from the rack next. This weapon carried by Father's hand in battles before I knew words. The steel is cold and smooth. I cradle the hilt, the leather worn by decades of use. My calloused fingertips trace the engraving on the pommel, my father's vow inscribed in old script. I hold the sword up so the moonlight catches its edge, and murmur a promise into the still night. Justice for what I cannot ignore. My voice cracks, but I repeat the vow again, whispering dark and solemn, louder this time. Eyes blurred with a grief I never learned to show. I empty a quill and some parchment onto the desk, opened by candlelight. My hand shakes slightly as I begin to draft a list of names. Shipping clerks, dock supervisors, warehouse overseers, those connected to Falcon Ridge salt shipments. I add Riven, courier, the only identity I have, circled in red. Beneath her name, I scribble Danica LaRue with a note. Informant. Vital. Protect at all cost. I close my eyes, heart pounding. The list grows with each thought, each connection forming in my mind like the threads of a spider's web. The candle sputters, wax melting down the sides. I press my finger to the paper and blur the ink, messy but necessary. My chest tightens with the weight of plans, guilt, and loyalty tangled together. A breeze lifts a scrap of parchment off the desk and wafts across the floor. Everything in this room hums with memory. Father's sword. My scars. Danica's courage stitched into my resolve. Time loses meaning. Hours pass. My ragged breathing is the only steady rhythm beneath the hum of night. I lock the door, pressing my hand to its rough wood as if trying to anchor myself in all this. Lists, vows, scars, sorrow. I know dawn will bring cracks in the light, protests rearing fresh, orders issued from ivory towers. But until then, I sit there with sword in hand, candle guttered, list growing under my careful eye. I breathe deep. I taste resolve in the stale air. I feel the weight of partnership forged in violence and stubborn hope. Between us, Danica and I have begun something neither of us asked for, but both of us desperately need. The candle dims further. My eyelids grow heavy. I let them close without resting my vow. When I fall into sleep at last, it's on the promise I made. Justice. For her. For this city. For what can yet be saved.
Chapter 7. Danica. Beneath the streets. The tavern is quiet this morning, ghostly even after last night's chaos. Light slips through the shutters in a weak slice that barely warms the boards. Steam curls from the stew pot in the back, carrying the scent of potatoes and winter spices. While the tavern slumbers and the docks remain hushed, I spread old maps across the bar. The worn paper smells of age and ash, edges fraying like wounded sinew. I line them up meticulously, Freeport's underbelly layered beneath the city above. Sewer tunnels, abandoned merchant arches, hidden gates, routes used when no one wants to leave a trace in daylight. My fingers trace the sinews of hidden paths under the dock district. Merchants long gone carved escapeways into sandstone. I follow the cracks and damp arches until they lead beneath Wildflower and into ancient vaults beneath the Nocturne Foundation. My mind flickers with theories. Secret passage routes for smuggled pamphlets, hidden stashes of salt crates, tainted with rebel ink. I trace lines with trembling hands, matching them to protest hotspots and shipments I logged earlier. The map seems to shift as my eyes move, flow into patterns I can almost read as breath. Desk oil lanterns sputter when I lean too close, flames twitching like nervous rats. Swallowing hard, I mark intersections where ghost routes converge on abandoned cellars beneath warehouses on the edge of dock sleepers. Ghost networks traded in alley rumours. Maybe these tunnels are lightless arteries. I imagine Danica delivering messages in silent darkness, slipping past guards, hiding among rats and stale stone. My heart thuds when I realise one tunnel slant ends directly beneath the freedom and necessity itself, accessible through a cellar hatch long sealed. My father appears in my mind's eye, worn apron, hands steady even when he feared the cellar ghost inside our walls. I remember how he frowned when I rushed downstairs once as a child. I was 12, insisted the ghost was real, but he grounded me until I promised to listen before believing. I whisper his name, a prayer, and pick up the nearest inkpot. I write, Old Cellar Route beneath F&N Tavern, shaft access, and then underline it twice. The tavern creaks behind me, the floorboards shifting with a settling sigh. I straighten my spine and gather the maps into a folder. The risk pounding through my veins is sharper than fear, knowledge. I pick up my coat. My fingers still smell faintly of ink and candle smoke. When I grab the key to the cellar hatch hidden under the bar, I don't hesitate. Only the faint promise of justice moves me forward. I slip out the back door, careful not to wake Papa, though I know he's likely still pacing upstairs. The streets are damp and cold, breaths curling in front of me. I make my way past the dock-washed walls toward the alley beneath the tavern. Everything feels heavy in this hour. Broken pottery, wet moss, lingering dread of waiters and drunkards. I unlatch the barred hatch hidden in the brick curb. Rust resists, but it gives with a bitter screech. I brace for the damp fragrance underneath, mould and old dust rising in a welcome wave. I climb down into the dark, body low, the air cradling the scent of ancient rot and promise. My heartbeat pounds against my throat. I can hear the harbour's distant cries above and the hush beneath whispered footsteps. My candle flickers against the damp tunnel walls. Jealous rats scatter ahead into silent holes. I follow the map's lines painted in my mind. Right tunnel, then left under arches. My feet soak in cold stone water that sloshes over boots. Faint glyph scratches mark the wall, matching the elvish marking Takana found in Nocturne. My breath catches. This is real. This is the path. I reach a junction. 3 tunnels radiate from the centre. I press my candle flicker against each etched line. One glows faintly by touch, heat under my fingertips like a pulse. The memory returns. The glyph meant claim. Place. Warning. Maybe these routes lead to more than cargo. They lead to power beneath the city. Fear burns low but steady. Adrenaline surges when I see footprints in the mud, recent enough that they haven't dried. 2 sets, one light, one heavy. I squat and inspect them. The lighter tracks match courier boots. The heavier pattern matches a human overseer, not orc, not elf. My mind churns. I could follow them now, meet them, untie the mess. A gasp behind me echoes in tunnel gloom. I whirl, candle sparks drop. A figure emerges from the shadows, hooded, mask hidden under bristle and sweat. The scent of incense floods my nostrils. The man holds a dagger, blade glinting silver. No time to scream. The candle falls and rolls, flame guttering out, darkness rushing. Morning greets me with damp air and bleary light as I find Cal waiting at the tavern rear. He leans on a cane, his one arm tucked beneath folds of a patched coat. The smell of salt and oil clings to him like a second skin. I slip the folded maps into my coat pocket, while Cal nods once toward the alley where the sewer hatch hides beneath rotting stones. His voice rumbles low as canal water, half laughing. You really want to go spelunking under your own bar, fire magic girl? Hell yes, I say, unclenching a fist. Not for glory, for answers. He eyes me thoughtfully for a moment, the scar above his eyebrow twitching. Could have lost sight there. He uses his missing hand like I once used confidence, by pretending it's not missing. Follow me, he says, pushing open a vault door under the bar. It swings with a stink of mildew and old piss. The hinge groans like a warning. Tunnel air hits me. Wet stone, mould in ancient mix, and faint drift of earth. The light from the tavern dies when the door closes tight behind us. Cal goes first into the darkness, limping but steady, torch in his good hand. I follow, bracing my body as the passage tightens. Each step echoes, the walls damp enough to feel sticky under my fingers. My heart pounds whole stories beneath my ribs. The map crinkles against my chest. 10 minutes in, The tunnel spreads into a squat chamber. Old camp remnants litter the ground, stones cracked by heat, torches burned to nubs, scraps of fabric and leather weaves stiff with age. The air smells of ash and darker things. Curled ribbons of incense drift from half-burned sticks tucked in the corners of cobbled rafters. That smell of dark elf incense fills me with nausea and curiosity in equal parts. Through broken fragments, I find metal clasps on a piece of fabric too fine for human merchant garb, velvet dyed violet, inscribed with runes that glint faintly in torchlight. I slip a scrap into my coat pocket, fingertips trembling. Cal groans behind me, creaking where he shifts against rubble. I freeze. The torchlight dances across faded walls, where old glyphs scratch deeper lines into rock. Before we can dry our eyes, shadows detach from the tunnel walls. 3 masked figures, slender and silent as serpents, blades drawn. Masks dark and featureless, robes stained with incense soot. One steps toward Cal, blade raised. I inhale, heart pummeling sweat against bone. Seconds stretch, senses sharpen, mind roars. I move. My voice breaks the quiet. Cal, step back. He tries, but the attacker strikes. Blade slashes down across his shoulder. A red arc blooms through his coat. Flesh parts. Bone cracks. Cal curses, drops to one knee. "Run!" he gasps, but I don't flee. I pivot, reach for the torch but lose footing on slick stone. Cold water rushes between my toes. Fear spits at my spine, but I yank up a fallen stick and swing with every ounce of fury in me. The blow glances off saber-sharp steel. The figure shifts sideways. The slash cuts deep beneath my ribs. I stagger, taste blood. Every breath hurts, but I keep going, torch smacking shoulder to make flare sparks in the gloom. Cal screams behind me, pain and fear tangled in one long howl. More figures emerge from deeper tunnels, footsteps whispering like wind through bone. I trade blows with one before realizing there are too many. I crouch low, switch hands to blade I brought from the bar stash. My fingers burn with fire metal. The dagger slides from sheath, whispering rage in its blade. I strike upward, slash across a thigh, drawing gurgled breath from the attacker. Leather tears. Flesh opens. He collapses, and I shove past others to reach Cal's bleeding wrist. He's pale, sweat slick over his scarred cheek. His good arm trembles as he holds Cain tight. "It's mine," I say, voice cracked by anger. He shakes head, life ringing thin from him. Wrenching away, I keep the torch low between us to dim shadows. Behind us, footsteps fade, presence vanishes as quickly as it appeared. The tunnel hushes again, but we hear our pulse. My coat smells like forged steel and fear. My back aches where the knife bit me. I kneel beside Cal, pushing torn cloth into his wound as best I can. He tastes of iron and grit, blood staining my fingers. He breathes shallow and hard, life leaking minute by minute. "Stay with me," I say, though I fear the mask beneath the blades was young, not older than I am. I whisper promises, revive, report those tunnels, burn this system down. Cal closes eyes. Blood soaks throat dampness around us. His breath slows. I press palm to stone wall, sobering. Blood-soaked fabric hung from rune scratch. The tunnel spins. I lift Cal into my arms. His weight is thick and warm. I stagger backward toward the ladder. The torch between us flickers like dying hope. Outside, daylight leaks between planks. I emerge with Cal, limbs trembling, vision blurred. I kick the hatch closed behind me, torch sputtering guttered blue flame. I load Cal onto a borrowed handcart without hesitation. I don't look back into the stagnant geometry below. I carry his life above ground. In the open, the harbour's salt wind whips tears from my eyes. I taste regret, but also resolve. Our partnership just drank poison together. My vision swims with lantern fire and the salt-etched dusk light as I load Cal onto that cursed handcart. The sewers left in my bones are chill, but the ache of betrayal pulses stronger. The market smells of fish, rope tar, and iron. I taste copper on my tongue, worry threading through my every thought. I haven't yet prayed for deliverance when the door behind me explodes open, boots thundering like rolling thunder shaken loose from the docks. Takana bursts through, cloak billowing, eyes wide with fury sharpened into steel. He stands there, dripping with protest smoke and coastal wind, surveying the chaos I caused. My heart leaps before my voice catches. "What the hell were you thinking?" he roars. His voice splits the night, mixing fear and fury in equal parts. There's something terrifying about him, massive and precise like a sudden gale. He strides forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white across ramped leather. His scent of iron and oil floods my senses. This is a man unleashed, and I feel the brunt of his disappointment like a physical shove. Cal bleeds in the cart beside me, moaning low. I freeze, fear flash splintering through my gut. Before I can explain, Takana's mouth moves, quiet orders clip to the bones around us. He summons a medic from a nearby alley and kneels beside Cal without hesitation, stripping off my sleeve with sudden gentleness I didn't expect. His fingers press against the wound, twisting torn cloth with practiced efficiency. I thought I knew him, brute, soldier, mountain in armour. But here is the truth beneath. Careful, silent hands cradling an injury like sacred glass. "Don't die," he murmurs. I press back tears when he turns to look at me, expression raw. "What were you doing?" he rasps. "I calculated a route. The map shows a tunnel beneath the tavern." "Calculated," he repeats slowly. Eyes darker than storm clouds. "You come down there alone?" I swallow, nod slowly. I had to see it. His lip trembles. He tests the air between us, as though fearing it might cut us both. He stands, cursing under his breath as he cleans Cal's gash with grit and wine. The medic hovers, tense, but Takana doesn't flinch. "Stay away from those tunnels," he growls, tone ragged. My voice cracks. "I need every lead." "How many more people get hurt because you need a lead?" Silence sweats through the night. Lantern light flickers on his metal bands and horns. He's exhausted. His fury is born not of anger, but of dread. With one fluid motion, he hoists Cal's cart upright and places a hand on my shoulder. Something reverent in the motion. "I keep you safe," he whispers. "Not because I trust your decisions, but because you're worth it." I swallow hard. My mind spins with fear and something else, something that feels like belonging. The medic returns with a sack of herbs and bandages. Takana lets him pack Cal's wound before helping load him into a lit cart bound for a healer on Capita Avenue. When the cart lurches forward, Takana holds Cal's hand for a heartbeat before stepping back. His hand lingers, heavy with unspoken words. He turns to me then, face softened into anguish I hadn't believed possible. "Don't do that again," he says, voice trembling slightly. "I won't, I promise, though the world quakes beneath my vow." He nods once, stiff as iron, and the moment snaps. He straightens, clears his throat, and offers a clipped order to the passer-by who linger. Soldiers move to secure the tunnel. I feel its mouth closing behind us like a wound stitched shut. Takana walks me back to the tavern under early moonlight. The crates are unloaded. The night air dampens our cheeks as we pass beneath the sign of the freedom and necessity. Pigeons flit overhead like broken hopes. He keeps silent. Crisp silence, not judgment, not peace, but something in between. At the corners of shuttered tavern windows, reflections flicker. I see two people changed, one bruised with regret, the other burned by resolve. He stops at the bar's entrance, torchlight pooling at our feet. "Go home," he finally says, voice low enough I almost don't believe I heard it. I glance up. Not yet. His jaw sets. Get cleaned up tomorrow. You'll need your strength. I nod, heart pounding beneath skin and memory of how gentle he was with me. He bows his head once, almost deferential, then turns and walks away, quiet as dawn creeping over a ruined skyline. My vision swims with lantern fire and the salt-etched dusk light as I load Cal onto that cursed handcart. The sewers left in my bones are chill, but the ache of betrayal pulses stronger. The market smells of fish, rope tar and iron. I taste copper on my tongue, worry threading through my every thought. I haven't yet prayed for deliverance when the door behind me explodes open, boots thundering like rolling thunder shaken loose from the docks. Takana bursts through, cloak billowing, eyes wide with fury sharpened into steel. He stands there, dripping with protest smoke and coastal wind, surveying the chaos I caused. My heart leaps before my voice catches. What the hell were you thinking? He roars. His voice splits the night, mixing fear and fury in equal parts. There's something terrifying about him, massive and precise like a sudden gale. He strides forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white across ramped leather. His scent of iron and oil floods my senses. This is a man unleashed, and I feel the brunt of his disappointment like a physical shove. Cal bleeds in the cart beside me, moaning low. I freeze, fear flash splintering through my gut. Before I can explain, Takana's mouth moves quiet orders clipped to the bones around us. He summons a medic from a nearby alley and kneels beside Cal without hesitation, stripping off my sleeve with sudden gentleness I didn't expect. His fingers press against the wound, twisting torn cloth with practiced efficiency. I thought I knew him brute, soldier, mountain in armour, but here is the truth beneath. Careful, silent hands cradling an injury like sacred glass. Don't die, he murmurs. I press back tears when he turns to look at me, expression raw. What were you doing? He rasps. I calculated a route. The map shows a tunnel beneath the tavern. Calculated, he repeats slowly, eyes darker than storm clouds. You come down there alone? I swallow, nod slowly. I had to see it. His lip trembles. He tests the air between us, as though fearing it might cut us both. He stands, cursing under his breath as he cleans Cal's gash with grit and wine. The medic hovers, tense, but Takana doesn't flinch. Stay away from those tunnels, he growls. My voice cracks. I need every lead. How many more people get hurt because you need a lead? Silence sweats through the night. Lantern light flickers on his metal bands and horns. He's exhausted. His fury is born not of anger, but of dread. With one fluid motion, he hoists Cal's cart upright and places a hand on my shoulder, something reverent in the motion. I keep you safe, he whispers, not because I trust your decisions, but because you're worth it. I swallow hard. My mind spins with fear, and something else, something that feels like belonging. The medic returns with a sack of herbs and bandages. Takana lets him pack Cal's wound before helping load him into a lit cart, bound for a healer on Capita Avenue. When the cart lurches forward, Takana holds Cal's hand for a heartbeat before stepping back. His hand lingers, heavy with unspoken words. He turns to me then, face softened into anguish I hadn't believed possible. Don't do that again, he says, voice trembling slightly. I won't, I promise, though the world quakes beneath my vow. He nods once, stiff as iron, and the moment snaps. He straightens, clears his throat, and offers a clipped order to the passer-by who linger. Soldiers move to secure the tunnel. I feel its mouth closing behind us, like a wound stitched shut. Takana walks me back to the tavern under early moonlight. The crates are unloaded. The night air dampens our cheeks as we pass beneath the sign of the freedom and necessity. Pigeons flit overhead like broken hopes. He keeps silent. Crisp silence, not judgment, not peace, but something in between. At the corners of shuttered tavern windows, reflections flicker. I see two people changed, one bruised with regret, the other burned by resolve. He stops at the bar's entrance, torchlight pooling at our feet. "Go home," he finally says, voice low enough I almost don't believe I heard it. I glance up. Not yet. His jaw sets. "Get cleaned up tomorrow. You'll need your strength." I nod, heart pounding beneath skin and memory of how gentle he was with me. He bows his head once, almost deferential, then turns and walks away, quiet as dawn creeping over a ruined skyline. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 8. Takana. Smoke of the Deceiver! The guards at the infirmary gate square their shoulders like they think I'll be impressed. One's barely past his first tusk filing. The other's got the gleam of corruption in his eye, the kind of shine that comes from years of denying beds to those without coin or clout. I step forward into their shadow, letting the weight of my armor speak before my mouth ever does. "I've got a man bleeding out," I bark. "Open the damn gate." They shift, exchanging glances. The younger one clears his throat, voice high with apology, and not enough spine. "Sir, we are at capacity unless you've received approval through the civic roster." "You think I give a Tusker's rut about paperwork?" My good eye drills through him. "The injured's a witness in a City Watch investigation into Grey Ghost insurgents. He dies, the investigation gets set back. You want to explain to Commander Demir why the riots get worse next week?" The older one bristles. "Even if you're watch, you don't dictate." I reach into my coat and pull a sealed scroll. It's not from Demir. It's blank inside, but the seal bears the sigil of the Magister's Court, a relic I've kept for exactly moments like this. "You can tell the Magisters you refused to treat a bleeding citizen in open defiance of city justice," I growl, low and final. The gate creaks open. The guards don't meet my gaze as I push Cal's stretcher past them, the stink of sweat and copper thick in the air. Inside, the stone halls echo with groans and clatter. The infirmary reeks of boiled herbs, bile, and desperation. I find an open cot by a cracked window and call for a medic. No names, just results. They rush to work tourniquets, poultices, healing incantations whispered under breath. I stay long enough to see color return to Cal's face before stepping outside, lungs burning for cleaner air. I don't return to the barracks. Instead, I make for my private office above the dockside supply depot, a place the higher-ups avoid because it's too close to the real city. It's where I keep what I can't explain to command, like the scrap of cloth Danica handed me, wrapped in brown paper and silence. I shut the door, lock it behind me, and lay the package flat. The incense still clings to the fabric, faint and oily. A bitter trace of myrrh curls beneath sharper notes, something spicy, like pepper, but not any pepper you'd buy from a street vendor. The scent pricks at memory. I've smelled it before in the back rooms of a chapel ransacked 5 years ago when the 13 cults flared hot across Miltar. This isn't ordinary smoke. This is ritual, specific, devout. I light a small flame and pass it over the cloth. The oils ignite for an instant, burning not with fire but with a shimmer of shadow. It doesn't blacken. Instead, the smoke dances in the spirals before vanishing, leaving no ash. The deceiver. Of course it would be him. Patron of liars and trickery, of illusions turned truth, and truth disguised as madness. One of the 13, yes, but his worship was outlawed in Freeport decades ago, right after a merchant fleet vanished in a storm no one could prove happened. Only his followers would dare this level of deep play. That means the ghost isn't just fighting the minotaurs. He's shaping a story, a narrative to bend public rage into revolution. That takes more than guts or gold. It takes doctrine. I pace the room, each step echoing on bare stone. I see Danica's face, scraped raw from fear and smoke, but eyes lit with defiance. She had no idea what that cloth meant when she gave it to me. She just knew it mattered. The door creaks behind me before I can stop myself from turning. No one's there. The latch just shifted under its own old weight. I drop back into my chair, pull a fresh scroll, and start scribbling out what we know. Names, districts, shipment dates, protest routes that seem spontaneous, but follow an odd rhythm almost like sermon calls in certain faiths. The deceiver's flock believes disruption is devotion. I pin the fabric to the wall. I'll have the glyphs translated tomorrow, quietly. For now, I pray no one else dies. The Nocturne district is quieter than usual by the time I arrive, its lanterns glowing faintly like will-o'-wisps in the fog. I move beneath low stone arches carved with ancient elven runes that seem to swallow light. The air is thick with incense, sweet and bitter, the same scent as the cloth Danica gave me. Smoke drifts from a hidden temple shrine I discovered years ago, one dedicated to the 13 as prophets and to the deceiver in whispers. Tonight I walk its hush, pretending devotion, listening for lies. The priest welcomes me with bowed head and the steady hands of someone trained in rituals older than Freeport itself. He invites me to kneel before carved stone idols. I do so, tasting ash and wax beneath my tongue. I close my eyes and breathe through the ritual smoke curling into prayers I don't intend to say. Something shifts in the incense haze. A faint sound, coat rustling, silk dragging. I open my eye patch to narrow vision, careful not to draw the priest's attention. At the far side of the temple's courtyard, a hooded figure slips through flickering torchlight. Graceful gait, slow, lithe, not human. My breath slows. Years of battlefield scouting train my senses to catch minute changes footfall on flagstone, cadence in breath, scent of rot bark incense burnt with foreign adhesives. That hooded figure steps lightly over threshold, places foreign coin in the priest's cupped hands. Coins glitter with strange mint marks I recognize from merchants in Tavon, not Freeport. The priest smiles and withdraws a folded slip, something no one who follows the deceiver should ever hold. I don't flinch. I sit still in prayer pose, breath held tight under memory of what incense smoke uncovered. The elf glances toward me, maybe recognizing an oath-bearer, maybe not. The scent hits me bold, peppery rot bark, old oil, and something that smells like betrayal. When the hooded figure passes by my row, their stride slows as though tasting my purpose. I memorize their walk, grace tempered by cold nerves and that scent clinging to robes like blood. The priest retreats into his inner sanctum. The hooded figure exits behind them, passing me with just a whisper of silk and leather. I track him with my unbanded eye. I commit every rhythm in his step, every breath tapped in his chest. That gait will serve me well if I need to call him later. That scent will be a signature only I can follow. Ritual ends with chanting. I stand, bow to the stone idols, and walk out without raising suspicion. The temple's threshold smells like smoke and lies. I breathe steady air again as I step into the street, torchlight slashing lantern flickers into sharp relief. My body relaxes, but my mind races. On the way back, I feel the coin in my pocket weigh heavy. I touch the fabric relic, still scented with dark elf incense, and glimpse Danica's face. I picture her cross-referencing maps in the tavern, unaware of how deep this runs. I mask the ache in my chest with duty. Freeport trembles on a rumor's edge. The Ghost Network links worship of the deceiver and corruption in the docks. That hooded figure at the temple might be funding it or guiding it. That's why I must remember who he is. Steps echo through narrow alleys as I move back toward the docks. I taste salt in the air, hear gulls calling far above. I load the memory of that gate and scent into the ledger in my mind. Tomorrow I'll share what I found with Danica, though. For now, I keep it cloaked like armor. Secrets run deep beneath stones, beneath rituals, beneath loyalty. I return to barracks, joining the hum of lantern fire and disciplined watch whispers. I feel the weight of what I know resting and hollow between ribs. My fist uncurls. The promise holds. Justice for those trapped in invisible chains, for those burned by smoke meant to blind them. I swear I will pull this secret route free, silent, precise, unyielding. I stand outside the freedom and necessity for a long breath, arms crossed, the wood grain of the tavern door drawing my eye like it might suddenly open itself out of pity. Lantern light flickers through the windows. I can already hear her voice inside, bright and sharp, laced with that teasing edge she sharpens like a blade. My fist rises to knock, then drops. Twice. I knock. The door swings open before I can think twice again. Danica squints up at me, hair tied back with a leather cord, cheeks flushed from kitchen heat or frustration. It's hard to tell with her. "Well, if it isn't the Horned Hammer himself," she says. "Back to toss another table or scowl a chair into splinters." "I'm here to ask a favor," I say, voice lower than I intend. Her brows lift. "Should I be worried? Is it something unspeakable? Like emotions?" "Worse," I grunt, stepping inside. The warmth of the tavern wraps around me, spiced with ale, garlic, and the sharp twang of burning tallow. She walks back behind the bar, motions to a stool. I don't sit. "You don't sit much," she observes. "Sitting's for off-duty." "Are you not off-duty?" "No," I say. "Not for this." That snags her attention. She sets down a glass with a clink, leans her elbows on the bar. "All right, Captain. Out with it." "I need to learn how to blend in," I say, jaw tight. "With your people. Humans." She blinks, then laughs. "You what? Blend? I have to move through the wildflower underworld without drawing attention. Even with a cloak, I'm obvious. I need to understand the customs." "You mean, how not to stomp around like you own every room?" She folds her arms. "You're aware you're nearly 8 feet tall and horned, right? Not exactly easy to miss." "I know how I look," I mutter. "I'm asking how not to look like Watch." Her expression softens just a touch. "Why now?" "I saw something," I reply. "Something I need to follow, and I can't follow it with a column of guards behind me." There's a silence between us, thick as molasses and full of unspoken questions. Then she steps around the bar, cocks her head and circles me once like she's assessing a statue for flaws. "You've got the soldier gait. Shoulders too square, you move like every space is yours to command." "Because most are." "Not where we're going," she says. "You want to blend in, first thing. Drop your shoulders. You're not storming a trench, you're trying not to get noticed." I adjust. It feels like slouching. She winces. "Okay, no. Not like your spine just broke. Relax, don't crumble." I exhale slow, letting the rigid posture loosen. Her hands touch my arms lightly, guiding. Her fingers are small but calloused, working hands. She smells faintly of lemon oil and wood smoke. "Better," she murmurs. "Now? Lose the scowl." "I'm not scowling." "You always are. Try thinking about something nice. Warm bread, puppies, me." I snort. "Bread's all right." That makes her laugh again, sharp and delighted. We'll work on humor later. She steps back, looks me over critically, then reaches up, plucks my cloak's collar, and shifts it to fall less like armor and more like I don't know what. Casual, unstudied, feigned carelessness is a human art I never mastered. You're not going to pass for anything but what you are, she says. But you can act like you belong. People will believe what you believe. I let that settle a bit. You really think this'll work? I think it's got a better shot than stomping through alleys in full plate demanding answers. I don't stomp, I say. You thunder then. Her smile is smaller now, warmer, but the teasing remains. There's a flicker in her eyes, respect, maybe. Something else underneath it I can't quite name. Lesson 2, she says. Don't talk first. Watch. Let people show you who they are. You watch long enough, they'll forget you're even there. I've done that, I murmur. On battlefields. This isn't war, Captain. It's always war, I say quietly. Only the weapons change. Her expression flickers. She looks at me a moment longer than is polite, then turns away to pour a drink. You'll need clothes that don't scream officer. Something worn in, something with dirt. I've got an old friend who runs a pawn stall. I'll pay. She raises an eyebrow. You'll pay more if you look like you've got coin. Dress like you don't want to be noticed. I nod. Then we start tomorrow. No, she says. We start now. Strip. I blink. For measurements, she says, laughing. Don't get all ruffled. I grumble, but unbuckle my cloak. Her eyes never leave my face, even as she takes the width of my shoulders, the length of my arms with the length of knotted twine she pulls from a drawer. Her fingers brush my fur with professional detachment, but something sharp flickers beneath the calm. You're all scar tissue under there, she mutters. Part of the uniform. She doesn't smile at that. The room grows quiet. The hearth cracks, throws amber light. I stand still while she finishes, measuring the span of my waist, the bend of my back. When she's done, she steps back and exhales slow. You're gonna be the biggest sneak thief Freeport's ever seen, she says. Not a thief. She looks up at me, eyes dancing. We're all thieves, Captain. Some of us just take truth instead of gold.
Chapter 9. Danica. The Art of Disguise. Takana looks ridiculous. The oversized tunic I found barely fits him, sleeves stretched tight over his biceps like they're gasping for breath. The threadbare cloak smells like fish brine and stale mead. He stands in the alley just behind the north entry to Wildflower's main market, staring down at himself with the offended pride of a temple statue that's been forced to wear street performer's rags. You said blend in, I remind him, grinning as I adjust the floppy hood over his horns, not loom like death over the chicken crates. He exhales through his nose in what might be a sigh or a threat. This garment is unsanitary. Congratulations, I say, tugging the cloak's hem until it hangs just right. Now you look like the rest of us. The sun blazes high, casting the Wildflower district in a mosaic of sound and scent. Garlic and dried fish mingle with smoke from brazier grills. Hawkers shout in every direction, selling threadbare boots, rat stew, knock-off elixirs that burn more going down than they fix. The streets are packed elbow to elbow. Children dart between legs. Old women eye pockets. This isn't the polished dockside crowd or the uptown trade circles. This is survival wrapped in colour. I tuck my arm through Takana's. He stiffens. Relax, I whisper, pressing close like a lover. You're drunk and I'm your girl. If anyone asks, you're called Grog. A sailor turned roof washer. Roof washer? He asks low. Drunk profession. Gets you sympathy. Don't talk much. Let me do the haggling. I outrank you. Not in the market you don't. We weave into the crowd. I guide him with light touches, one at the small of his back when a vendor lunges too close, one at his arm when we stop before a fishmonger's stall. He follows like a warhorse in drag, uncertain but trying. I can feel his muscles bunch and twitch beneath the fabric every time someone jostles us. "Stop walking like you're trying not to break the world," I murmur. "You're half dead from drink. Sway a little." He sways. It's awful, mechanical. "Not like you've got an inner ear infection. Here, copy me." I exaggerate my movements, letting my weight tip slightly forward and side to side as we stroll. My boots scuff the cobblestones. I let my hand trail lazily over a rack of tarnished spoons. He mimics me, slower, looser. It takes everything in me not to laugh when he hunches his shoulders like he's trying to make himself smaller, which, to be fair, is nearly impossible. "You're doing it," I say, pretending to stumble a little. "You look pitiful. Perfect." "You take great joy in this," he mutters. "Only because you're so bad at it." He grunts. I snag a handful of dried dates from a stand and toss him one. He catches it in the air, chews, then winces. "Too sweet," he says. "Too honest," I reply. "Try again." The market surges around us, pressing tight. We pause before a charlatan selling true sight charms etched with fake symbols. I lean in close to whisper in Takana's ear, partly for the act, mostly for the thrill of it. "You're too still. Try shifting your weight, scratch your chin, swear under your breath like your boot's too tight." He obeys, muttering a low curse in Minotauri. The guttural syllables make the old man next to us flinch and stumble away. "Perfect," I whisper, proud as anything. We move again. There's a moment where our hands brush and linger. His calloused fingers graze mine, and I feel it in my throat, tight and sudden. He doesn't pull away. He also doesn't speak, just lets it sit between us like a held breath. "You're improving," I say, voice a little too husky. "You're thorough." "Only with the best students." He snorts. Flattery's unnecessary. "Who's flattering?" I grin, elbowing him lightly. "You haven't broken a single market crate. That's progress." We pass the incense vendor, the same one who sells the 13's blends. The scent catches in my nose, cloying and thick. My skin prickles with memory. Takana's jaw ticks. He doesn't speak, but I can see it. He's alert now, watching everyone, reading the crowd like a map. His soldier instincts are still there, coiled beneath the disguise, but they've shifted. Subtler, measured. I tug him toward a shaded alcove where a half-dozen crates of unmarked parcels sit stacked beside an alley. A boy about 12 glances up and bolts when he sees us, disappearing through a side gate. Takana makes to chase. I stop him. "Too fast and you'll lose him. Or scare him." He growls low in his throat. He recognized something. Or he's just smart enough not to loiter with strangers staring. This is how it works. Little eyes everywhere, nervous hands behind every barrel. He exhales, leans against the alley wall like he belongs there. Sweat glistens on his forehead, the heat baking in waves off his dark cloak. I press a cloth into his palm. "Blot, don't wipe, drunk's blot." He dabs at his brow. It's all wrong, clumsy, awkward. I burst into laughter. "Grog," I say, choking out the words. "You're hopeless." He watches me laugh, expression unreadable, but there's something soft at the corners of his mouth. Not a smile. Not quite. But it's enough. We head back out, our odd rhythm slowly becoming shared. Somewhere between the pickle carts and the stolen trinkets, I stop noticing how tall he is. He stops scanning every shadow like it's armed. We blend, just enough to be passed over. It's strange, this thing blooming in the space between deception and partnership. This strange warmth between the glares and the barked orders. I feel it in my skin like static, like the crackle before a fire takes hold. "Tomorrow," I say, as we slip out of the market's chaos, "you'll try selling a lie." His eyebrow lifts. "What lie?" That you're not enjoying this. He snorts. Bah. I try to hide my smile, but fail. The bouncer at the door to the flickering coin doesn't say a word. He just leans, hulking and mean, one eye swollen shut like it got tired of seeing. The smell of fried oil, cheap smoke, and blood thickens the air like old gravy. It clings to my skin before I even step through the threshold. Keep close, I murmur to Takana, nudging his hip with mine. His hand finds my waist, warm and solid. It's meant to sell the lie, but I don't miss the beat of hesitation before he settles into the touch. His fingers splay wide, steadying me like I'm something precious that might fall if he doesn't. We've posed as lovers before. But this time, his grip lingers just a second longer than it needs to. I don't call him on it. My heart's already doing enough fluttering for both of us. The bouncer grunts, motioning with his chin. No questions, just an evaluating look between us. Maybe it's the way Takana looms like trouble wrapped in rags. Maybe it's the way I smile like I've already taken the house's coin. Either way, we're let in. Inside, the world blurs into chaos. Tables ringed in mismatched chairs, candles guttering in broken jars, dice clattering, cards slapped down, curses flung like weapons. The roof hangs low, smoke curling like ghosts along the beams. The whole place pulses with heat, desperation, and the metallic scent of bad luck. I lean into Takana, letting my hand rest on his chest. His heart beats strong beneath the layers of cloth. I feel its rhythm and want to match it with my own, want to settle into the steadiness of it. Instead, I plaster on a grin and glide toward the bar. He follows, playing his part like a soldier on parade. The scowl's real. That helps. We order the cheapest mead and take seats near the back. I scan the room, fingers drumming the scarred wood of the table. Somewhere in this mess, the ghost's trail curls like smoke. All I need is the right breeze to catch it. There, I mutter, nodding toward a squat man haggling with a toothless vendor over what looks like a barrel of pickled eggs. He's a runner. I've seen him near the docks passing off unmarked crates. Takana watches silently, eyes narrowed. I'll handle it, I say, standing before he can object. The vendor eyes me suspiciously as I saunter up, hips swaying, smile just shy of trouble. I press 2 silver crows into his palm without breaking eye contact. That's for your next round, I say. I'm not here to ruin your day. He snorts. What are you after then? A lover for the night or a knife in the back? Neither, I reply sweetly. Just information. He sniffs, chewing the inside of his cheek. Depends on the question. I tilt my head. I've heard whispers about shipments, leaving Freeport, Arms coin. Folks say it ties to the leaflets popping up all over Wildflower. The vendor stiffens. His eyes dart toward the runner now disappearing through a side door. Never heard of that, he lies. I lean in, letting him smell the confidence on me like perfume. I'm not watch. I'm not here to cuff you. I just want to make sure it goes to the right people. He hesitates, glances over my shoulder. I follow his gaze. Takana stands, pretending to watch a dice game, but his posture's all wrong. Too rigid, too alert. Your man's got guard eyes, the vendor mutters. You watch after all? No, he's my muscle, and if I wanted you hurt, you'd already be bleeding. That does it. The vendor chuckles, low and bitter. Fine, fine. Word is the arms are bound for the eastern coast. Enna's Reach, maybe. Paid for with coin that doesn't match any mint I know. Dark elf? His expression freezes. I press. You've seen the coin? Didn't touch it, just saw the gleam. Wrong shape, wrong weight, smelled wrong. He scratches his beard. Like metal that's been buried too long, rotten cold. I shiver, the memory of the incense scent creeping up my nose like mould. Who's moving it? No names, he says quickly. I don't ask. I nod, dropping another coin into his palm. Good man. I turn and find Takana at my shoulder. I don't know how he got there so quietly, but his presence settles over me like a shadow. Protective, grounded. You always this smooth with strangers? He asks. Only when I want something. Did you get it? Some of it. He stares down at me like he's trying to read a language no one else sees. You're risking too much, says the man dressed like a drunk thug. He doesn't rise to the bait, just places a hand at the small of my back, guiding me toward the exit. We pass back through the haze of sweat and broken dreams, through laughter that cuts like blades and music that wheezes from a dented flute. Every step with his hand on me, every breath shared in that suffocating heat, builds something in my chest. Something wild, something sharp. Outside, the night is thick with salt air and damp cobbles. I pull my hood up against the wind, but the heat inside me doesn't fade. We're getting close, I say. Takana doesn't speak for a long time. When he does, his voice is quieter than I expect. Too close. I smell smoke and ale in my hair, chest pounding from the heat of the chase, lungs tasting copper as I dart through alleyways edged by stacked barrels and rotting crates. Takana crashes just behind me, still in disguise, cloak flapping wide like a broken tide. Narrow stones scrape at his boots while I struggle to keep pace, breath ragged and heart dancing with danger. My senses pummel me to life, wet moss underfoot, gutter water stinking of decay, and the pounding of boots too large to belong to one fleeing with me. Our cover unravels when a tall Minotaur loyalist, dressed in clean patrol leathers, steps into the market path where we passed only seconds before. His good eye blazes with recognition. His voice cracks open the night like a whip. Takana! Captain Takana of the City Watch! Come here! We don't stop. I slip out through a side gate while Takana strikes a discarded board with a blow from a guard's discarded blade. Doors slam, curses fly, and the chase erupts with teeth. I sprint into tight courtyards, scaling a stacked set of boxes to reach the lattice of roof tiles above. Takana follows, breath a growl in my ear, hooves pounding wood until we burst out onto the high beams above the flicker of torchlight. Stars glint above murk black roofs. We zigzag over chimneys, each step a gamble. Rain threatens to slick the clay tiles beneath us. Behind, footsteps echo like distant drums. My pulse sings each beat. Takana's stride is rhythm, controlled, power. Even with the ragged disguise, he moves like a storm tethered by steel lines. I slide across a low parapet into a tangle of clotheslines. The linen whips past my face, tangling in my hair like ghost fingers. Takana lands beside me, heavy but silent, cloak snagged on cedar roof edge. We duck over a ridge, onto planks that creak under weight and worry. I taste salt in the drifting air, harbour beyond. Freedom or oblivion, I don't care as long as we're racing hope. We clear the rooftop maze and slip down into a hidden courtyard behind my tavern's back door. I pull Takana in and slam the gate shut, manacles clattering against wood as he seals it. I collapse to my knees, chest heaving, legs shaky. He drops too, and for a moment, silence blooms between gasps. My body trembles with adrenaline and relief. He lets his hand brush my back, gentle, grounding. I don't flinch. The moment tastes like something new, something sharp and intoxicating. We climb inside my room, the faint scent of spiced bread lingering like comfort. I drop to the floor beside the cot. The candlelight trembles across his features, painting him raw and restored. I laugh, voice greedy with exhaustion and the absurdity of it all. Takana smiles faintly, a small tilt of lips rare as winter sun. Thank you, he whispers, voice cracked by something deeper than duty. I reach for his hand carefully, as if surprised by the softness beneath armour. You saved me. His eyes flicker. algae green stained with something both fierce and tender. The air between us hums and bends. I inch closer, heart pounding hollow in my ears. His breath catches. I tilt my head, nose brushing his jaw. Light threatens to bloom in that space. I taste longing on my tongue, but when I lift my gaze, his eyes dip. He pulls back slightly, jaw clenched tight. "I can't," he rasps, voice strangled with conflict. I don't whisper why not. I just touch his arm gently, warmth faint and glinting where his armour left bruise. The space hangs stretched with unsaid things, fear, desire, loyalty, but he doesn't close it. He stands, cloak trailing by his boot. He kneels to brush away sand from my cheek, regal even in regret. "I'll figure out how to walk into their world without flashing steel," he says. "Because you deserve better than to drag the weight of war through alleys by yourself." I swallow, chest tight with that promise. He bows his head, a gesture trembling between honour and something softer. Then he releases my hand and walks away, careful, determined, but not gone. The door clicks shut once. I settle back on the floor, legs cramping, heart breaking and healing at once. Candlelight flickers, and in that glow I hardly feel cold. But I feel that moment still. Words not said, closeness not killed. He saved me between chaos and quiet. Now I dream of what happens next.
Chapter 10. Takana. Haunted Edge. I wake before dawn, muscles still humming from yesterday's sparring, senses sharp as polished steel. My armor lies slick with sweat under cool moonlight as I step onto the ring at the training yard. The recruits gather around me in ragged rows, young spears and uncertain hands. Their eyes expect discipline, and I deliver it with precision born from battlefields long buried beneath dust. My sword strikes the wood target a dozen times snap, heavy impact, each blow harder, colder, more accurate. I hear bone crack rhythms and taste iron on my tongue. Still, I feel that moment from the tavern hovering beneath my ribs, her breath soft, eyes bright, inches away. I keep swinging the blade until the recruits flinch at each strike. Sweat beads on my brow, salt stinging the cut along my temple from a month-old wound. I don't stop. Even when Lieutenant Urtus steps out to watch, he stands silent in the corner, expression unreadable. I can still feel her, Danica like a ghost wound I can't reconcile. Finally, Urtus calls out, voice sharp enough to cut through the racket. "Captain, you might have one of them bleed. Eyes on the men, not your memories." I ease back, tuck the sword into its sheath. My posture is still agony disguised as steel. I stand taller so they can't see the tremble beneath shoulders. I force to calm. He approaches, hands clasped behind his back. "If you let this, whatever's consuming you, take a strike, I'll have to file a report." I narrow my eye. "You filing, Urtus?" His expression stirs between loyalty and fear. "Sir, you can't fight shadows not in uniform." I take a breath, muscles unclenching. "You don't have to worry about me so long as those who threaten this city wear edges I can split." He nods, backs away. The apprentices line again, rising with the midday sun in their eyes. I return to instruction. Still, that memory burns beneath every strike, lips almost touching, dishonored distance between truth and demand. It snarls in my veins. I dismiss training early and drop my sword at the barracks doors without words. The air tastes of oil and fresh sweat. I spit and walk out into the city sunrise, cloak folded over arm. My gaze drifts only once toward the tavern I left behind. The dock district greets me with salt-tang wind. Goal cries like challenge. Crates clatter, ropes swing. Sailors curse at tides they bargain with for coin they barely feel. This is the city's blood smell so thick it clings to sinew. I wander past unsold barrels of fish jerky, past vendors slicing lemons over cold mackerel. The boardwalk groans beneath weight. I inhale sea bitterness. I stop at Anna's Reach Tavern, the place Danica said the runner slipped through for payments. The door's patched and greasy from hands cheaper than coin. The bouncer's head turns drunk too early. Still, he sees me before I see him, and his hand tightens on cudgel spattered with ale. He grunts. I greet him with a nod that means only weight and intent. He grunts again and steps aside. Fatialis on the wall behind him, painted in soot. No blood spilled inside. A cruel joke draped between rotting wood planks. I step inside into shadows that smell of burnt bread and fading hope. I don't ask. Just walk to the back where smoke tints the air, scarlet. Men gamble with stone dice. The runner is gone. Leaves only half-empty glasses and rumpled cloak tossed across a broken chair. I trace fingertips over the table's grooves. Dark coin kept close. I breathe that scent again, foreign mint, stale leather, promise. Footfalls echo behind. I spin. Danica stands in the doorway, arms crossed, lips drawn tight like she's been holding something back too long. Her hair is damp from salt wind, eyes bright. "You followed the scent," she says. "I did," I reply, not moving. She steps forward, closes the space between us. The smell of warm spice oil drifts from her hair. Candlelight flickers across her cheekbones. She tastes of tangy rum and candle soot. I inhale it like a vow. "I'm sorry I ran off," she murmurs. "You could have died," I say, voice low. "Cal taught me better," she counters. "You can't cage me with your guilt." Her nails scrape the wood beside me. The space between us breathes closer. I swallow, taste regret. "I want to keep you safe," I say. She narrows her eyes. "You can start by muttering fewer threats about my death." I exhale. "Your life matters." She looks at my hand across the table. I feel the shift. I fold my fingers around hers. Rough palm meets silk skin. She doesn't pull back. The moment stretches. Cloaked by tavern gloom, hidden where ribs meet resolves. I swallow, silence. She exhales. "Get your eyes off the roof next time." I nod once, voice thick. "Yes, ma'am." She smiles, not mocking, not distant. Something soft cracks beneath the armor I carry. A break I didn't expect. We step out together into the brisk air, leaving the smoke, the whispers, and the shadows of the tavern behind us. I pass through the dock gates under torchlight, landing on slick cobblestones the color of tarnished steel. The harbor smells like brine and rust, so thick I can taste it behind my teeth. My cloak still carries the ghost of Danica's scent lemons, spice oil, persistence. Every step pulls me toward the memory of her hand in mine. Something promised remains sticky beneath my resolve. The warehouse looms under a flickering lantern ahead, half hidden by gantries and salt-stained crates. A hooded figure slips inside, gait fluid and practiced, petals of dark fabric trailing like ink in water. I press back into shadows, heels sinking into driftwood boards. My gut hums, a warning I've learned to trust, and I step forward without sound, following the figure's ghost-like passage. From the entrance, I peer through broken slats. The figure moves beside stacked barrels marked with Falcon Ridge salt, labeling I recognize from Danica's maps. I swallow close, tongue thick with memory of incense. The scent unravels like skeins. Rot bark pepper, myrrh sticky on air, shadow doctrine that stitches protest to piety. I slip around the side of the warehouse, boots silent against plank. Torches gutter inside, casting long, dark shapes between support beams. I raise a shard of broken glass, reflecting light so I can follow the silhouette without stepping forward. My nostrils flare her wine, paper leaflets, sweat of laborers too familiar, too deliberate. Outside, carts wait in neat rows, each prepared for shipping across the eastern routes. I crouch low and memorize the license plates' wooden tags carved with numbers, painted but worn away, digits still legible enough. I scribble them on a scrap of parchment, tucking it into my gauntlet. Healers, weavers, spice traders. Some names are respectable facades for hidden hands. I trace each name back to district warehouses later. The hooded figure emerges carrying a small bundle of dark cloth, smoke-stained. He slips toward a dock truck, nods to a driver whose face I can't see. They exchange both bundle and whispers before he fades into night. I don't follow yet. I step back into alley shadows, tongue pressed to the roof of my mouth, tasting salt flicked by the wind. My heart thumps with cautious triumph. This is proof. Movement. The cloth he carries smells like prophecy turned currency. I edge back around the warehouse, leaning against grainy wood. I count loaded trucks, the tracks they bear, the docked hull of a merchant vessel named Blackthorn, ships destined for Tusker Coast or Nocturne outposts. I record each seal number, every brand burned into their hulls. I even trace a pattern in crates marked all the way to Enna's reach. The hooded figure returns from the docks, slower, empty-handed. He melts through shadows like ink spilled on stone. I follow discreetly, careful to ignore the lagging echoes of seagulls and salt wind. He slips into the depths of Nocturne beyond torchlight. I tighten granite resolve. My mind maps every step, each smuggled crate, every transaction encoded in rope lashings and sealed manifests. I trace visual runes on warehouse doors, stamps that match what the temple priest carved. Ritual markings that indicate cargo blessed by the deceiver's sect. My boots find the path back to my office, lungs tasting salt still, clutching scraps of evidence like warm embers. I record everything under dim candlelight, turquoise seal impressions, coat tokens tied behind the bundle, license plates stained with vinegar and tar. Each note a shard of power, each memory fuel for justice I swear to deliver. I rub the back of my neck where sweat dripped cold beneath the ridge of armor. The weight of prophecy and rebellion coils beneath, suppressed but brewing. I slip into uniform beneath my cloak and pause before returning to dominated calm under watch insignia. The scent of incense hidden inside my sleeve still lingers faintly, a whisper of the next steps. Tomorrow I'll take it to Danica. We'll cross-match routes, cargo, ritual ties. As I step out into torchlit corridors, I taste resolve again. This night's patrol won't feel like routine. I'll carry in my veins the perfumed ghost of prophecies bastardized in dark rooms. The power to unravel them burns beneath the uniform steel. I breathe deep. I walk on. I knock lightly at her door once, thumb pressed against the wood grain. I smell the faint swirl of lavender and damp steam before she opens it, hair damp and clinging to her skin, wrapped in a threadbare robe that falls shy of modesty, but perfect for me to hold my breath longer than I should. Her skin glows in the lantern light, pale with still warming steam. I freeze, caught between duty and desire, feeling the ghost of her presence in my chest before she even speaks. She laughs a soft, light thing that vibrates through my senses like a chord struck in the stillness. "Come in, Captain," she says, gesturing with a playful tilt of her head. I don't bite unless provoked. I step in. I close the door behind me. The towel rack drips faintly from her bath's residue. The air smells like lavender and chamomile, lingering in steam spirals that curl in the low light. Woolen robes pooled around her feet look like shadows hemmed by warmth. I taste my heart thudding against ribs. Stepping into the room is the same as walking onto a battlefield, only the enemy is desire. I keep my sword strapped, but I don't want it tonight. I don't want anything with edges right now. Once she's settled, I speak. "I found it," I say, voice low. "Temples, shipments, that cloth you found. I tracked it to Warehouse 17. License plates, crates bound for Enna's reach, and the runner, the hooded figure from the temple, left a trail through Nocturne and back here." She moves close to me, robe swaying like wind through reeds. She kisses draw patterns on my cheek, reckless with whisper warmth. "Show me." Her voice trembles with something softer than command. Relief, fear, hope. I step into candlelight to unroll the parchment I carry, tight trails marked, numbered crates, my little notes in margins. I breathe in deeply. Musty desk, ink bleeding into smudged lines. lavender fading with focus. She touches a mark, lightly runic ink blurred beneath her fingers. I flinch, savoring the ghost of her touch. "You did this in one night?" she murmurs, eyes flicking from crate names to runes I recorded from clerk's logs. She knows better than most that the deceiver's followers hide power in script. The elvish scorch I found in Nocturne matches marks on these crates. It ties protest to doctrine, silver coin to lost prophecy. I lean in so the candlelight paints our shadows across the floorboards. She exhales sharply. "We're close," she says. "Tomorrow we hit 17. We find evidence or burn it." I nod. My chest tightens. Duty clenches around my ribs. Yet I keep standing, steady, watching her breathe the same air, warm, soft, real. Suddenly she steps forward, pressing a finger to my chest beneath the stiff cloak. I feel it through the fabric. Warmth, invitation, something that could ripple into confession or collapse. Her hair slips, drips droplets of water at my sleeve. I glance down, swallow. Not a soldier, just a man wrapped in armor and longing he can't name. She lets the silent moment stretch. "You saved me last night," she says, "but you didn't stay. Not long enough." I inhale faint steam, scent of candle and regret. I want to say something true. I take a half step. I open my mouth, but the words come out clipped. "My duty," she bites her lip. "But you came back." I close my eyes. The weight of the evidence, the ghosts, the revolt, they blur behind her gaze. I taste betrayal on my tongue when I imagine moving closer. The moment trembles between us. Breath caught, unspoken questions. Her robe slips lower. Her hand cups my jaw with familiarity I never expected. She tilts my face so I meet her eye. My heart thunders again, loud enough I can feel it in my ears. My fingers twitch at my side, clenched beneath cloak. The urge to close the gap burns inside me like fire under ice. But duty reminds me of order. The world we're trying to save leans heavy on blood and oath. I cannot drown in this. Not now. I step back, spine rigid. She doesn't move. The space hums in denial. I begin. She cuts me off with a quiet exhale. "Don't leave again." I swallow thick silence. Not until this is done. She nods once, stepping away. The hem of her robe brushes the map at my feet, smudging ink in one corner. I stare at the smear I can't fix. She touches my arm. Light. "We will," she whispers. I nod, arching my shoulders under the weight of tomorrow. Her presence recedes as I step into the doorframe. The scent of lavender retreats beneath duty. I don't kiss her. I close the door. I slip back out into the harbor's dark ledger in my pocket, cloth of incense tucked tight against my chest. I taste resolve again, cold, masked, relentless.
Chapter 11. Danica. Moon Market Mischief. I can feel it in my bones, the heavy kind of tired that sits behind your eyes and sinks into your shoulders. After everything we've crawled through lately, if I don't breathe something besides tension soon, I'll combust. So I declare, as I yank on my boots and tuck a dagger into my belt for show, that we're going out. For intel, I tell Takana, all straight-faced and righteous. It's a thin excuse, but good enough to bait him. He gives me that look, the skeptical squint that's become his favourite when I've got an idea, but he doesn't say no. The way he stands there, hulking in the tavern's threshold like he's carved from night, tells me he knows I'm lying. But I also know he wants to come. "You're in luck," I say, brushing past him and tossing my cloak over one shoulder. "The moon market's tonight. 3 moons since the last. Let's go rub shoulders with the reckless and beautiful." He grunts, but it's the sort of grunt that means yes. His footsteps fall in behind mine like thunder trailing lightning. The wildflower docks transform when the moons align just right. Torches line the piers like molten beads, casting flickers over banners strung from mast to mast. The smell hits first: roasted chestnuts, fried fish, clove wine, wet rope, sweat, a trace of river mud beneath it all. Music clatters through the air like a dozen arguments happening at once, pipes and drums, and something like a dulcimer beating itself to death. The crowd swallows us as we step off the main road. I slip through the press easily, born for tight corners and elbow room navigation. Takana, bless him, moves like a ship through fog. People part for him whether they mean to or not. He looks around like he doesn't quite trust the joy in the air, eyes narrowed, shoulders stiff under that worn leather cloak. "You ever been to something like this?" I ask, tossing him a grilled pear wrapped in spice leaf. "No." One word, flat, but I catch the twitch in his mouth when he takes a cautious bite, and his eyes widen. I grin. "They steep those pears in elder wine for 2 days. Don't blame me if you end up dancing shirtless." He glares. I laugh. We keep walking. A man juggles knives from atop a rain barrel. A dog barks 3 stalls down, where a woman sells love potions in blown glass bottles, and someone's kid screams joyfully as a candy vendor hands over a puffed sugar bird that flaps its wings with real movement. I haven't seen the market this alive in years. Maybe it's the rebellion thickening in the shadows, or maybe the people just need a night to pretend none of it matters. We pass under a rope bridge strung with moon charm talismans, the bells clinking softly in the wind. A flutist leans against a barrel playing something slow and wistful, the notes curling around the lantern light like perfume. I see Takana soften, just a fraction, but it's there. I pull him toward the edge where a fire breather spits flame into a spiral, illuminating a circle of stunned onlookers. A coin changes hands as someone bets on whether the next flame will touch the river's edge. The heat on my face mingles with the buzz in my blood. I feel alive again. "I'm starting to think you lied about this being intel work," he says, voice low, almost amused. "I never said it wasn't fun." I tilt my head up at him. "You ever try dancing?" He looks at me like I asked if he's ever tried self-immolation. I'll take that as a no. I reach for his wrist and pull. Then tonight's a night for firsts. The music shifts. Faster now. Wild. The kind of rhythm that gets into your bones and makes your hips sway without permission. The kind of beat that says danger and delight share the same bed. I tug him onto the cleared circle where others are already spinning, laughing, stomping mud into rhythm. He's awkward at first, of course he is. He moves like he's trying to calculate foot placement like troop formation. But I guide him, let him feel it. I spin, skirts kicking up, hair flying free under the lamplight, and when I catch his eyes again, gods, the heat there nearly knocks me back. I press closer, not in a scandalous way, just enough that he can follow my lead. His large hand finds my waist, firm but careful, and I'm suddenly aware of how big he is, how warm. He smells like sweat, leather, and iron. It's heady, distracting, tempting. "Relax," I murmur, breathless. "You're not under attack." His lips twitch. Yet. We dance until my legs ache and my cheeks hurt from grinning. He never says he's enjoying himself, but his grip on my hand tightens just slightly every time the music slows. He doesn't want to let go. Neither do I. Eventually, we stagger off the circle and find a quiet corner where someone's selling citrus-spiked ale and pepper cakes. I drop onto a barrel and fan myself, handing him a drink. He takes a long pull, eyes flicking over the crowd, always alert, always halfway between soldier and man. I forgot what this feels like, I admit, wiping sweat from my brow. To just be. Not plan, not run, not fight. He glances at me, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. "You needed this." "You did too." Silence, not awkward, not heavy, just there. We stay that way for a while, watching the moonlight glint off the river, listening to the pulse of the market, soaking in a moment that feels borrowed from another life. Eventually, I nudge his arm with mine. Thanks for not saying no. He glances down at me. Thanks for not letting me. The smile that slips between us then isn't big or flashy. It's small, real, private. I'll remember it long after the lanterns go dark. We drift into the crowd of the moon market like fish carried by current. Lanterns sway overhead, casting molten patterns across booth canopies. The air tastes of spiced rum and roasted chestnuts that crisp the tongue sweet, then singe. Music pulses through the walkway strings and drums, weaving a rhythm that makes stones hum underfoot. I lead Takana booth to booth, each one heavier than the last with candy jars, trinket charms and masks. Vendors call our names before we slap coins down. I pull him toward a stall where masks hang from ribbons, delicate porcelain faces painted in bold flowers, feathered half-visors, gilded shapes that twist like vines. I pluck a mask shaped like a laughing sun, orange petals curling outward, glitter sparkling in candlelight. I tie the ribbon behind my hair and slip it down over my eyes. The world shifts, filtered lantern glow, distorted faces dancing bright, laughter echoing like bells. Takana's face comes into view, eyebrow cocked under horn ribbon shadows. Cat got your tongue? I tease, handing him the mask. His ribs brush my arm as he takes it. He raises an eyebrow behind it, then slips it on with precision. Light refracts off gold paint. The sun's grin looks crooked and wicked. Terrible choice, he says casually, voice muted through the porcelain. That one makes you look like you're about to incinerate the whole lot of us. I laugh, tilting my head so the mask shifts. The heat of his breath echoes through gaps. What do you want me to pick? I ask, scanning the display above the vendor's head. Something less bright, he replies, scanning. A fox mask, quiet, sharp edges. I lift a fox mask with painted fangs and glinting eyes. I slip it on and tilt my head into his gaze. Like this? He nods once. Less fire, something hidden behind motion. The leather sliver scratches my forehead. I smile beside the mask, and he tugs gently. We move on. I squeeze his arm. He stiffens. Devil's good at hiding need behind that big cloak. We buy rum from another vendor, deep amber in a wooden tankard, cherry sugar glaze glowing at the cup's rim. The first sip scorches down to my belly. I hand him half, and his nose twitches. You spit it out or you drank it, I say. He seals his lips, then drinks. The heat blooms in his chest, makes his eye glow. I grin, picking up the honey half-pear I'd saved. One bite. Juice drips down my chin. He wipes it away with his thumb, light touch, and I nearly swoon in the spill of that moment. Side by side we amble through crowds. The music shifts again as someone beats a tambourine. Without a word, I cross my toes together and thread my sleeve through his arm into the dance circle. He freezes, heart pounding heavy. I pull at him until he moves. Feels stiff at first, like he's trying not to dent the rhythm. Then I spin, hair flying, skirts catching breeze in my wake. I dance like wind through flame unbound, burning bright. People circle us, stamping feet to the beat. He tries to follow, clumsy foot catching him, hips stiff as boulders. I twirl him, let his armour clang in torchlight. I pulse with laughter. He begins to loosen, shoulders dropping, breath sinking with drums. One arm finds my waist, the other rests open beside him. His hand steadies me better than anyone's before. His step steadies beneath mine. I taste cedarwood sweat and heat on his neck. Candle-bright sweat beads along my hairline. My chest aches with the reverberation of the music, the closeness, the life pulsing in us both. When the dance ends, I catch my breath and lean into him, forehead resting centre. He doesn't pull back. Instead, he lowers his brow to mine. I can see every crease and scar across his jaw. I dare to brush my lips across jawline, but his hand catches mine, guiding it away. The air between us feels thick like suspended flame. I pull back slightly, voice soft. Thank you for dancing. He exhales through his nose, voice rough. I didn't mind. I grin under mask, breath hot. We slip out of the circle and glide through the crowd, arms brushing. The drummers move to another tent, footsteps lighten. We leave rhythm behind but carry its echo in our bones. We reach the water's edge where lanterns cast pale mirrors across the river. Boats drift, tied to moor. I rest my palm on his sturdy arm, still narrowing from dancing. I feel more than desire now, I feel promise. He watches music float across the water. I tuck my mask into my belt, lean into the space between resolve and surrender. He doesn't hold me. He doesn't step away. He just remains quiet guardianship beneath the moon's edge. When he finally speaks, voice gentle and thick. Let's get you home. I nod, heart steady. The night still burns with wild laughter behind us. The river sighs, lanterns reflect trembling fate ahead. We walk side by side into the dark, stepping into something new without swords drawn, just breath, rhythm, and something that might be belonging. The dock lanterns slip golden pools across our shoulders as we step away from the market's pulse. Salt breeze catches my hair, carries spice and smoke, pushes the edge of tonight into cold clarity. Takana walks beside me, boots heavy on boardwalk planks slick with sea mist. He's silent, but that's not blankness. It's something else. Holding, weighing. I want to give it words. We pause by a collapsed crate, candles dangling off ropes. I press my palm to weathered wood, lean in. I need this, need us to speak before the silence pulls thicker. You know, I begin, voice low as sea foam rustle. I never told you why I stayed in Wildflower. I twist my salt-stiff fingers into the wood's grain while he lowers his gaze. He's listening, listening, and my chest warms. My mother died when I was 6. Fever claimed her like greed takes coin. Papa did his best, blood and ale from then on. The tavern isn't just where I worked, it's where I learned people need stories, even broken ones, to keep living. I inhale sea-stabilized air and taste truth salt and sorrow folded in hope. His eye darkens under the flicker of candle. I've been lonely since then, I continue. Not because Papa wasn't there, he was. But I watched everyone else moving on, marrying, having children. I grew up behind a bar, dreaming of other parts of the city I'm too scared to walk into. So I hide in stories, rumours, maps, magic I barely understand. I wait, but he stays quiet. I breathe again, his elbow nudges mine. No words need to fill that. What about you? I ask. Scarred for what you've seen, I lost? He takes a breath before answering, crisp like a knife's edge. It happened before I could laugh properly. I was 12, training in the academy's sparring pit. I got cocky, threw my horn into a wooden beam too fast. His profile softens, memory there but no regret. My opponent iced me with a clean strike while my horn lodged in wood. Cracked it. I lost the eye sinking into the impact. I reach up and touch his patched brow, careful. He winces. Reflex, not pain. He exhales, and I hear something like apology in the rumble. I walked away bleeding and embarrassed, braced for shame. Then the trainers laughed, dragged me to healers who dressed the wound and said, "You'll make a damn good captain or die trying. Either way, we're glad you stayed." He adds, voice softer. So I didn't get a hate story, just half my vision and a spooky grin to match. I laugh, bitter, tear-flecked, but it bends under his humour. He smiles then, just a twitch at corners. It's the first time I've seen something unarmoured in his face. Not proud, not haunted, just human. He stands once more, straightening cloak over patched tunic. I reach for his hand reflexively. He doesn't pull away. There's nothing pressing between us now. Just breath, salt, reluctance, and relief. Candlelight trembles. Cold wind picks up. Lanterns sway. I step forward, close enough that his cloak brushes my sleeve. I swallow tight. The lips tremble. I lean in. His mouth meets mine, gentle at first, slow flame, but hungry beneath, uncertain. I taste rum and spice, torch soot and something sweeter. My heart pounds through ribs. I forgot how to breathe, and then he pulls back. He doesn't speak. His face tightens, ashamed as if he's broken rank in his own heart. My palm lingers where his cheek was, still warm. He steps backward, cloak swirling, and disappears into the night without a word. My senses reel salt wind on lips, hum of blood in ears, lantern light fluttering down the pier like falling sparks. The kiss is still there imprinted on lips, mind, memory. I rise uncertain. The night feels too bright suddenly, the world sharper under hidden hope. I hold his absence like a brand. My lips taste him rum, tide, longing. I watch his boots turn into shadow, and I touch my mouth, tender as candle flame, wanting more than what lingered in that breath. I stand alone beneath lanterns, salt-tang air curling through lantern glow. Music and laughter drift across the docks from distant market laughter. I taste regret, chocolate and fire, something new blossoming beneath ruin. I tuck my cloak tighter. I step away. Each footstep echoes. My heart rattles. The night closes behind him, and I'm left with the promise that he came close enough to kiss, and long enough to leave trembling after.
Chapter 12. Takana. Sleepless currency. Night presses the barracks close, torches guttering out like dying spirits. I lie in my cot, armor off but heart buried in rigid silence. The only sign of rest is the dull ache behind one eye and the slow throttle of breath in the dark. The memory of her laugh beneath the dock lanterns loops in my mind, haunting every shadow. But it isn't just the laugh. It's the kiss. Or whatever that blur of heat, hesitation, and want was. Her mouth on mine, soft and demanding, like she'd been holding it in for ages. I was the fool who let go first. I can still taste the rush, sugar, smoke, and something wilder. I keep replaying it, the way my hand cupped her jaw like it belonged there, the way her fingers curled into my coat like she didn't want to let go. I shouldn't have touched her. I shouldn't have let myself want it. I feel guilty, like I failed some invisible line I was supposed to hold. But gods, what a kiss. A man could get drunk on that memory alone. I sit up and reach for the coin in my pocket. It's smooth brass with a carved phoenix crest, the trinket she pressed into my palm at the moon market. The coin feels cheap, but in my hand it hums. I turn it over and over, fingertips tracing each carved feather. I taste the faint copper of sea air on metal, vibrant and lingering. The phoenix is supposed to symbolize rebirth, promises, wings rising from ash. Irony digs deep into my chest. She gave me this as a token of laughter, but now it ties me to a promise I don't fully understand. I rise, boot silent on the wooden floor, and slip out into the cool corridor. Lanterns hang overhead like watching eyes. My cloak drags behind my legs, a shadow heavier than guilt. I walk the stone path toward the vantage where the river's black has begun to ripple with dawn's hysteria. I lean against a low wall, breathing salt and regret. The coin warms in my palm, phoenix wings folded tight. I close my eyes, feel the weight of the night around me, the fog curling off the river like phantoms dancing. I exhale slow, steady. Not falling yet, but leaning. The edge of something raw stretches between duty and desire. I remember her voice, soft in my ear beneath lantern glow. You'll earn your next dance with coin and bravery. I trace the coin's edge with thumb, curse the mask of command I wear like too tight armor. I slip back inside. The barracks is empty, save for flickering embers of lamp oil in deserted sconces. I sink into my cot without disturbing the sleep of others. The coin still sits in my palm, hot and insistent. I close my fingers around it, pressing until my skin rises. The phoenix imprint disappears beneath pressure, but when I open my palm again, the image is back, bound to memory, not wax. I try to sleep. My vision clouds her face, laughter, warmth, danger, that kiss. I swallow and decide. Morning will come too soon. I'll mourn rest later. For now I lean, not falling, not yet, but leaning. Duty claws through the haze of fatigue when I return to Warehouse 17 at first light. Pale lanterns swing on rusty girders, torchlight receding behind me. The place stands silent, crates stacked neat, barrels marked Falcon Ridge salt, the stink of incense faint on cold air. I taste salt and tension in the first breath. I step across the threshold. The boards creak beneath my hooves in a pattern that sounds wrong, too regular, too deliberate, like a code in the timbers. I pause mid-step, listening. The lips of plume dart wood beneath weight. Curiosity fires behind my patched eye. I lift the board. Muscle memory kicks in. Beneath is a narrow shaft, musty air rising up pale and stale. I descend slick stone steps into darkness, leather band of my horns scraping against wet walls. My cloak smacks damp against my thigh. The descent ends in a dry well that opens into a secret chamber carved beneath the warehouse. Torches line the walls, burning low with sacred ritual. Before me waits a table strewn with maps dotted in puppet string loops connecting docks, nocturne, wildflower, protest sites, runes burned into parchment alongside veiled contracts, coded messages folded into waterproof paper, words like return by full moon, deliver tonight, the robe awaits. I sense lines being drawn in cities I thought known, lies built beneath open truth. My eyes land on a dark robe draped over a chair, black silk, smeared with incense residue and sweat. The scent washes over me. Rot bark pepper and old myrrh soaked into fabric, temple smoke burned into skin. My pulse stutters as realization settles. The ghost has worn this. I touch the sleeve. Heat lingers like a breath. The robe folds in my palm, moth-eaten edges trembling with ephemeral power. I pocket a scrap of cloth for proof as torchlight sputters low. My jaw tightens. I run fingers through my fur, tasting burn and irritations of fire and fate. The maps align with Danica's intel. The coded messages match the cloth I carried, the coin she gave, the runes I found in Nocturne. I pause, helmet heavy in my hand. I taste steam and urgency. The weight of evidence coils inside me ritual robes, missing shipments, hidden tunnels beneath a powerless city. The ghost isn't just stirring protests. He's scripting them like lectern verses burned beneath the city's skin. I gather what I can carry. One map, 2 messages, rope scrap folded safe against my chest. I breathe deep, lingering on acrid incense fumes beneath dust and decay. Then I climb back, footsteps echoing upward, ballroom visions of Danica's laugh and skirts in motion, flickering beneath torchlight. I slip outside, cloak swirling as dawn breaks. Salt wind hits me, lanterns twist, the warehouse roof slumping. I smell exile, regret, and revelation in heavy air. My coin burns in my pocket. My resolve snaps into steel. Tomorrow I return with Danica charts, robes, coded lines to expose. We'll expose the ghost or die trying. I breathe deep again, hum of harbor in early light and stride away. The city hums beneath me, unaware of what's waiting under its stones. The air tastes of salt and promise when I wait at the pier's edge. Dawn burns over Freeport in bruised lavender light, waves slapping tired boards. I clutch the maps and coded messages beneath my cloak, leather hilt brushing the hidden cloth I found. My jaw clenches tight enough to taste iron in my mouth. The warehouse's secrets feel alive beneath my ribs, ready to unravel beneath soft speech or hidden blade. Danica arrives on the dock, slippers echoing through cold silence. Her robe coats her in soft blue linen, hair pinned back damp from sleep's damp. The sunrise catches her shoulders gold, an armor more radiant than steel. She doesn't ask questions at first. Her eyes just shine open as she takes in the documents I spread on crates beside the water. I shove the parchment toward her, voice clipped. Here, that warehouse maps, messages, the robe I found, raises more questions than it answers, but it proves the ghost's network is deeper than I thought. She leans close to trace the protest routes and smoke-stained runes with fingertip precision. The breeze tangles her hair over the maps in halting patterns. At her touch, the cloth's scent of incense and sweat wafts anew, tugging something in me. My throat tightens. The robe, that was on someone who fought the rebellion, someone who moves orders through sanctified ritual. It links temples, warehouses, shipments. Her gaze meets mine. Excitement blooms in the crease beneath her eyes. This is exactly what we needed. We can trace. I cut her off with a halting hand. Don't get too close, emotionally or physically. My voice breaks under confession I never planned to say. Her head tilts, familiar corners of her lips curving into a half smile. You think I haven't? She whispers. The words hit me like a fist. My jaw turns rigid. I don't speak. A gust tugs her robe, ripples the parchment. I feel the same current inside, pulling me toward acknowledgement. She closes her eyes and takes a breath deep enough for both of us. The sun bleeds warmth through stripes of shade. She sighs. I already have, Takana. I was already close. Silence stretches deeper than any shadow. I grip the cloth harder inside my palm. My pulse pounds, fear and something daring, dancing together beneath ribs. I don't respond, yet I remain. I let the dawn paint a halo at her back, let her confidence hold mine together. She leans forward and traces the runes again. Her voice steadies. Let's finish this. Together. I exhale on a hum. My own breath tastes of regret and hope. My head dips in silent agreement. I'm not walking away. Not yet. Not now. I fold the maps, tuck the cloth, clench my tooth's edge, until strength blooms not in muscle alone, but in loyalty and truth. The harbor wakes around us, creaking boats, gull cries, distant calls of laborers. The city hums below our feet. I stand there beside her coat softened by dawn. The coin in my pocket still pulses warm. I close my fingers into a fist. Duties wait. Secrets demand reckoning. But someone beside me knows the cost of hiding in shadows and the power of letting something new begin.
Chapter 13. Danica. Flames Within. The ghost of dawn still lingers over Wildflower when I unclasp the robe fragment Takana brought. My fingers brush over ancient runes scorched into cloth. A sudden flare of heat blooms beneath my palm that shouldn't be their literal sharp burn that pins my breath. I jerk away, startled, shaking my wrist like I woke from memory. The fabric is cold again. The air smells like ash and wet earth. Heart pounding, I lift my palm to watch faint scorch marks on my skin vanish too quickly. Magic's been whispering at edges of late sparks in my palm when I'm furious, a flicker behind my eye when I dream of fire, but never heat that scorches the air in waking life. I breathe deep. Terrified, I dress quickly and slip out before anchormen crowd the streets. I follow old alleyways to the street witch I trust, a shadow woman named Syl. Her hut sits at the edge of the market, bottles glinting under hanging lanterns, jars of root and bone piled in crooked arches. I knock. No flash of dagger if she doesn't answer. Instead, the door swings open. Syl stands behind stained cloth. Her one good eye glints like coal. You again, she says, not harsh. Storm brewing, child. I step inside, Candle smoke curls across jars. Their scents mingle. Rot bark residue, cumin, something sickly sweet. Syl claps a hand to the lantern's base, eyes caught on the cloth in my skin. That burn you're doing? I swallow, voice catching. I thought it was the cloth, but it's scorched under my skin. She folds the robe scrap and breathes low. Magic sees its host. It tests, it pushes. Demons within blood know how to roar. My laugh sounds brittle. So, you're saying I'm part demon? She meets me calmly, face shadowed. Not demon, child. Demon's bloodline. Elemental inheritance long buried. Fire magic is never gentle. It waits. It demands. My chest tightens. There's no elemental in my... Let's test. She pulls a candlestick across the table and sets it on fire dust. Wax pools black. Focus on flame. Ask what it wants. I glower, then touch the flame's edge with finger, not on purpose. A second of pain that shouldn't cut. Flame licks scarlet ribbon across skin, then vanishes. Smoke curls in my nostrils like betrayal. See? Syl says softly. Fire answers those who share its blood. My breath hitches. I laugh again. Half hysteria, half relief. What if I don't want answers? She shrugs one shoulder, robe brushing dust. Then you learn restraint, or fire will claim you. Outside, the city wakes with market calls. I leave the hut carrying more fear than knowledge. Magic used to hum beneath me, subtle and secret. Now it stabs. I walk back through smoke-hazed streets, air heavy with bread ferment, fish sales, salt. The world tastes ordinary. I don't belong to its rhythms any longer. Fire's mine to wrestle, to claim or be consumed. Back at the tavern, I lock myself in the cellar, pinch rogue candles to flicker low. I press palm to the scorch. I taste ash, ink, latent power. I test the line between control and chaos. Danica LaRue, human-born, demon's child, growing hotter than she expected. I close eyes tight. Tremble beneath mastery I never asked for. I whisper to empty walls. I control you, not the other way around. We cross the threshold into the Watch's decoding chamber, early morning light thick with dust motes. The air smells of ink, stale coffee, and tension knitted into every worn map nailed to the wall. Takana lays the coded messages from the warehouse across a rough-hewn desk, his eyes sharp beneath the flicker of lanterns that haven't been cleaned in seasons. I stand beside him, fingers itching to touch the lines I helped uncover. He says nothing at first. He just flips open one brittle scroll that crackles under the weight of unfolding secrets. The runes burn in my chest again, the same scorch I felt holding the robe. My skin prickles with anticipation. We've got coordinated targets, I read out loud. 3 Minotaur-run properties scheduled to be destroyed before the next protest. Buildings tied to human-run districts make it look like human insurrection. My voice catches. Flames of betrayal ignite behind my eyes. The government will take that bait. I swallow hard and lift my gaze to Takana. His expression darkens as he scans the words, jaw tightening with every line. There's no ambiguity, no blurred margins. This is war-making, not protest, I whisper. The parchment trembles beneath my fingers. I taste salt on my tongue, not from tears, but from fear that's curdled deep. Takana traces the inked verses with a fingertip. They intend to drown the city in blood and blame us, the humans, give command reason to stamp us out. His voice is flat, numb with betrayal and certainty. Mayor must know. I nod, heart pounding boat horns against ribs. I meet his eye. We warn him before it's too late. His hand tightens on the desk corner, knuckles pale leather. I cannot go publicly. I risk everything I've built with the watch. But I can. I swallow. I feel fire coalesce beneath my ribs again. Not fear, but resolve. I lean forward, thumb smearing across coded symbols that spell violence beneath ritual. I'll go to him. I know the route. I know the people. Let me tell him the truth. He hesitates. His scarred face thaws beneath torchlight. It's madness. Maybe, I say softly, but it's the only path I've got left. He exhales slow, wind-off ocean coming close. He nods once, single flicker of trust. I stand straighter, back straightening under command of revelation. I fold the parchments safe and tucking them beneath my robe. I taste ash on ink, and determination rides in my limbs. I turn to leave, but Takana grips my wrist. His touch grounds terror and defiance in the same heartbeat. His lips touch the back of my hand. Be safe, he says. The morning light glints off braided horns. I taste regret and praise fused in that one breath. I always am, I murmur. We step out together through torch-lit corridors and into the grey-lipped dawn. The city yawns into waking. Seagulls cry overhead. The ocean hums beneath boardwalk chants. Protest posters flap in alleys like wounded flags. I close my eyes for a breath before stepping into the mayor's office, resolute beneath danger. Maps folded into hand, prophecy and warning carved across my heartbeat. Crossroads of rebellion and mercy waits beyond that door. The lead takes us into a forgotten stairwell at the edge of Nocturne's boundary, narrow and claustrophobic, every step carved into slick stone that drips with damp memory. The air smells of mildew and old curses. Takana's lantern pools golden light at the crumbling steps. I taste copper and fear as I climb behind him, parchment tucked tight in my belt. We're halfway up when steel flashes in a slither of movement. Two figures drop down from the darkness with blades drawn. Takana moves first, body arching between me and the attack. I hear the sick crack when a blade slices into his shoulder above the breastplate. He grunts, iron warm against his ribs. One attacker lunges for me. I spin back reflexively, pressed as hard as I can against cold stone. The lantern drops out of his hand, rolling into darkness. Shadows swarm. I can't think. My palms ignite with burning heat I didn't choose. One hand lifts there, fingers trembling and glowing amber beneath torch scorch. Flame arcs out from nowhere, tongue quick and fierce, engulfing the nearest assailant in a vortex of fire. The smell of charred flesh roars through the stairwell. He collapses with guttural shriek. The other assassin recoils back toward the stairs, face fraught with shock. Takana stands still, even though his shoulder bleeds dark. He breathes hard, but he doesn't waver. Are you okay? He says through clenched teeth, voice low metal. I swallow hard even as fear chases down my spine. The flame is still dancing on my advice finger, my hand shaking in realization. I'm not sure where it came from, but I know it came from me. I don't know what just... I choke on breath. The heat in my palm drains. Takana steps closer, despite the blood that slicks his cloak. He sweeps me into his arms, cradling me against his chest as if I'm fragile glass. His hand hovers over my face, wiping soot from cheek. His other hand presses blurred gauze to his wound. I'm not going anywhere, he murmurs. You listen to me. You okay? My shoulders collapse. Tears spill unbidden. Not from fear of the knife, not from blood or pain, but from power I don't fully control and love I can't yet name. I rock in his arms, sobbing out fear and intensity. The silence stretches, thick with smoke and the faint insistence of magic. Training flies out the window. The burning edge of something ancient lives in me, defiance, protection, chaos entwined. He holds me, even though he's bleeding, even though his breathing rattles like armour brushing wood. I let him hold the weight of my fear, let a soldier cradle a woman undone by hidden flame. Eventually I still. I dim inside his strength. Lantern light returns to flicker over blood-slick planks and stone-slick walls. My eyes meet his one scarred eye. Concern. Hunger. something steadier than terror. I wipe nose with the sleeve of my robe. I taste ash and memory. "I'm sorry," I whisper. He shakes his head. "You saved me. Both of us." I swallow past nausea and dream of tear-cooled faces long gone. I lift my fingers and see ember residue at the tips. Magic still smudges there. He doesn't recoil. He shifts me inside his wound's pressure, letting me lean, injury unfurling under hero's care. His fingers brush hair away, gentle in a way that unsettles muscle memory I built for battle. I breathe deep. I feel his wound's pulse beneath my ear. Blood seeps through cloth, warmth imprinting my skin. I close eyes. His whisper quiets the chase that roared behind tonight. "You're stronger than this city believes." I exhale through eyelashes. The cold edge of magic sits with me. The fire within craves clarity and control. If I can wield it as power and not become it, we might unmake the plot before protest. He shifts me, nearly carrying me against descending threat of dawn. "Let me take you back," he says. I nod, leaning more, weight sinking into steadiness. The parchment at my belt still throbs with fate. The city's promise now carries both terror and deliverance. He lifts me with light precision, steps cautious uphill through scorched boards, past unconscious guard bodies smouldering in flicker. The world feels both fragile and irrevocable. When we reach air, suspended between flame and blame, night folding into day, he holds me tight beneath torchlight and sorrow. I taste salt, not ocean this time, but sweat and grief and new fire coursing beneath ribs. I lean into his scarred shoulder as if spine might unfray. He doesn't say more. He won't yet say more. But he doesn't let me go. Footsteps echo below. I wipe damp cheek and breathe flame down into shadowed resolve. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 14. Takana. Broken shield, unbroken trust. Blood blossoms across my tunic, heavy and warm, coughing over ribs too jangled to worry about the knife scraping deep. I taste metal in my mouth and the ragged edge of pain lodges behind my eye patch. Danica leans into my chest, breath shallow and urgent, guiding me with fierce determination through alleys I know only by rumor and lean muscle memory. She supports me better than any soldier. Her leather fingertips burn along my spine, reassurance amid terror. I'm dimly aware our path curves beneath an old stone arch carved with no more promise than old words. When she pushes open a door hidden behind crates labeled Spice, I wobble and she steadies me. Inside, air sweetens jasmine, rue, salted earth. A healer waits. Sweat-glint eyes flick between me and Danica. I'm propped onto a cot ragged with clean linen. The lantern licks at my wound. Danica kneels beside me, breath flushed. She presses a damp cloth into my good hand, palm clammy with my heartbeat. Her thumb curls into mine. I squeeze once. It's a pulse, consent. A promise of protection she never asked, but I silently give. The healer works in low chance, thread dragging across torn flesh. Needles sharpened by bone she holds steady between fingers, not used to stillness. I taste salve, clean and bitter, before stitches tighten beneath dark skin. I swallow sweat and regret. Danica murmurs over me. You should have told me you were hurt. Her voice trembles, but trust underlies the accusation. I release her hand, angry with heroism, weak with relief, but she tucks closer. Healer nods and packs torn oils into my wound, covering it with cloth scented of lavender and rue. White paste glazes sore skin. He murmurs ancient words. My chest aches, but still I hold. Danica stays bent forward, scalp brushing my arm. Her scent, pepper, and sea rush grounds me better than blade or discipline. I close eyes seeing torchlight on her hopeful face. I draw in a harsh breath when the healer steps back. Rest, he says. You survived this. He closes the door behind him with silent apology. Danica settles into the cot's edge, her eyes watery, hands trembling. I grip her palm again, fingertips clench. That gesture says, stay. I'm allowed that. She closes her eyes when I lean closer, head lolling against the pillow. Blood seeps through bandages, but it doesn't matter now. Her chin dips, eyelashes flutter. I hear breath fan across skin. She's too tired to speak. My body trembles with exhaustion and the aftermath of violence. But when her fingers tighten around mine again, something steadfast inside me steals. I reach over and brush her hair from her cheek. Her skin is warm. She blinks up at me, damp eyelashes catching soft light. I whisper, voice thick, thank you. No pride rings in the word, just truth. She closes her eyes again, falls into restless sleep where grief and magic nod in dreams beyond logic. I rest my forehead against her head, listening to breath rise and fall. I taste the sting of failure and victory in the same slowed throning of ribs. When dawn edges toward the window, she shifts. I lean deeper so she doesn't stir. Her arm curves around me as if I'm lost anchor and anchor keeper both. Hours pass without words. The world presses outside, but here, in dim room air smelling of herbs and rain, life's force holds us close. I press my lips to her hair, fierce vow in a touch. The world outside may burn, may crumble, but I won't let it burn what I'm fighting for, not the city, not the justice, not her light glowing beside mine. I close eyes, wavering between sleep and resolve. I hold on to that gesture beneath damp wounds and trust. Permission granted. I won't fail. The healer's lantern guttered when the room fell silent. Danica settled into a wooden chair beside me, head lolling against the backrest, blankets pooled in soft arcs at her shoulders. I sit on the cot edge, back pressed against the wall, watchfire dancing over her face. Her breathing is shallow, punctuated by distant murmurs, restless echoes of a mind still haunted by sorrow. Her lips part, and murmurs escape, faint and raw. Mama, she whispers, voice feather and memory. Then again, Mama. The name repeats like a broken chant. Each syllable needles through me, deepening the ache beneath my ribs. The way she reaches for her mother in sleep, fragility unguarded makes something coil and break inside me. I move slowly, not out of hesitation, but the sense that silence is sacred here. I cup her cheek gently, finger brushing damp hair back from her collarbone. The tender motion carries every apology I've never spoken. Treatment bandage bites gently into my wound, but I don't shift. I lean my forehead against the tufted ribbon near her temple. She tosses slightly, lips murmuring into the air, still seeking her mother's touch. Her eyelashes flutter when I stroke her hair again. Her brow softens beneath sleep's weight. I taste salt on the air where tears pooled earlier through fear and relief. The room smells of lemons and lavender from Danica's robe, carried faint into the night. My cloak lies folded on the cot, smelling faintly of her warmth and exhaustion. My heartbeat thunders in lengthened rhythm, louder than the world's demands. The blade wound pulses beneath the healer's cloth, but the real ache spins beneath ribs tender, alive, terrifyingly close. I rest my hand on top of hers, linking fingers loosely. She tenses, then stops, breath stays shallow, dream-laden. I swallow ice and fire in the same breath. Her murmur shifts. Mama, quieter this time, like she's closer. I lean in, breath warm through linen, knuckles rigid against despair I can't heal. My chest collapses under guilt and fierceness. She's mine to protect, before city or plot. Whatever breaks inside this coffin of quiet can't undo what's between us, something larger than grief, tethered by trust and fire. The flicker of dawn begins staining embers at the corners of the window. Light crawls into the healer's space without permission. I press palm to cloth over my shoulder, the healing salve still sticky. The wound blooms dark red at edges. I don't flinch. I tuck my closed eyes into the curve of her hair. I taste promise and apology and resolve together. I love her fierceness and her fractured longing. I love that she fights not only for the city, but for the right to keep faith with justice, even when the dream of mercy feels impossible. Her head shifts. A breath rattles in her throat. I whisper, rough, "I'm here." Sleep's grip loosens. She blinks, awareness returning like dawn. Her fingers curl against mine. When she opens her eyes, they're damp but steady. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. I breathe her in Tide salt hair, flower sweet skin, ember hush in the quiet space between courage and exhaustion. I trace the burn line of runic scars beneath her hair. The job ahead pulses at the edges of day. Her lips part, voice thick. "You should sleep." "Not yet," I murmur. "Too much undone." She shifts closer. My shoulder aches with bandage strain. Servants wait at dawn beyond this door, orders ready for the day. But she is the only order I intend to keep. We stay like that until torchlight dims to ember. My chin dips and I brush her hair again. Crack somewhere inside me gives way. Not weakness, just a fracture filled with something alive. Chaos invites itself into the world beyond these walls. But right now, in sleep and whisper, between two broken souls leaning into trust, there's something fragile worth defending. The morning comes slow. She drifts back into sleep. I don't press. I cradle both memory and purpose deep inside, until duty claims its place again. I dream of fire and stone. In the black heart of my sleep, I stand beneath a ruined temple carved from ash-gray rock, footsteps echoing hollow in still air. A horned warrior mine, but fierce and unknown, holds a woman whose hair glows molten, skin flickers with embers. Together, they stand in front of a burning ruin. Flames dance across her flesh, and his arms cradle her, as though he embodies the forge that saved them both. The ruin collapses and the world turns silent. When I wake, the memory of flame and weight presses heavy beneath my ribs. Dawn light seeps through slats, casting fractured patterns across the cot. Danica sits opposite me, silent and still, watching storms behind my eye patch soften. The wound dressing is dried, crusted dark with crimson. Pain simmers beneath fabric, but I remain still. She shifts closer, and though my body hurts, my heart leaps with the recognition she's there. Her fingers hover, then come over to touch the wooden rail of the cot. She meets my eye. I clear my throat. No laughter, no careless tease, just the echo of the night's promise. "What was it?" she asks, voice steady but gentle. Sleep tracks on her face fade, but shadows cling under her eyes. She sounds cautious and curious in equal parts. I swallow silence heavy as armor. Blood seeps low through breath and time. "Dream." Her gaze softens. "Tell me." I draw in a slow breath. I taste iron and magic's residue. "You were the flame. I held you." My voice trembles even though I don't admit fear. She shifts closer, golden robe soft on her knees. The air hums with early sun. I can't tell if I smell smoke or lavender. My dream was of me, I continue, holding you when all of this burned around us. No mask needed for my grief. I look into her unguarded eyes. She doesn't look away. I wish I could explain why I saw that, I add. But I woke holding. I pause, voice rough. No regret. She leans forward and cups my cheek. Her thumb rubs across skin beneath the patch, gentle as dawn promise. I don't regret it either, she whispers, voice cracked with knowledge and ache. I inhale that truth and release tension I didn't know I carried. I reach for her hand across the rail. Her fingers fold into mine, warm and alive. No hesitation, no regret. I squeeze back. When I speak again, my voice is quieter than regret. I don't want to lose what's real. She nods, eyes glistening. Then don't. The space between us breathes with unspoken vows, the kind made in embers beneath ruined altars. I shift forward so she rests her shoulder against my chest. I taste hesitation and hope colliding beneath each breath. We don't speak again. I close my eyes and feel flame burn but not consume. I let her warmth, uncertain as it feels, anchor me. Hours slip into quiet healing. Dawn edges outside. The world beyond her home breathes heavy with rumor and danger. But here in this room, somewhere beneath wounds and fear, something real stands unburned. When I finally let go of her hand, I don't pull back. I simply release with care, knowing flame refuses to be caged, but trust insists on space. Normally I rise with orders to face chaos. Today I rise with something else truth-heavy and fragile, carried in silent breath and emboldened hands. I stand slowly, weariness in muscles and clarity in resolve. She lifts her head, unbinding night's spell from her face. I don't need to ask. She rests her palm in mine one last time before I step toward the door. No words pass between us. None are needed. The spark exists in the promise we can still choose to hold. I step out into the corridor with every weight shifted inside, not heavier but steadier beneath unforeseen flame.
Chapter 15. Danica. Sunrise Rituals. The tavern kitchen smells like old ash, dried herbs and sour ale. Not terrible, not comforting either, just lived in. My sleeves are rolled up and my braids a mess, but I'm elbow deep in breakfast like some kind of domestic sorceress. One who knows exactly how not to summon edible food. Takana's heavy footfalls announce him before I see him. He doesn't speak when he enters, just leans against the counter, watching me with that unnerving stillness of his, like he's not just seeing me, he's cataloguing every move. I'm not nervous exactly, but the space between us stretches taut. I break the eggs one by one into a battered bowl. Shells crack unevenly. One yolk slips and splatters down my wrist. Great start. I toss the mess into a hot pan. The butter hisses and pops like it's trying to escape. Within seconds, I know I've messed them up. Burnt edges curl before the centers firm up. I sigh through my teeth, trying to salvage the illusion of competence. The pan smokes. Oops, I mutter, throwing open the nearest window. Cold air whips in, bringing the briny tang of the sea. First meal on duty, I'll get better. Takana, ever silent, grabs bread from a crooked shelf. He slices it cleanly, of course he does, and hands me a piece like it's a peace offering. His hand brushes mine. It's warm, solid. I don't look at him. I can't. I dump the wreckage onto 2 plates and slide one his way. This is terrible, I admit. Don't lie to spare me. He takes a bite anyway. His expression doesn't shift. I know it's awful, and yet the way he chews, methodical, patient, makes me laugh, really laugh. It bubbles out of me before I can stop it. Sleep deprivation, stress, nerves, who knows what combination tipped the scale. He doesn't smile much, but there's a crinkle at the corner of his good eye that gives him away. He offers me a jar of jam like it's some secret weapon. I smear a thick stripe across the egg, trying to cover the disaster. It looks worse. I should never make breakfast on battle days, I say, poking at the mess with a fork. But hey, we have jam. He tilts his head. That's something. I grin. Don't flatter me, you'll spoil my ego. He shrugs. Too late. We eat in companionable quiet, which is a weird thing to call the silence between us lately. It's not awkward, not tense, it's patient. Like we both know we're waiting for something, and neither of us is brave enough to name it. The table creaks beneath our elbows. The bread is chewy and a little stale. The jam tastes like strawberries and sugar, and the last good thing before the city burns. I find myself watching the way his fingers curl around his fork, the way his shoulders don't hunch like they used to. He's relaxing, little by little. Seriously, I say, licking jam off my thumb. This is the worst breakfast anyone's ever made. It's edible, he replies. That's a very low bar. It's the one we live under. That earns a snort from me. Look at you jokes before sunrise. Who even are you? He shrugs again, this time without the stiffness. Someone with an iron stomach and low standards. I shake my head, smiling like a fool. His voice is rougher than usual this morning, like gravel warmed by fire. His shoulders are still bandaged beneath the loose tunic, but he doesn't wince. If anything, he looks more alive than I've seen him in days. I reach for his plate and start scraping the rest of his eggs onto mine. No sense letting good food go to waste. He eyes me. That's optimistic, calling it food. I elbow him, gentle, playful. Careful, you'll bruise your other shoulder. He doesn't flinch, doesn't retreat, just watches me. That gaze is steady, but there's something beneath it, a flicker of softness that hadn't been there before. The kind of look someone gives when they realise they want something. Or someone. My cheeks heat. I bury the reaction in another bite of egg and bread. We stay like that longer than we should, long after the food's gone cold. The kitchen slowly brightens with dawn. The window glows gold and blue, painting the walls with fire. My stomach is full of bad eggs and better laughter. When I stand to clear the plates, he catches one of my wrists mid-motion. Danica, he says, voice low. I freeze. My heart does something stupid. He releases me a beat later. Not fast, just enough to let me know he could have held on longer. He chooses not to. I nod, throat dry. Right. Duty calls. He pushes away from the table. The scrape of wood on wood sounds like the end of something, or the beginning. It's hard to tell anymore. As he passes by me, I nudge the side of his arm with mine. Just a touch. He nudges back. We don't say goodbye. We don't need to. The door creaks open. Cold air rushes in. He steps out into it, shoulders squared. I follow. The Forge district is louder than any battlefield I know. Bellows roar, hammers pound burnished iron, and sparks drift like fireflies across molten braziers. The air tastes of scorching coal and sweat and varnish. I breathe deep and remind myself, this is where the stolen blasting powder likely came from. This is where the ghost is gathering fuel for ruin. Takana stays beside me, cloak heavy across his bulk, eyes narrowed beneath his horned brow. He looks like war incarnate in merchant drab. I keep nudging his elbow to lighten the scowl. He just grunts back. We move from shop to shop, coal miner's gear, scythe bits, rusted nails, weapon blades. I drag him past the sputtering forgemaster stall, wide shoulders hunched, leather apron slick with soot, hands rough as a fisher's net. I catch the smoke flecks glimmering across his knuckles and step in front of pure flame. I square my shoulders, breathe out steadiness. Evening, I say loud above the din, offering a coin. We're traders from Wildflower, looking to buy powder, large batch. He snorts, toweling sweat off a forearm. We sell tools, not explosives. I lean in, voice calm. Rumour says there's new shipments arriving under contract to the city docks. Powder coming through us. Whiskey money exchanged under the table. His eyes slip toward Takana. He's sharper than he pretends. Wary glints in storm silk pupils. I smile. I've got more coin. Takana steps forward, empties a pouch. Weight of silver coins rattles faint over forge roar. The man's gaze flicks to the coin hoard, interest catching in the lash of soot. He pockets a few blades and leans in. You traders? I nod. Yes. Gentlemen of silk and coin, looking for supplies. He narrows his eyes over ember glow. Sweat drips into his glove. A shipment went north, nocturne bound tonight, not through docks, replaced crates bound for Tusker smugglers. I catch his name inside running gears, someone who sells rumours as well as tools. I grin. Do you know who signed for it? He smirks. Someone masked, no mayor's seal, just the cloth tag I won't repeat. Hot thrill surges beneath my ribs. I glance at Takana. He flicks a finger in thanks, heavy beard brushing my ear. I nod back. We've got a lead. We pay more than any merchant would for rumour market in that northeast booth and leave with new direction, not toward docks, but deeper into Nocturne's shadows. Takana drags me across alleys between fused iron plumes and smoke-marked gates. We pose as travelling merchants with trade goods packed in crates and ledger in hand. Each stall we pass is hotter than politics, filled with men wary of watch. I keep talking, laughing too loud, drawing attention away from Takana's massive frame. He plays quiet, but keeps funneling instructions low beneath collar. We talk over each other about trade tariffs, route safety, sandal leather quality. We bicker. He complains about pretending to care about mustard seeds. I retort he hates mustard but eats it on roasts anyway. He flicks flame-scented smoke from cloak. I make him laugh by mocking him for holding martial posture even in silk garb. We breathe sweat and spice until we reach the edge of Nocturne. Lantern stumps flicker red along carved arches. The air goes heavy on sandalwood and incense. I stumble first when the road narrows into a dusk-drenched quarter of black stone. The crates we carry feel suddenly weighty. Power behind smoke-burned runes on the lids. I grip the ledger unnervingly, lines scarred by prophecy. We pause before a gate marked by a half-melted rune I recognised earlier. Inside, torchlight catches off obsidian walls. I taste iron on my tongue, not blood, but prelude. Takana tilts his head. Ready? I press palm to his leathered arm. We've come too far to falter now. He doesn't smile, doesn't scoff. Instead he nods once, heavy as iron forging. Then he pushes the gate open. We step into a courtyard where everything smells of incense ash and suppression. I've charmed a forge master. We've posed as merchants. We've made it here believing rumour and hope. Now we stand on truth's threshold, where fire and betrayal meet. I stand in the alleyway where stall shadows bleed into lantern cast-outs, crates of alleged trade goods piled against cracked walls. The air is tight with incense residue and damp stone. I taste tension on the wind, heavier than coal dust mixed with spice. Danica leans back against the brick behind me, eyes on flickering torchlight, fingertips tracing runic scars on a wooden lid. I fold my arms to hide the thrum at my side, wound healing under silk bandage. I pretend it's nothing. She exhales, and the echo between stone walls tightens. After everything, she still dares to speak, when fear could swallow us both. You ever think about settling down? She asks. I shift. The question echoes strange against the hard cobbles. Settling? She nods, hair flicking ash-coloured in torch glow. Getting married, having kids, a quiet life. I smile sideways. You know better than most, I'm not quiet. Her laugh is soft. That's true. I swallow behind mask of leather. Years of patrols, of commands, of bearing the watch crest. It all shaped me into something too large for quiet. But her fingers brush the crate beside me when she leans forward, her looks sharp. She's waiting. Why not? She presses. My jaw kicks tight. I don't mince. Because I signed an oath before I could think about children. What I did then didn't leave room for breaks. She folds arms. So you're still too scared? I batch thought. Her face means honesty, even when the world doesn't. I shift cloak to lighten stance. It wasn't fear, it was purpose. She rolls her eyes, amused. Purpose is rust in iron clasped too tight. I tilt my head. You sound like a bard. She snorts. I'm serious. I breathe. Maybe, but the one time I considered it, marriage, quiet, someone to raise children. She was just a friend in a more forgiving world. She tuts, lips pressed. A friend you still loved. I stiffen. Her words are sharper than swords. I can't hide the ache in my throat. Maybe. Her breath catches. I step toward her, heat lines between us sharper than knives. The world shrinks to shared heartbeat. She's not safe to love, but she's where I lean now. Only where you matter, I finally say, voice rough with nighttime confessions. Her lips part. I taste the tremor in it. But she doesn't speak. Her breath stops and the alley goes silent save for distant lantern clatter. Her chest rises, falls, light. My fingers curl into my palm. The echo of her unasked question stings. Why? I don't have an answer more than one word. The whistle shrills behind us, cutting the tension like a blade. High note, signal clear, the deal begins. I step forward, cloak swirling. She joins me, close enough to feel warmth across side ribs. No space between us anymore. We move together past crates, past waiting men emerging from shadows. I feel her strength next to mine. The stench of incense and sweat intensifies where our traffickers arrange barrels onto a cart. Men trade sealed packages stamped with city and temple symbols. The ledger we carry becomes real, the same emblem I burned hierarchies into memory of. I don't look at her again. I don't speak until the trader lifts his eyebrow. Then I say, "We need those crates retraced tonight." Voice flat. He smirks. Candlelight pools on metal braids and spiked daggers heathed at chest. He grips a parchment and squints. It's already left Nocturne docks, headed southeast. I don't know the buyer. I step back, guiding Danica between crates. We will. He grunts, voice dull as iron. Deal's done. The torch guttered. Money exchanged, not mine. Not theirs. Too late. But we saw it. We have lead. We press close now, leaning so tight, vestigial fear unspools. I sweep my hand toward Danica, and she grasps it immediately, fingers tightening. We turn and step away from trading men and forged plans. Our voices quiet, our resolve loud beneath flicker. The alley narrows, moonlight filters salted silver. We breathe together. I don't promise romance or victory. I promise loyalty. I hold her palm tight enough that she knows I won't let go. Her head tilts just so. Let's finish this, she says. I nod tight. Together. We step away into city night, forged in chaos but walking forward under lantern fire as partners standing on truth's edge.
Chapter 16. Takana. Cellar Reckoning. We slip beneath a battered trapdoor behind ragged crates in a back alley of Nocturne's gambling quarter. The air hisses with stale incense and sweat, what passes for perfume in these depths. Danica shuts the door, lantern casting flicker across cracked tiles and braided rope stains. I hook my sword at my hip and take point, hooded in shadow. Smoke drifts low, and a faint clink of metal on wood echoes beneath our feet. We descend stone steps until the cellar opens into a cramped chamber, ringed with barrels labeled blasting powder, contract nocturne. Figures move amidst flame-bright embers, hands shaking, chanting words I recognize from the coded messages. There are 3 of them. In the center, a man in dark robe, mask pulled low. He glances at the ledger I hold. He doesn't know we have the sum of every plan laid bare. The air tastes of gunpowder and deception. The room hums with danger. I step forward. Freeze! My voice cracks like hammer on steel. The masked man whirls. His blade flies at me. Danica leaps, soft, beneath statuescape, and catches the second man twisting open powder sacks. She flicks her wrist outward and flame marks across his cloak. It flames, bright, leather sizzles, screams erupt. He drops to his knees, clawing at ash eyes wide in betrayal. Gunpowder barrels shudder. Sparks leap. The robed man charges with hidden dagger. I spin, seize his wrist mid-lunge, and snap his neck with a savage twist. The crack is thunder in a silent tomb. Heat floods his body. He collapses to rubble without sound. The third attacker reaches for poison or panic. He grasps a vial. Danica steps, hand glows crisp ember, and she touches his robe. Fire blooms instantly, roar soft, incense smoke thick. His clothes burst into flame. He screams and rolls, choking. I sprint across the dirt-floored room, stomp boots damp with spilled powder. I hear Danica's ragged breaths behind me, smell smoke and singed fear. I pull chest high, eyes scanning. No more enemies fall in line. Silence crashes in. Danica stands by the center barrel, hand alight until she blows ash away. My sword clatters after him. He's done. I step beside her, blade smoking from stolen flame. We are both breathing hard. I taste copper behind teeth and hear blood drip from my cracked knuckles onto stone. I hear Danica inhale sharp. Her robe is singed but not gone. Her hand shakes slightly, ember dust falling across powder barrel. She freezes. I touch her shoulder, eyes steady. You okay? She blinks black as the embers she commands. I didn't mean... I know. My voice is quieter than a promise. You saved both our lives. She lets her hand drop to my arm. I taste ash and yearning beneath resin heaviness. Smoke drifts past lattice rafters. Gunpowder sifts across the floor. Embers sizzle in spots. Bodies lie limp around us, robes scarred and blood-stained. I step forward and close off the door. Silence falls heavy, thick as velvet. She wipes ash from her sleeve, eyes locked on empty space. I wish I could reach inside and clear flames and fear alike. But there's only strength, stillness, worry. I breathe again, taste dust and regret. I sheathe my sword with the deliberate calm. She meets my gaze then, chest heaving. No words pass between us. Only recognition. When I extend my hand for the lantern, she drops her ember-clutch fist into mine. We stand side by side, blood-splattered, panting, illuminated by dying flame. For a moment there is no plan, no fight. Just stillness between predator and partner. The night outside continues without mercy, but here we ruled fire. We burst through the door to Danica's cellar hideout, breaths rattling like chains. Adrenaline roars beneath my ribs, blood hot and humming. I blink against torchlight to steady. Within seconds, I push her against the cracked plaster wall. Hands press firm at her shoulders, eyes scanning her arms, chest, temples checking for wounds she doesn't speak of until I find none. The moment I rest fingertips at the collarbone where flame scorched earlier, heat sags into something heavier. I want to pull her close. She jerks her chin upward, throat bare and vulnerable. Her lips curve into a half-smile. You gonna frisk me, Captain? It's teasing, but her breath still catches in the hush of the room. My restraint, built steel-thick, shatters beneath the laughter in her voice and something girl-kindled in her scent. I close the distance like violence. Kiss lands hard, raw and demanding. Books and maps at the table shake under the tremor. My hand twists in her hair, rearing, mouth hungry. She responds, force fierce against mine, fingers braced on my chest like uprisings. When our mouths break apart, breath mingles riotous and soft. She doesn't grab at the scar on my neck when I flee. Instead, her fingertips linger where my fingers tightened earlier. Her voice is breathless. That was a good frisk. I slash wit between breaths. Don't make me arrest you next time. She laughs against my chest, husky with dot want. I taste rum at her lips, loss of control tasting sweet. I rest my forehead on hers, heartbeat pounding in rhythm we audibly share. Neither of us speaks past desire. We slide together until the wall slumps behind us, and I press my sword-heavy side between us. Just a reminder this is real. Blood-stained boots cling to mud-bright cobbles. She peels my cloak from me, sparks off lantern flame, tugs at my armor straps. I drop each piece carefully, surprise folding into warmth when she brushes across scarred bone beneath the fur trim. My chest creaks, but inside that heavy draft I feel something loosen, a promise I didn't speak aloud. Once I'm bare from waist up, she drags her palms slowly across chest and arm, checking seals and bruises. She doesn't flinch at weakness. Her fingers map pain's edges. I've carried enough threats. Here, touch is safety. I drink in her eyes through burn-pale lantern glow. Fierce, calm, afraid, steady. No jest now, she murmurs. No barbs. Only raw honesty pulses in response. I capture her mouth again, this time slower. Closer. A battle of wills sharpened into devotion. My thumb brushes stiff bandage across her upper arm. I taste salt and smoke and want. Fire blinks in corners of the room. The scent of charred cloth lies sweet between us. My breath hitches against her jaw. She whispers between chords of our kiss. Stay. I swallow, voice in throat. I'm not leaving. We collapse together behind the table. She curls into me fierce and embattled. I wrap my arms around her, hard around fragile. Her breath hums into steadying pulse. Lantern light fights shadows across the room. We lie like this until the world beyond hammering steps stops echoing. Broken lace of spit and wax and heat builds peace between lungs. At last I shift, pulling away slightly so she can breathe. I brush ash-slick sweat from her cheek. My voice is low. I choose this. She smiles wild and sleeps half-light. Always? My lips brush her forehead. Always.
Chapter 17. Danica. Night of flame. We don't speak. Not because words are broken we've shattered, because there's nowhere left for them to go. Torches gutter outside. Night presses us into silence. Takana's body leans into mine, heavy with wound and restraint, aching for release. The placement of his hands is firm, claiming, but hesitant. It's a question, and I answer it without voice, until he kisses me. It feels like water breaking across bare skin, unscheduled, unstoppable, necessary. The heat inside me sees no warning. I lean up. His lips are starved, hands urgent, moving with the precision of a man who's mourned peace for too long. He touches every scar, every seam of muscle, as though mapping a landscape he means to memorize. I ride him slow at first, warm inside storm's edge. My palms curve across his chest, feel thrum beneath strain of wound and desire. He bites breath off my lip, too sharp. I arch into him, moving because emotion demands motion. The world beyond foggy windows collapses beneath convulsion inside me that burns raw. We collapse onto battered boards by candle drips and salt breezes. His cloak becomes sheets. His body beneath mine, scarred and vast, feels inevitable. His tongue traces heat in curves. His hands slide across hips, shoulder blades, ribs. He's towering flame and careful force all at once. I moan, low, unrestrained, as his fingers tease fire through aches I didn't know stood guard on my skin. His breath tastes of ointment and ash. I close my eyes and ride every tremor, every quake that tears restraint from bone-deep memory. It's unchoreographed as blood. It's fierce. I lean down, meet his mouth again, harder. A battle cry tucks into both of us. He responds with measured strength. His one good eye flips open, luminous, claiming me. I cry out when fingers tighten against thigh, wrists, hair-brushed collarbones. He kisses every cry into stillness. I gasp when the weight of his chest presses tight across shoulder. There's no softness, there's no grace, just hungry truth in muscle memory, flesh memorized. I hold tight when he moves inside me, slow, steady. His breath rattles through chest. His voice breaks through ragged hush. I've missed this. I close my eyes. Stay. It's not just sound, it's permission. It's rebellion. It's storm carved into dawn. In the throb of lust and fear, I feel every inch he's run battles for. Now he fights for this, for love disguised as fury. He trembles when he rises, sweat slick, hair clinging wet to temples. His bandage underneath shifts, blood blooms. I gasp, slide fingers across the tear. He swallows thick and supports himself on one arm. Shadows tremble across room's edge. I stay wet with him. I breathe storm. He lowers against me again, and I tremble under anchor of muscle beneath me. Heart under too many vows. He kisses the wound's edge gentle, whispers apology beneath ribs. I close around him tight. We keep breath and bone and heat tangled until we're empty of everything but quiet ferocity. He drifts off between my thighs, forehead on my collarbone. I taste bruised steel and after promise. Candlelight flickers. My pulse slows to remnant heat. We don't move for hours. I slide closer, skin pressed against scarred chest. His ear touches my breath. He cradles me by shoulder and hip. It feels like refuge. At dawn's horizon, he rouses soft and quick. I touch his cheek. He opens one eye, meets mine. I offer him a faint smile crescent of flame not yet dimmed. He leans in and kisses me gently this time. No fire, just promise of more flame later. His heavy chest heaves. My hand rests over the pocket with papers and runes. I don't care about strategy, only truth. He grips my shoulder. I hold tight as edges blur into sunrise. We have no definition yet. No label, no plan to shape this closeness. But we have fire. We have truth. We have dawn mangling silence into vow. And then we rise, wounded warriors turned something alive beneath all the fury. I wake, tangled in his warmth herald of night spent in tempest, muscles tender where his hands mapped me with fierce reverence. His arms cradle me close enough I can sense pulse in his chest, the slow rise of breath beneath my ear. Sunshine creeps through narrow shutters, slicing across sweat-gloss skin and kiss-bruised collarbone. My stomach flutters not with anxiety, but the tremor of truth we made in torchlight. Still, nerves coil beneath pleasure. I expect distance now, coldness, protocol reasserting itself. I half expect him to leave me tangled in sheets and regret. But he doesn't. His body shifts. The side strain shows in his breath, but he moves with deliberation. I feel one eye assess me in soft silhouette before blurring into blends and warmth. He leans forward, gently pushing aside tangled hair, foxing my ankle with sandal straps tangled, standing in boots laced too tight. He brushes calloused fingers across damp skin, grit and residue from last night's violence. "Here," he says, voice low and steady. "Let me." My breath catches. I lift leg so he can slide the leather boot on, careful with bandage beneath. I close eyes when he kisses my neck, soft as an apology. My hands tremble with comb and grief as I brush my hair, damp twists smoothing under broken sleep. He stands behind me, then not watching, but close. My greeting comb stills in my hair. He tucks enamel comb behind ear. I taste salt and Khan's sweet tension. I survey mirror against the wall, my eyes half-lidded with uncertainty, but roll over breath steadier. He leans beside me, voice quiet waterfall. We need to go to the mayor. My throat tightens. We aren't ready. He wants names, proof. We only found the shipment route. He shifts weight to support shoulder beneath armour. You were brilliant in the alley, in the forge booth. I can't wait on miracles anymore. I turn, brush a strand from Ivory's shoulder. I'm not a miracle maker. I'm trying to survive this. The crease between my brows hardens with tension. This is not seduction. It's honest fight. We follow the panic line. They strike next against human districts. We need logic. He inhales, flicking hair from eyes for just a second. I trust your logic. I'm worried we lose leverage in the asking. I taste regret in corners of words. I touch his chest lightly. Muscle still tremors. I trace the scar above his ribs, silent vow of what happened. Leverage matters less than truth. He nods slow, heat gathering around shoulder and ribs. I realize this is ritual now fight, weigh love, step forward. Foreplay between two people sharper than ordnance and scarred by sleepless threats. I catch his upper lip again, less violence, more gravity. I cup his jaw. We build proof until he can't ignore it. Then we strike. He exhales, crack. You're easier to fight than any enemy, Firebrand. I hum, low grin and shrug. Warrior or politician, decades of trying. You don't scare me yet. His fingers curl across skin. That's progress. Silence folds into dawn, where quiet grief hides beneath fire. I shift hair-bound fingers across his shoulder and spin in front of him. We match step as ritual, shoulder brush, breath touch, threat glance. He lifts dagger from belt, taps handle, tactician's call. Shall we go collect politics, or secrets first? I lace fingers through his, gaze steady. Secrets first. He presses palm warm into mine. Always first. We step from doorway side by side, arm-in-arm warriors in blades and grit, leaving tenderness in place of protocol. The storm we shared in night now threads the day ahead, and the city breaks dawn if we do. Takana stands at the hearth, lips half-pressed together, staring into embers that used to burn the cellar. I find myself watching him, even when he's not looking. His jawline catches the glow. A rogue thought lodges in my chest. That fireplace could sculpt angels from horned men. I swallow hard. I don't know when it happened, but he stopped being only a warrior and started becoming something I want more than just survival. He widens his shoulders to clear smoke. My gaze drops to the burn marks on his tunic sleeve. I remember what I did in the dark, flame at my fingertips, fear in everything. Yet he didn't back away. He stayed. He cradled me. The memory of sweat on his skin, his voice riddled with pain and promise, blooms inside me again. He turns then, catches my stare, and raises a brow. There's no teasing line on his lips, just openness I didn't earn and don't deserve yet. He shifts foot, boots creaking wood. We need to gather more proof, he says, voice low but not distant. You saw the patterns, the temple coins, the powder crates, the warehouse ledger. We need someone in the mayor's ear, someone not afraid to hear it. I cross the room, heart warm and tight behind ribs. I press a hand to the scar above his chest guard. Maybe that someone is already sitting in the mayor's parlour, I murmur. Because I'm human. I bleed for people who are supposed to bleed me dry. His breath hitches on conviction. Danica! I step closer. He doesn't pull away. I taste the residue of morning, ash, sweat, something like dawn's promise. Every curve of muscle, every breath he draws knocks clarity into me. Do you, or have you, ever wondered, I say softly, searching eyes I once thought too stern for softness. If you dream of me at night, the way I dream of you. Silence fills spaces beneath wrinkles. He doesn't retreat. Instead, he breathes so low I feel it across bone. I do, he says then, voice so soft I almost doubt I heard it. Recognition cracks behind it, jagged and beautiful. I dream of you. My chest seizes. I press against him then, maybe too bold for beginnings. My hands curl along his broad chest. Ripples mark tissue memory beneath a scrape or two he must still feel. I trace each line like I memorized it. He closes eyes. His head bows. A sentinel surrender. I whisper close. What if there's more than just surviving? What if we could dare to want something quieter? He resists for a heartbeat. I feel the ache behind his jaw, the cost of command, discipline etched deep. Then he tilts head up and meets my lips. This time, I'm the one who catches breath in flame and promise. He kisses me like a vow. Gentle, but real. I taste courage in my cheeks. I wrap fingertips in flame-mouth hair damp at the nape. The room pulses with new rhythm. Not fight, not fear. Just two people standing on something fragile and wild. We break apart slow. His eye catches mine. Maybe we could, he says under breath, voice cracked with possibility. If we dare. I nod tight against him. No laughter, no threat, just clear, mutual want, born in fire and fear and now softness. He steps back, but his fingers slide into mine, not pulling away, not letting go. We stand there, silent vigil in the quiet blaze of dawn. Sunlight fractures through soot layers in the window pane. Dust glitters across floorboards. I allow hope to root in that golden angle. For the first time, survival feels less enough. Not because danger left, because truth also arrived.
Chapter 18. Takana. Council of Blades. I arrive at the High Council chambers with sheen of sweat and copper taste still on my tongue, the aftermath of Danica's wounded touch still thrumming beneath my armor. Guards bow their heads as I pass. Echoes of yesterday's violence trail behind me in chants of discipline and demand. Inside, the chamber smells of polished stone, dried incense from official ceremonies and stale arguments past their heed. Council members sit arrayed like minotaur judges carved in marble pursed, waiting accusation. Torches sputter overhead, drawing distance between us and the war outside. The complaint hits first, an uproar about the ghosts' uprising. Protests spiraling into hate, the watch blamed for failing the city. Arms cross across the half-moons of council faces. One elder, horn-ringed voice smoldering as embers, accuses, Captain Takana, you let this rebellion spread. You allowed the ghost to orchestrate terror under your watch. I take one breath. The weight of my wound presses beneath cloth, but I stand, straight soldier posture still before panic. Breaking plans don't come with marching orders, Elder Zarn, I say, voice even. The method needs strategy, not brute force. The accusations fly. You're too soft. Compromised by sentiment. You favor a human woman's trust over law and order. I stiffen. If the law is blind to misuse, it must ask, is this justice or fear masquerading as protection? Silence orbits. Counselors shift. One whispers, he's becoming too human. My shoulder burns where Danica's fingers trace tears. I suppress more than pain. I suppress regret at hearing how they twist allegiance into prejudice. I breathe again. We don't crush dissent, we dismantle it. Target the leadership. Expose the ghost. Save lives. Violence for violence breeds monsters. Murmurs hiss. A senior figure leans forward, voice cold. Bullets are faster than words, Captain. Do not turn idealist in the face of bloodshed. My grip tightens on my cloak hem. Then I'd still rather be called soft than a butcher. my tone frozen as winter. I turn. The council chair bellows, "You'll send the watch nares if you refuse to comply," followed by a final barb, "Or will the human girl protect you instead?" That silent line fractures discipline. I storm from the chamber without waiting for orders. My boots pound down marble at a pace meant to outrank fear. Outside, dawn cracks cold over the plaza. I don't halt to gather steel. My heart thumps beneath scarred fur. I walk without purpose until the tavern door, wood burnt at the hinges, flickers behind me. Inside, by a candle-worn table stained with ash where Danica burned powder crates, she meets my eyes. She's trying to mask damage with scrubbed oil, fingers tracing soot print that looks like a bloom of flame. She expects laughter, expects scolding, but I don't. I close the space between us without warning and pull her into my arms. She stiffens, spine straight. I press my forehead to hers, not a kiss. Not at first. "I have to choose," I whisper, voice husky behind ribs. "Between you and this city." She breathes into me, slow and raw. I feel the tired weight of command, the muscles trained to direct battle lines, but I unclench. I fold around her as though surrender offers purpose too. Her hands press at my chest, steady. She smells of lavender oil and danger. Her hair brushes fire against my neck. I exhale after too many hours of war's roar. I will not betray my city, but I will not betray truth. She doesn't speak. Her vulnerable silence holds more promise than argument. I rest my hands at her shoulders, clutching. Not to command, not to fight, but to guard. The tavern still smells of burnt wood and jam. Draft slinks between open windows. The world outside reassembles under morning's grief and protest posters. I breathe through her presence, tentative, fierce. My oath warps beneath the weight of emotion I can't abandon. I close my eyes. We finish this together, I promise. Her eyes, firm and bright beneath the threshold of defiance, echo promise. We always do. We remain in silent resolve. No laughter, no closure. Just the tremor of survival reshaped into something stronger. When I finally release her, she doesn't flinch. I step back slowly, leaving space not of distance but of careful respect. The moment lingers between flame and loyalty. In that hush, I feel blame and love bleeding into one flicker. I walk toward the door, the guard's watch resuming beyond threshold. Her shoulders square behind me, steady beacon. I step into the world again, oath and affection realigned. I step forward not alone, but with truth at my side. When I step back from Danica in the still smoke-damp tavern air, her eyes hold something fierce and resolved. She doesn't look away. The hush between us is weightier than any scolding, stronger than any accusation we might exchange. I've come to learn the difference between order and intimacy, between commands and communion. She exhales slow, resolve folding into gentle steel. "I won't ask you to choose," she says, voice quiet and sure. "But you should know I'm not going anywhere either." That sentence reverberates in the scorched quiet of the room. I taste ash on the air, singed wood beneath our knees where flames kissed the planks last night. Empty mugs litter the floor, beer and blood and smoke pooling around the corners as though begging relief. We settle on the floor between charred timbers and fractured tiles. I shift cloak aside so she can breathe. Limewood tables lean drunkenly as props. This place reminds me of survival. How things keep standing even when cracked. The aroma of burnt grain still lingers in the rafters. I feel steady inside the chaos, anchored by her acceptance beside me. I lay out maps for my coat, smuggled routes, smolder runes burned into parchment, towns planned for displacement. My fingers brush each symbol slowly. She leans close, breath warm, shoulder pressed to mine. The seal of Nocturne on one corner hums beneath smudged ink. The feel of it makes my hand tremble, not with fear but urgency. We speak low dialogue clipped between strategy and breathing. I trace the route to the next warehouse drop. She cites contacts among dock workers. She points out times when the ghost's emissaries gather near protests. I hear urgency in the scrape of her voice beneath sober breaths. Silence between words is notes of a larger song neither wants to be silent. As we talk tactics, I notice soot smudged across her cheek, flame ink I left from last night's scorched cloth. I reach and wipe it away with the gentlest stroke I've ever made. Her skin trembles beneath touch. She catches my hand and holds it tight against the map. "We do this carefully," she murmurs. No edge behind it, just intention. Our plans weave between rifts in Minotaur guard schedules and human informant circuits. Every gesture, every breath draws us closer, not simply partners in protest, but comrades in conviction. When the talk wanes, I close the map, flick a mead-soaked mug upright, listen to its empty echo as I carry it to the edge of shattered floor. Danica doesn't say anything, just watches me return. Concern grips me like the weight of command. She pushes herself closer. I settle beside her again. Our knees brush. My body stills. Her ragged breathing normalizes mine. I press fingers into her palm, quietly. Lean my forehead against hers like I'm coming home from a long patrol. She doesn't move away. Instead, her hand slides up my chest until her fingers brush the rune marks under my armor stripe. She whispers, "Home." Her hair smells of cedar oil and grit. I taste relief behind my lips. I don't speak. I don't need to. I pull her in gentle, a kiss this time quieter than heat. She returns it soft. No fire, just harbor. When we break, sweat collides with salt and ink lines. She rests her cheek against my shoulder. Her breath fans my ear like an old lullaby. I let go of fear, a steady purpose beneath our closeness. The world beyond tavern doors may still tremble with brutality, but here we're anchored, unshakable. I close my arms around her, not to lead, not to save, just to stand firm in shared truth. She sighs low and leans into me. Silence settles, not awkward, not hesitant, just unspoken vow. Plans wait. Protest murmur waits. But for now we rest in each other's presence. I press a kiss to the corner of her hair. I taste peace beneath rage. I feel something harder and brighter. Allegiance renewed. Identity reshaped. I feel hope. I murmur, "Let's bring them down without breaking more people." She smiles, voice soft, resolute. Together. That word, together, echoes beyond promise. It's alliance, love, and war all folded together beneath our skin. Ember turned to hearth. The door cracks with Dawn's protest outside. I rest my forehead against hers and promise, I'll hold you steady no matter what breaks next.
Chapter 19. Danica. The boat creaks under our combined weight, every gust of wind tugging at the weather-beaten sails like a drunk trying to pick a fight. It smells like salt and rust and old fish guts, and still, somehow, it's the most beautiful thing I've seen in weeks. Takana's hands, calloused and sure, are tight on the rope as he adjusts our heading. I don't know jack about boats, but he looks like he was born on the water. The sight of him like this, focused, quiet, wind tugging at the rough strands of his mane, does something to me I don't quite have words for. "No knives," I murmur as I stretch out on the deck, letting the sun soak into my skin like warm whiskey. "No traitors, no sewers." He grunts, which in Takana speak means agreement. I glance up and see him looking at me, the barest hint of a smirk playing across his lips. The wind catches his coat just right, and I get a flash of the corded muscle beneath. "Say it," I prod, propping myself up on my elbows. "No sewers," he replies, deadpan. "Unless you start leaking information again." I hurl a crust of old bread at him. He bats it aside like it's nothing, and keeps his focus on the horizon, adjusting the rudder with the kind of ease that tells me this isn't his first trip out here. I wonder who taught him to sail. Part of me doesn't want to know. The rest is aching to. We drift, slow and lazy, past the edge of the wildflower docks and into the deeper belly of Freeport Bay. The city fades behind us like smoke on a breeze. It feels like shedding a skin I didn't know I'd grown tired of. I fish 2 meat pies out of the satchel and toss him one. It's cold, slightly squashed, and probably filled with questionable lizard meat, but he catches it without question and takes a bite. "This is either the best or worst thing I've ever eaten," he says after a long chew. "Don't insult Mrs. Groat's pies," I warn. "That woman has a frying pan older than Freeport's charter. She'll haunt you." He snorts. "You say that like she hasn't already." We talk about nothing for a long time. I tell him about the time I got caught stealing paint from a temple artist as a kid. He tells me about some half-ruined poem he tried to write during his cadet days that somehow ended up being a war song. I teach him how to curse in 4 languages. He teaches me how to read the wind by watching the clouds and feeling the pull in the sails. It's clumsy, peaceful, perfect. At some point, I nestle against him, my head pillowed on his chest. His heartbeat is steady under my ear, a low thump that calms the storm still lingering somewhere deep inside me. His fingers move across my back in soft circles, never stopping. It's not sexual. It's not performative. It's just grounding. The sky bleeds into sunset, every colour more impossible than the last. The city is nothing but a smudge on the horizon. In the lull of dusk, I find myself dreaming, not of freedom or revenge or survival, but of something small, quiet, a life where I wake up to the smell of him and salt air and burnt coffee, a life where I'm not always running. I don't say it aloud, he doesn't either, but the shape of it lives between us, carved into every breath we take together. This thing blooming inside me isn't lust, it isn't desperation. It's softer, heavier. It presses on my ribs like a secret trying to be born. I think I'm in love with him. God's help me. I lift my head to look at him. Really look. The sun has dipped low enough to gild the tips of his horns, catching where the metal bands gleam. His fur glows, reddish-brown, catching fire in the light. His one good eye studies the horizon, but when he feels my gaze, it shifts to me. Slow. Intent. There's no question in it, just knowing, the kind that cuts through armour without needing to strike. "Takana," I whisper. He doesn't speak. He just cups my cheek in his broad hand and pulls me in. The kiss is slow, warm. It doesn't ask. It promises. His mouth moves over mine with tenderness that feels too big to hold in my chest. I respond with need I can't name. Fingers clutching his fur, my body drawn across his like a tide pulled by moonlight. "You taste like wind," I murmur. He growls low, a pleased sound. "You taste like want." I shift, climbing into his lap, straddling him. The wind catches my hair and whips it around us, but neither of us breaks eye contact. The pressure of his hands on my hips steady. Grounding keeps me tethered to the moment.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. We collapse together, tangled, gasping. His arms wrap around me like shields. My cheek rests against his chest, and I can still feel him pulsing inside me. The stars blur above. The wind sings soft. "I think I love you," I whisper. "I know," he says. "I feel it every time I touch you."
Takana, the bitter brew. The tides pulled out, leaving nothing but the sound of lapping water and the whisper of wind against the rocks. We're tucked into a sliver of coastline that doesn't show up on any of the watch's maps. I know I've stared at them long enough to memorize the shape of this whole cursed coast. This spot, it's not on any patrol route. It's not on any smuggler's ledger. It's nowhere. Which is exactly where I need to be right now. The sky overhead is ink dark and full of teeth. Stars burn so bright they could swallow a man whole if he stares too long. And I catch myself looking anyway. The fire between us cracks and hisses like it knows secrets. Like it's warning me that everything's about to get harder, heavier, hotter. She's on the other side of the flames at first, legs tucked beneath her, arms wrapped around herself like she's trying to hold in something fierce. The fire lights her from below, makes her hair look like spun gold and her eyes like embers. She doesn't speak. Neither do I. The silence isn't awkward. It's taut, like a bowstring between us, pulled tight, waiting to snap. I shift on the driftwood log I hauled up from the shore earlier. My knees ache, my back pops. Doesn't matter. All I feel is her. My hand moves before I think, reaches across the flames. I brush the curve of her shoulder with my knuckles, just to see if she'll flinch. She doesn't. That smile she does low, lazy, knowing slices me cleaner than any blade. She rises slow, hips swaying like a dance I forgot I knew the steps to. Crosses to me with bare feet, soundless in the sand. Climbs into my lap like she belongs there. Like my body was made to be sat on and claimed. Couldn't sit still anymore, I mutter, hands finding her waist like they've been waiting all my life for that exact curve. Cold over there, she whispers, brushing her nose against mine. Warm here. She smells like sea wind and ash and something wild underneath it all. Something that makes my pulse hammer like it's trying to break free of my damn throat. I run my hand up her back. Her spine arches under my palm. That fire-warm skin too soft for someone who throws punches like she does. My other hand slides into her hair, thumb dragging along her scalp just to feel her shiver. You're staring again, she teases, mouth close enough I can taste the smoke on her breath. You're in my lap, I growl, voice thick. Not exactly subtle. Her lips ghost the line of my jaw. Would it kill you to admit you like it? Might not. I sure as hell don't say it out loud. Instead, I tip her chin up with a knuckle and look her dead in the eye. You drive me insane. Her grin turns wicked. That's not a no. Her thighs squeeze around my hips, and I can feel her heartbeat against my chest. Feel the heat between us like we're the ones fueling the fire pit behind her. My hands find the line of her neck, fingertips ghosting over the sensitive spot where her pulse kicks hardest. She tilts her head to the side like she's offering herself to be tasted. I don't kiss her right away. I breathe her in. I let my lips brush her skin, slow, deliberate, from the base of her ear to the hollow of her throat. She makes a sound half laugh, half moan, and I file it away like a secret weapon. Her hands slip under the collar of my shirt, palms pressed to bare muscle. She runs them up the line of my chest, slow, dragging her nails just enough to make me suck in a breath. Her smirk widens. Say it, she whispers against my mouth. Say what? That you want me. You know I do. I want to hear it. Her voice is a dare, soft but sharp, and it digs under my skin like a blade warmed in fire. I grip her hips tighter. You think I'd let you sit here if I didn't? Her laugh is breathy and full of heat. I think you've got too much honor and not enough sense. I kiss her then, hard, thorough. She tastes like salt and smoke and something bright that makes my heart kick hard enough to hurt. She melts against me like wax too close to the flame. Her arms wind around my neck and we press so close I forget where she ends and I begin. Her lips are fast, clever, and she nips my bottom lip like a damn thief. I grunt, shift my grip, and pull her flush against me until she gasps into my mouth. Her fingers tangle in my hair, tug just enough to make my eye flutter shut. My hands slide down her thighs, anchoring her to me, grounding both of us against something that's not slipping out from under us like everything else has lately. She pulls back just enough to breathe, lips swollen, eyes blazing. If you think this means I'm going to stop arguing with you. Wouldn't want you to, I say, resting my forehead against hers. I like the fight in you. She hums, fingers tracing the edge of the scar over my eye, slow and reverent. Good, because I'm not done fighting. Not for this city, not for my father, not for us. That last word lands heavy between us. Us. She said it. Not me. And God's help me, I don't even flinch. You're dangerous, I murmur. You make me want things. Her gaze doesn't waver. So want them. The fire crackles louder, like it agrees, like it's part of this madness, this firestorm building in my chest. I kiss her again, slower this time. Deep. Her lips part, and she pulls me down into her like she's swallowing stars. I forget the watch. I forget the ghost. I forget the 1,000 things waiting to snap my neck the second I let my guard down. All I know is the girl in my lap, the fire between us, and the stars burning holes in the sky. She tastes like surrender and salt, like something made of fire and moonlight, and I drink her in like a man crawling through the desert finding water for the first time. Her mouth finds mine again, but slower now, softer, like she's savoring each breath we steal from each other. No more teasing, no more sharp barbs cloaked in bravado. This isn't a game. It's not a standoff. It's something else, something I don't have a name for, but feel down to my marrow. I pull back, not far, just enough to see her face. Her lips are kiss-bruised and parted, her chest rising and falling fast, but it's her eyes that pin me. Blue as the goddamn ocean, and just as deep, just as dangerous. They look up at me like I'm something sacred, and I don't know what to do with that. Danica, I say it before I can stop myself, a rasp in my throat, low and reverent. Her name tastes like prayer and promise, and it settles between us like an offering. She shudders in my lap. Say it again. I do, because I want to. Because I need to. Danica. Her fingers tremble as she pulls at the ties of her shirt. One by one, loosened and undone. Not rushed. Not shy. Just sure. Like she's offering me something more than skin, more than heat. I keep my hands on her thighs, letting her move at her own pace. Letting her be the one to burn the last of the space between us. The firelight dances across her as she peels the cloth away. Her skin is gilded gold and shadow, smooth in some places, scarred in others. Real. Beautiful. She looks at me like she's waiting for judgment. But gods, all I feel is awe. I lift my hands and let them roam. No rush, no hunger, just reverence. My palms skim her arms, slow as tidewater, mapping the freckled slope of her shoulders, the graceful cut of her collarbone. She leans into the touch like it feeds her, like every graze of my thumb is a balm she didn't know she needed. You're trembling, she whispers. I nod, throat tight. Not from fear. She leans in and brushes her lips over the shell of my ear. Good. Don't hold back. Not tonight. Her fingers find the straps of my armor and begin to unbuckle me, slow and steady, like peeling away years of battles. She strips me with a quiet kind of command, not hurried, not coy, like she's unwrapping something sacred, something hers. My shirt falls first, then the breastplate, the leather beneath. I sit there in the sand bare from the waist up, breathing shallow as her eyes rake over the mess of old wounds and fur-matted scars across my chest. Her hands explore as her gaze does, fingertips grazing every gouge and burn like she's mapping the geography of pain and memory. Did this one come from a blade? she asks, brushing just below my ribs. Tusker raid, I grunt. Took down 3 before that spear found me. She kisses just above it. Reckless. Effective. She smiles against my skin, and my heart stutters like I'm some fresh recruit seeing a goddess for the first time. But this isn't infatuation. This is worship. She trails her mouth lower, lips brushing the path of an old burn. Her tongue flicks across the edge of a deep scar, and I shudder hard. When she reaches my waistband, she pauses. Her eyes search mine, asking without words. I nod, barely breathing, as much as Samara and I want to finish what these 2 characters have started. It looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. We collapse together in the sand, tangled, breathless, shaking. Her hair sticks to my chest. My arms curl around her, shielding her from the chill. The fire flickers. The waves crash. And we just breathe. No words, just heartbeats. Because in this moment, with ash in the air and stars above, we are everything. The fire's burned low. Just coals now. Dim red light flickering weak against the black belly of the sky. Danica lies sprawled across my chest, skin warm. Hair a wild tangle across my collarbone. Her breath slow, and even like the tide after a storm. My arms circle her back. One hand splayed between her shoulder blades, the other lazily tracing shapes at the base of her spine. The curve of her hip fits against mine like a piece I didn't know I was missing until she slotted into place. The air smells like her salt, smoke, and sweat, something sweet and earthy buried under all that heat. The sand clings to my legs where we crushed it under our weight. My back aches from lying half in the dune and half on a rock. But I wouldn't move for anything. Not when she's like this. Not when everything's gone quiet for the first time in what feels like years. She shifts, breath warm against my neck. You still awake? Barely. Her fingers trail across my chest, slow and thoughtful. You snore? Wouldn't know. Never slept next to someone long enough to ask. She hums, low and satisfied. Well, if you start sawing logs, I'm rolling your heavy ass into the ocean. Fair warning, I float. She laughs, soft and breathy, like the kind of sound that shouldn't exist in a world like this. It hits me somewhere deep, lodges behind my ribs like a blade made of silk. I tighten my grip just enough that she knows I'm not letting go. Her voice drops to something quieter. Did you ever, I don't know, have dreams? The question hits harder than it should. I stare up at the stars, try to find words in the constellations, but they're just light and distance. No, she echoes, lifting her head just enough to meet my eye. Not like you mean. I didn't have the luxury. I had duty, orders, chain of command, honor, if I could keep hold of it. She doesn't speak, just waits, listening like she always does when it matters most. Wasn't always like that, I murmur. When I was a calf, I thought maybe I'd grow up to be a craftsman, make armor, build something with my hands that wasn't meant to kill. Then the war came. They needed bodies. I had size, strength. Didn't take long before the idea of building became breaking instead. Her hand covers mine, warm and grounding. Takena. Don't feel sorry for me. That's not what this is. I shift so I can look at her better. I just didn't think dreams were meant for people like me. You don't build castles on a battlefield. You dig trenches and hope the rain doesn't drown you. Her expression shifts, softens into something fierce. You do now. What? You have a dream now. We both do. She says it with a kind of certainty that makes my throat ache. I don't know how to respond to that, not right away. I just pull her closer, tuck her head beneath my chin, feel the weight of her settle against me like truth. "You?" I ask after a while. "What did you dream of before all this?" She snorts. "Which year?" "All of them." She props herself up on her elbow, eyes distant as she stares into the dying fire. "When I was little, I wanted to be a sky sailor. One of those mad bastards who tie wings to their backs and jump off cliffs hoping the wind loves them enough not to break their bones." I smile despite myself. Sounds about right. "When I got older, I thought maybe I'd open a bakery. Quiet little place by the docks. Serve cinnamon bread and seaweed tea. Watch the ships come and go without having to chase them." "That one suits you less." "Yeah." She shrugs, sheepish. "Didn't last long. The older I got, the more I realized the world doesn't give people like us dreams. It gives us jobs and punishments and maybe a good night's sleep if we're lucky." I nod, because I know that truth. Too damn well. "But then you walked into my tavern," she adds, voice hushed. "And for the first time in years, I thought maybe I could have something else. Someone else." My heart clenches. Not in that sharp, painful way it used to when I'd lose men under my command or watch civilians get chewed up by the system I swore to uphold. This is different. It's soft, raw, frightening in its own way. I brush my fingers down her spine. "You really want this?" "I'm here, aren't I?" I search her face for hesitation, for fear. All I find is resolve, fire, that same spark she had when she stood between me and my guards and spat in my face like she was ready to die standing up. Now it's gentler, but no less powerful. "I never thought I'd find peace," I say, throat rough. "Didn't think I deserved it." "You don't find peace," she murmurs. "You make it. You fight for it. Same as anything else worth having." The wind kicks up off the ocean, carrying the scent of kelp and damp earth. She shivers and I pull the old canvas blanket around us tighter, shielding her from the bite of the air. She relaxes into me like she trusts me to hold back the cold and everything else that comes with it. "I want you," I whisper, not looking away. "Not just tonight. Not just while the war lets us pretend it's quiet. I want mornings, arguments, laughs that don't end in pain. I want to build something, Danica. With you." She leans in and kisses me, slow and sure, no hunger in it, just promise. "Then that's the dream," she says, lips brushing mine. "And we don't wake up."
Chapter 21. Danica. The city burns beneath us. By the time we hit the southern ridge above the city, the lights all rung too red, too wild, like the gods knocked over their paint pots and smeared blood across the sky. Protheka stretches out below us like a wound, pulsing with noise and movement, streets clogged and writhing. I catch the distant shimmer of firelight, where there shouldn't be any, and the sharp crack of something breaking carries up through the valley like bones snapping. Takana doesn't say a word, but his jaw tightens, that vein in his neck twitching like a war drum. He smells like dried sweat and leather and the faintest trace of me still clinging to his skin. But the heat between us cools fast as reality comes rushing back like a knife to the gut. I pull my cloak tighter and shift in the saddle, eyes scanning the main square. The banners are gone. The usual neat rows of watch patrols are scattered, replaced with knots of bodies moving like storms. Some scream, some chant. One group's dragging what looks like a guard's armour through the street, pieces clattering like wind chimes made of steel. "Looks like we missed the party," I mutter, mostly to myself. Takana grunts. "This isn't a party. It's the first breath before the plunge." We make it through the southern gate with barely a glance. His rank still buys silence even in the middle of chaos. But once we're off the main road, things unravel fast. A broken cart blocks the canal bridge. A shop front's been burned out, windows jagged and blackened. The stink of smoke and sewage chokes the wind, thick enough to make my throat itch. Every street corner brims with tension. People are tired and wired and raw, like they're all just waiting for someone to throw the next stone. A boy no older than 12 shouts something about the mayor being a liar. A woman throws a heel at a passing patrol and starts a chorus of cheers. On every wall, fresh paint drips, the ghost's sigil, stark and bold and taunting. We duck into a side alley behind the apothecary. I press a palm flat to the cold stone and breathe slow, trying to centre myself, but the city feels like it's vibrating, alive, hungry. We need information, I say, voice low. Takana crosses his arms, body half shadowed in the alley mouth. You have contacts? More than you think. I've served drinks to every lowlife and whisper broker this side of the canal. They talk more than they drink, especially when they think no one's listening. His eye narrows. You trust them? I trust them to be greedy. That's good enough. He doesn't argue, which tells me just how bad it's gotten. I've got a plan, I add. That gets his full attention. He straightens, leans in a little. Let's hear it. We start in Nocturne. He blinks, slow. You want to walk into the black market district while the city burns around us? I want to bait the ghost's inner circle out of hiding. That means smoke, noise, risk. He doesn't look thrilled. And how do you plan on doing that? I smile, sharp and mean. We sell maps. His brows knit. Maps? Stolen maps, royal trade routes, watch patrol routes, old sewer grids, maybe a draft or two of the safe house rotation logs. Enough real data to turn heads, but just doctored enough to keep us alive. You forge all that? No, but I know a guy who does. Tafik, ex-watch cartographer, drinks like a fish and owes me 3 favours. He'll talk if I show up with coin and the right kind of threat. Takana's quiet again, calculating. I watch the way his nostrils flare, the shift in his posture. He doesn't like it. Doesn't like me walking into the lion's mouth with nothing but a few forged papers and a smile. You'll be a target. I already am. This way I get to choose who aims first. He swears under his breath, something in that deep, guttural dialect he only uses when he's really on edge. You're going to get yourself killed. Maybe. But I'll do it swinging. He grabs my arm, gentle but firm, the heat of his palm bleeding through my sleeve. Danica, you don't have to prove anything, not to me, not to them. This isn't about proving. It's about finishing. The city's on fire, Takana. If we don't act now, it burns to the ground with everyone still in it. He meets my gaze. I mean really meets it. No armour, no rank. Just him and me in the dirt and ash and desperation of our city falling apart. All right, he says finally. We do it your way, but I'm coming with you. I squeeze his hand once before letting go. Wouldn't have it any other way. The plan settles between us, rough around the edges but solid. I'll dig up the forgeries, string together the right lies, grease the right palms. He'll play backup, looming and growling and doing that thing he does that makes most men rethink their life choices. We step back into the street together, shoulder to shoulder, eyes sharp, heart steady. Protheka groans around us, crumbling under the weight of its own secrets. I've got a purpose, a real one. We're not just surviving anymore, we're hunting. The mirror's cracked, has been for years. But the warped reflection staring back at me tonight feels truer than the one I wore yesterday. The face is mine, but not. The jaws shaded sharp with soot, cheekbones dirtied with burnt ash, and the faintest smear of oil to break the symmetry. My lips are painted blood wine red, a shade too rich for tavern wench, and not bright enough for courtesan. The eyes, they're the same blue, but colder, hidden under a fringe of dark bangs from the wig I pin in place with hands that don't shake. The outfit stitched together from old rolls and bad memories. One thigh-high boots patched where a blade slipped once. The corset's tight enough to crush ribs, but leaves my cleavage baiting. A wrap of deep maroon hugs my hips, slit up high enough to distract from the knives strapped to my thighs. Takana watches me from the shadowed doorway, arms crossed, mouth a thin line. He hasn't said a word since I walked out of the back room dressed like sin and trouble. His silence presses against my shoulders, heavier than a shout ever could. "You hate it," I say flatly, adjusting the holster under my bust for the 4th time. "I hate what it means," he says, voice gravel dragged across steel. "Means we might live long enough to burn the ghost out of his hole." He doesn't argue, but his eye tracks me like a predator clocking the last deer on the ridge. "You shouldn't go in alone. If I bring muscle, they'll smell it. Nocturne doesn't trust strength. They respect desperation." "You're not desperate. They won't know that." I pull my cloak tight and check the inside pocket where the charm sleeps, a sliver of blackened glass etched with a rune only the witch down in the docks can read. One touch to a target and it starts pulsing, bleeding trail light no one else can see but her. We follow that trail to one of the ghost's captains, maybe even a lieutenant if the gods feel charitable tonight. The walk to Nocturne's eastern edge is slow and hot with tension. People scatter from my path, but not because of fear. It's respect, or at least recognition. The look folks give a snake sunning itself on a rock. Dangerous, but too pretty to step on. The den is called Silt and Smoke, tucked under a bridge that hasn't seen repairs since the last flood season. A guard with tusks sharpened to points leans against the archway, eyeing me like he's trying to decide whether I'm worth the trouble or too expensive to bother. I offer him a smile that promises more pain than pleasure and sweep inside. The air slaps me, thick with pipe smoke, wet stone, and the sweat of too many bodies crammed too close together. Music hums low and discordant from a dying string harp in the corner. The room pulses with half-spoken lies and half-finished deals. People sit too close, whisper too soft, drink too fast. I slip between tables like a shadow stitched to perfume and confidence. My mark's here. I know it. One of the ghost's captains, someone with rank enough to wear the sigil on a ring, but not high enough to stay hidden in some hole. I find him in a booth near the back, flanked by 2 mercs, one ogre-blooded, the other elf-eyed and thin as a blade. I don't sit. I lean on the edge of the table, just enough cleavage and grin to make them look twice. "You boys looking for something rare?" I purr, voice thick with honey and threat. The elf sneers. "Don't think we can afford you, love." "Pity. I was offering something much more valuable than me." The captain, broad shoulders, silver streak through his beard, long scar curling down his jaw like a lover's claw, tilts his head. "What kind of valuable?" I flick a hand and produce the map. Not the full thing. Just enough of the watch's tunnel networks to turn heads. His eyes widen before he schools his face. "Where'd you get this?" "Wrong question. Right one is, how much do you want it?" He motions for me to sit. I do, sliding next to the elf, who smells like camphor and old rage. I keep my smile pinned in place, sip the drink they slide in front of me, let the tension pull taut until I can slip the charm from my wrist. It's already charged. All I need is contact. I wait until the captain leans in to whisper. His hand brushes mine. That's all it takes. The charm pulses once before fading. It's done. I should leave. Stand, flirt a bit more, vanish in the noise, but I overplay it, stay 1 beat too long. When I get up, the elf's eyes narrow. Too sharp, too perceptive. "You smell wrong," he murmurs. "Most men say that after," I quip, turning on a heel. He grabs my arm. His grip isn't tight, but it's final. "Who sent you?" The air thickens. Every eye in the den shifts toward us like predators scenting blood. I don't wait. I twist my wrist free, spin, and drive my knee into his gut. He grunts, but recovers fast, drawing a blade with a speed that betrays his frame. The others rise, a wave of steel and curses crashing toward me. I don't think. I burn. The fire surges up from my gut, through my chest, down my arms, until my palms scream with light. I shove both hands forward, mouth open in a scream I don't remember forming, and the booth erupts. Wood and flame and smoke swallow the back wall in seconds. Screams follow, smoke curling into my lungs. I bolt through the haze, lungs seizing, eyes watering. The den erupts behind me, tables flipped, mercs shouting, weapons drawn. I knock over a bottle, set half a curtain on fire with the bare skin of my elbow. Someone grabs for my leg, misses. I crash out the front door, coughing, dragging smoke behind me like a curse. Takana's there before I can even scream his name. His arms are steel and safety, wrapping me up, hauling me into the shadows as the den spews fire behind us. Damn it! I rasp, voice wrecked. What the hell happened? I panicked. You don't panic. I did this time. He holds me tighter, presses my face to his chest while my magic burns low in my blood, twitching in my fingers like a dying spark. We got the charm on him, I croak, throat raw. We'll find him now. He doesn't speak, just brushes the hair from my face and tucks me in like I'll shatter. The world quiets in the way only a city after fire ever does. Not silent, just hushed, like everything's holding its breath, waiting to see who survived and who didn't. The embers of the den glow faint behind us, tucked behind alley walls soaked in soot and shadow. My throat still burns from the smoke, every breath like dragging glass through ash. My legs tremble with each step, the adrenaline long since drained. Takana doesn't let go of me the whole walk back. His hand stays tight around mine, fingers wrapped, not like chains, but like roots, anchoring, holding, keeping. He doesn't speak, doesn't push for answers I don't have the strength to give. Just keeps his steps even with mine, slow when I stumble, firm when I falter. His presence wraps around me warmer than any cloak could ever manage. By the time we make it to the small upper room we rented above the Tanners, my magic's gone quiet, spent from the blast. I collapse onto the mattress without grace, boots still on, cloak hanging from one shoulder. I don't care. I can't find it in me to care. I want the smell of burning off my skin, the memory of those eyes narrowing across the table wiped from my mind. But scrubbing won't help. Nothing will, not right now. Takana shuts the door soft behind him. The lock clicks, the bolt slides, no creaks, no bang, just careful, quiet movements. He moves like he's afraid I'll spook if he does anything too fast. I shift to the side, and he lowers onto the bed beside me. The frame groans beneath his weight, that mountain of muscle and restraint settling down slow, unsure if this space will hold him. I curl toward him, not because I mean to, but because every part of me aches toward him without thinking. My cheek finds the space beneath his collarbone, the place where his heart thuds steady and real. He doesn't say anything. His arms come around me, solid and heavy and perfect. One hand cups the back of my head, fingers sliding into my hair, cradling me like I'm something rare. The other arm wraps low around my back, pressing me flush against his chest. His scent wraps around me like balm, leather and iron, and the last breath before a thunderstorm. My nose nuzzles the crook of his neck, catching salt and skin and something that feels too familiar to name. It steadies me. The room doesn't creak. The wind doesn't howl. Even the city's distant screams feel muffled now, buried beneath the weight of his presence, the way his thumb brushes slow across the back of my skull. You shouldn't have come, I whisper. His chest rumbles beneath my cheek. Not a word. Just a breath. Just him, grounding me. You make me feel safe. The words spill from me, small and strange. I don't plan them. They just exist, soft as a secret. He still doesn't answer, doesn't need to, because he shifts just enough to pull me closer, to tuck my legs over his and trap me in the cradle of his body. His grip tightens, not possessive, just absolute. The kind of hold that says without words, no one's getting to you tonight. Not flame, not ghosts, not fear. I melt into him. My fingers hook into the leather strap across his chest, the one he never takes off, even when sleeping. It's soft with wear, smells like him. My eyes drift shut, lashes brushing his skin. The rhythm of his heart becomes a lullaby. The rise and fall of his breath the only thing I can track anymore. I don't know how long we lie there. Time warps when pain and comfort collide. At some point I wake half a second, shivering. He shifts the blanket over us without letting go. His chin rests atop my head, like a weight that keeps nightmares at bay. He's always warm, some furnace of a thing, and I let that heat wrap around my frozen insides. I don't talk. Neither does he. But he watches me. Every time my breath hitches, his fingers stroke my temple. Every time I flinch in sleep, he murmurs something wordless into my hair. I feel his lips press against my scalp once, twice, like a ritual. I know he's memorizing me. The curve of my back, the shape of my size, the way I tuck my fingers under his side for warmth, like I've always belonged there. When dawn finally crawls through the cracks in the shuttered window, I feel him still awake, still holding, still guarding me like I'm something worth keeping. He never lets go, not even once.
Chapter 22. Takana. Below the bones. The sky breaks open just before dawn, all grey bruises and dying stars. The air hangs thick with rot from the canals, the stink curling in behind every breath like punishment. I stand in the alley behind the weaponsmiths, our rendezvous point hands wrapped tight around a steaming mug of bitter tea I don't drink. The city still smolders behind my ribs. My arms remember holding her even though she's safe in a bed 2 blocks over. I didn't want to leave her. Still don't. War doesn't give a damn who you love. It just asks what you're willing to lose. The intel she brought back was solid. Even with the charm burned out and her magic fried, the ghost's captain led us straight to something real, an old shrine to Witcha, hollowed out and sealed under 30 years of decay. The kind of place priests used to bury secrets in before the gods stopped answering. My boots crunch over broken tile as I duck through the warped doorway. The rest of the team waits inside, their faces shadowed under hoods and nerves. Garrick double-checks the vials of knockout smoke. Rel tightens the buckles on her vambrace. No one speaks. We all know what's at stake. I lay the map flat across a mold-covered altar and trace the faded ink. The chamber sits directly below the sanctum. No windows, no exits but the tunnel. Once we're in, we move fast. Quiet, if we can. Loud, if we must. Rel mutters, "It's always loud." I shoot her a look. She shrugs. I press my palm to the stone wall behind the statue of Witcha. It shifts under the pressure, groans like it's waking from a bad dream. Dust pours down in thick streams as the hidden door slides open, revealing blackness so deep it feels like stepping into a grave. I draw my blade, not for show, for insurance. We move in single file. Me first, Rel behind, Garrick bringing up the rear with his satchel of smoke bombs and something worse if things go sideways. The stairs wind down longer than expected. The air grows colder with each step, the scent shifting from damp to dead. My breath fogs. My horns brush the ceiling. When we hit the bottom, the chamber yawns wide. The space is circular, lined with rotting bookshelves and melted candles long since run dry. A broken mosaic litters the floor, chunks missing like teeth knocked out in a bar brawl. In the center, a boy sits tied to a chair, barely 16, maybe younger, skin pale and blood-crusted at the temple. His shirt's too big. His boots don't match. But the iron ring on his thumb bears the ghost sigil. "Don't move," I bark, voice hard enough to shatter bone. He doesn't flinch. Just tilts his head, real slow, like a dog sniffing out something it can't quite see. Rel circles left, Garrick right. I approach center, blade down, but ready. You're going to tell us everything, I say. The kid grins, all gums and madness. Too late. My grip tightens. Too late for what? To stop him. I flick a glance at Rel. She shrugs, but keeps her crossbow trained. What's your name? I ask, softer now, gentler. You've got one, yeah? His eyes dart, not scared, measuring, like he's trying to figure out whether I'm worth lying to. Finn. I crouch, just out of reach. All right, Finn. Let's talk. You're in deep, I get it. But we can pull you out. You help us, you walk away breathing. He laughs. It's a choked, broken thing. No one walks away, not really. My gut twists. I've heard that tone before on battlefields and holding cells from soldiers too long at war. This isn't just fear, it's faith. Blind, unwavering, cult-born belief. What does the ghost want? I ask. Not what, Finn mutters. Who? I frown. Then who? He doesn't care about politics. Not like you think. He doesn't want power. He wants release. I lean closer. Release from what? From mortality. The words drop like bricks into silence. Rel lowers her bow half an inch. Garrick stiffens. I stare at the boy. What do you mean? Finn's grin turns eerie like his skin doesn't fit right anymore. He's not like you. Not like me. He's something else now. Something beyond. We gave him the rights. We bled for him. He rose. My blood runs cold. Not metaphorically. Literally. It's like the temperature in the room dips 5 degrees just hearing it. I stand, back away 1 step. 2. Rel eyes me. You buying this crap? He believes it, I mutter, which makes it dangerous either way. Finn's head tilts back. He starts humming. A tune I recognize. A hymn. One from the old gods, twisted and slowed until it sounds like mourning. I move fast. Cloth wraps his mouth before the next word. Rel binds his hands tighter. Garrick signals and the knockout gas hisses from the vial, knocking the kid sideways into a heavy, dreamless sleep. We drag him up the stairs, boots thudding, the weight of truth heavier than his scrawny frame. When we breach daylight, I squint against the sun. It burns clean. Unapologetic. Danica waits at the edge of the alley, arms crossed, eyes sharp. She sees the look on my face and straightens. We got one, I say. Is he talking? Yeah. I glance down at the boy slumped over Rel's shoulder, but I'm not sure we're ready to hear it. The mayor's words still cling to my skin like oil no soap could scrub clean. I hear them long after she storms out of the strategy chamber, her perfume choking the air like a curse. Her voice echoes thin, sharp, too sweet to be anything but venom. You have 24 hours, Commander, or I find someone more capable to wear that insignia. She doesn't know the half of it, doesn't understand what this fight is costing us. She wants results, but she never sees the battlefield, just her polished desk and the crystal decanter of brandy she drinks from like we're not choking in smoke out here. The door slams behind her, and I don't wait for protocol. I stalk through the barracks with my cloak dragging dust, my boots pounding hard enough to make people step aside without a word. They've seen that look in my eye before. My quarters are bare bones, just a cot, a desk, a map nailed crooked to the stone wall, but it's enough to contain my fury, just. I punch the stone beside the doorway without thinking. It's the wrong move. I feel something crunch. Pain flares up my forearm and settles in my jaw. The wall stays silent, smug bastard that it is. I press my forehead to it and breathe like I'm counting heartbeats between battles. Blood seeps from my knuckles slow and hot, the kind of bleeding that doesn't gush, just leaks. Quiet. Constant. I don't bother wrapping it. I want the sting. My eye burns worse. The red one. The one they say marks me as cursed, as blessed, as both. It pulses like it's trying to claw out of my skull. Rage does that. Twists the magic up behind it. No release valve except more violence. I don't hear her footsteps. Don't smell her until she's right behind me. Danica always moves like wind before a storm, gentle, but only if you're paying attention. "Takana," she says. I don't turn. "You're bleeding," she adds, softer this time. "It's a wall," I mutter. "It didn't bleed. You did." Her tone cuts, not cruel, just real, like a truth I didn't ask for but can't dodge. She steps beside me and reaches out. I flinch before I can stop myself. Not from her, never her, but from the part of me that's still coiled tight, ready to snap. She ignores it, just takes my hand in hers, careful fingers cradling the bruised skin like something precious. I hiss when she dabs at it with the corner of her sleeve, but she doesn't stop. Her touch is steady, slow. She finds a cloth from the desk, rips it with her teeth, binds it without asking if I want it. "Mayor again?" she asks, not needing an answer. "She wants heads on spikes," I mutter. "Proof. Something she can hold up and say, 'Look what I fixed.' Doesn't matter how many bodies it takes to get there." "She's scared," Danica says, tying the knot tight. People who live behind walls don't understand what it means to hold a line. "She'll strip me of command if I don't deliver in a day." Then we deliver. I look at her finally. Her face is all angles in the low light. Cheekbones sharp, jaw tense. There's soot smudged across her temple, dried blood at the edge of her brow from the raid. She hasn't slept, but her eyes are clear. Fierce. "You believe we'll find him?" I ask. "No." Her lips twitch. "I know we will." She finishes wrapping my hand and lets it rest in her lap. We're seated now without realizing it, the cool stone steps of the barracks pressing into my thighs, the night air still carrying the bite of early spring. Our shoulders brush. She doesn't move away. Neither do I. The city sounds different at this hour. Less riot, more regret. You can hear the dogs fighting over scraps, the lilt of some idiot's broken fiddle, the whisper of wind dragging paper across the cobblestones like forgotten promises. Danica sighs. Her body leans into mine, casual but deliberate. "I used to think commanders were all made of iron," she says. "We are," I reply. "No, you're not." She taps my chest lightly. "You bleed too easy." I chuckle, low in my throat. "You're the first person who's ever said that to my face and didn't lose a tooth." "There's still time," she murmurs, and that smile of hers, gods, it cuts deeper than the mayor's threats ever could. I let my head drop back against the doorframe and close my eye. Just for a moment. Her warmth beside me sinks into my bones, makes the ache bearable. "You really make me believe we can end this," I say. "You really make me believe we'll survive it." The silence that follows is heavy, but not uncomfortable. It's filled with the kind of weight that comes from being seen too clearly and not running. She doesn't ask if I'm okay. I wouldn't answer her even if she did. But she stays. That's worth more. As the first hints of dawn creep over the rooftops and the shadows start to peel back, I feel her hand slide into mine again. Not to comfort, just to connect. The rooftop garden's gone to hell, but I like it better this way. The vines grow wild over the crumbling trellises, half of them strangled by soot. The old citrus tree leans like a drunk, its fruit rotting before it ever sweetens. It's ugly in the way only something trying to survive can be. She leads me up here without a word. Her fingers brush mine on the last stair, light as smoke. I follow without asking why, because I already know. The world's coming undone at the seams. We need somewhere to breathe before we break trying to hold it all together. The sky's low tonight, choked thick with Freeport smog. You can't see the stars proper, but a few pierce through like angry little wounds. She stops near the broken fountain and turns, the wind catching her cloak just enough to toss it sideways. I see her eyes first. They carry the same fire she nearly burned that den down with, but softer now. Feral, yes, but fragile too. "We shouldn't be up here," she says, voice rough from too many nights without sleep. "That's never stopped you before." She smirks, but it dies fast. Her hands twist in the hem of her tunic, restless. She's been on edge since the raid, since that kid's words twisted something in our guts we haven't named yet. I keep thinking if we stop moving, it'll catch us. What will? The weight. I step closer. Let it try. My thumb brushes her jaw. It's warm and sharp and the softest damn thing I've touched all week. She leans into it like she doesn't mean to. "You always do that," she murmurs. "Do what?" "Make me forget I'm supposed to be afraid." I want to kiss her right then, but not like a man possessed. I want to do it slow, real, like a prayer whispered from the edge of a blade. So I do. My lips find her soft, slow, full of all the things I never learned to say with words. She meets me there with something deeper than hunger. This isn't lust. It's something closer to surrender. Her hands slide up my chest, fingers curling into the collar of my jacket like she needs me anchored. She tastes like ash and wind and the bitter tang of city wine. I kiss her until the tension bleeds from her shoulders, until she exhales into my mouth like she's finally letting something go. Her back hits the edge of the stone planter, and my arms cage her in, not to trap, just to hold. We don't speak. Words would ruin this. Her lips part again, desperate this time. My hands explore, reverent and rough, tracing the shape of her ribs, the curve of her waist, the rise of scars only I've been allowed to touch. She peels layers away like she's burning through excuses. Her tunic slips down one arm. My belt clinks loose. We move like we've done this before, but everything feels new. Her skin's hot beneath my fingers, her breath hitching each time I find a place that makes her toes curl. The garden's no temple, but she makes it holy. She pushes me down onto the patch of overgrown moss, climbs into my lap without ceremony. Her legs wrap tight. Her nails dig crescents into my shoulders. When our bodies meet again, there's no violence in it, just want. Honest, raw. We don't rush. She sets the pace, slow at first. Tasting, testing. Her head falls back, neck arched to the stars she can't see. My mouth finds her throat, her collarbone, the dip between her cleavage where her heartbeat pulses like a war drum. The city groans beneath us. Somewhere a cart crashes. Somewhere else, someone screams. But up here there's only the sound of her gasps, and my name on her lips cut short, choked out between movements that are more than just pleasure. It's need. It's survival. It's her trusting me not to break her when she's already halfway gone. The rhythm builds until she shudders against me, her hands pulling me tighter, her thighs trembling around my hips. I follow right after, every nerve ending burning, every muscle locking, my forehead pressed to hers like a vow. When it's over, we stay tangled there, bodies slick with sweat, breath coming in short, shattered bursts. Her fingers trace patterns across my chest, not looking at me, not needing to. "I'm scared," she says. The confession lands heavy, real, no mask, no swagger. I turn her chin gently until our eyes meet. "Then stay close," I say. "I'll fight the world for you." She smiles, barely, but it reaches her eyes. "I know," she whispers. We lie back against the moss, her head on my shoulder, her leg over mine, skin sticking where our heat meets. The smog above thickens, hiding even the faintest stars. But her breath stays even. She's not afraid.
Chapter 23. Danica. Unearthed. The boy smells like stale sweat and sewer rot. It clings to his skin, seeps through the rags clinging to his frame, and infects the small storeroom we've converted into an interrogation cell. It's suffocating. Doesn't matter that we cracked a window or that the damp stone walls bleed mildew into the air. the stink of desperation lingers heavier than anything physical. He watches me like a cat that's already been drowned once and knows another bucket's coming. I close the door behind me without a word. The iron bolts slide home with a sound that echoes a little too loud in the small space. He doesn't flinch. His knees bounce out of rhythm beneath the table, scrawny legs twitching like he's got somewhere to run but no idea how to get there. "You sleep last night?" I ask, pulling out the chair opposite him. He snorts. "Would you?" His voice is hoarse, wrecked from either fear or screaming or both. There's dried blood along one temple where the binding nicked him on the way down. I slide a cup of water across the table. He stares at it like it might bite. "I don't drug people," I say. "Not unless they try to burn me first." He gives a little shrug, picks it up, drinks like he doesn't care whether I'm lying or not. I watch him, cataloguing every twitch of his fingers, the way his eyes dart when I don't say anything. He wants the silence filled. He wants something to measure his fear against. So I let it stretch. "My name's Danica," I say finally. "You already know who I am, don't you?" He nods once. "You're the Red Witch." "Close enough." "I heard you blew half the den to hell." "I heard you were supposed to be guarding that den." His shoulders twitch like he's trying not to look ashamed, or like he doesn't have the strength to fake anything else. He can't be more than 16. There's peach fuzz on his chin, a poorly healed scar bisecting his left eyebrow. The kind of kid who probably once ran messages through the Nocturne district and thought joining the Ghost's crew would make him matter. "What's your name?" I ask. He doesn't answer. "All right, then I'll just call you Bones." He looks confused. "Why?" "Because if you don't start talking, I'm going to break a few." The threat hangs there, suspended like smoke. His jaw sets like a boy trying to convince himself he's a man. I've seen better. "I'm not afraid of you," he says. "That's dumb, but I respect it." He narrows his eyes. "I joined because I believe in what he's doing." "Really?" I lean forward, elbows on the table, voice low. "What's he doing, Bones? What's so noble about smuggling kids into tombs and strapping bombs to bridges?" "You wouldn't understand." I understand exactly what happens when people who've never held a shovel start digging in graves that should have stayed sealed. His lips flatten. I've struck something. "You think this is about rebellion?" I ask. He doesn't answer. "I think you're smarter than that. I think you know there's more going on." He shifts in the chair, not quite comfortable but not quite ready to bolt either. "There's tunnels," he says, so quiet I almost miss it. "What kind of tunnels?" "Under Wildflower. Old ones. Real old." "Catacombs?" "Deeper, like forgotten. Carved out by something that wasn't human. He found them, says they're important." I feel a chill spread across my skin like frost under a door. "The ghost?" He nods. He says there's things buried down there. Not just bones, treasures, magic older than the Empire. Why would he care about treasure? "He doesn't care about money," the boy says quickly. "He says it's about freedom, the kind you can't win with laws or speeches, the kind that rewrites everything. He says those tunnels are the key." A tightness coils in my chest. My father used to tell stories like that. After too many drinks and too few customers, he'd whisper about the city's bones, about the gems buried beneath the roots of wildflower stones tied to the 13. Power hidden under the streets, asleep and waiting. The kind of stories you chalk up to drunk merchants and long days. But I remember the way his voice would drop, not joking, reverent. "What kind of treasures?" I press. He didn't say, only that they're pieces. Pieces of something that shouldn't have been broken, something older than gods. The blood drains from my face. Because I remember the phrasing, word for word. Did he mention a name? I ask, mouth gone dry. The boy's jaw works like he doesn't want to say it. Maros, he whispers. It hits like a hammer to the gut. I sit back hard. The chair creaks beneath me. The 13th, the lost god. The reason half the temples keep their prayers locked behind red curtains and salt circles. He's after the shards. Not for power, not for control. He wants to wake something. I stand. The boy flinches. You're going to stay here a while, Bones, I say. He looks up, confused. Why, I told you. Because you just gave me a reason to be afraid. I slam the door behind me, heart hammering. The ghost isn't just trying to break the city. He's trying to unmake it. The old tavern groans when we push the cellar door open, its hinges protesting like they remember everything that happened here. Dust blooms in lazy clouds from the floorboards above, and I swear the wood smells the same cask-soaked ale, sweat, and the bitter tang of ash from that first fire I started in the dark. Takana says nothing as we descend, but I feel his presence behind me like armour. Each step down echoes, the creak of old planks underfoot mingling with the soft hiss of my breath through my teeth. I'd rather face another rebel captain than return here, but instincts pull me like strings. The boy's words won't stop circling, and the knot in my chest tightens the deeper we go. The cellar's smaller than I remember, more cramped, but that's just the walls closing in. Shelves line the far side, half collapsed with rot. Empty wine bottles lie scattered, glass dulled by dust. I shift aside a crate with my boot and let my fingers dance over the flagstones, searching. He said the tunnels were hidden, I murmur, voice barely more than a breath. Takana kneels beside me, his hand engulfing mine for a second before he moves to the opposite wall. How would you hide a door in a place like this? With magic, you don't want mortals sniffing near, I reply. I sweep my palm flat along the stone, calling the heat into my fingertips. Not a blaze, just a shimmer. Just enough to make old glyphs wince if they're there. At first, there's nothing but cool stone and grime. Then a flicker. Faint. Like starlight glimpsed through smoke. I press harder. The wall ripples. My breath catches in my throat as the illusion peels back like a curtain. The stone isn't stone at all. It's script, etched in flowing curves that catch the firelight, runes older than the treaties that built this cursed city. My father used to sketch these when he thought I wasn't looking, his fingers trembling with the weight of memory. Elven, Takana mutters, standing beside me, but not any dialect I've seen. Not city-born, I say. These runes come from the highlands, forests the Empire burned down centuries ago. He places a hand flat against one of the sigils. The magic hums under his palm, then dims. It recognizes you, I say. I don't like that. Neither do I, but it doesn't stop us. I brace both hands against the door, if you can call it that, and whisper an old phrase from the merchant tales. Something about keys made of names and stone hearts that beat. The runes glow again, brighter this time, searing gold into the edges of the hidden seam. The wall slides open. Cold air spills out. Not musty like rot, but crisp. Clean. Like something that's been sealed for far too long. The tunnel gapes before us, lined in rough-hewn stone that glistens faintly under its own light. Not torches, not any flame I know. It pulses soft and slow, like the walls themselves breathe. Takana draws his blade without a word. I reach for the fire in my blood, not enough to burn, just enough to light my skin from within if I need it. We step inside. The air down here tastes like copper and secrets. Every breath curls inside my chest and coils tighter than the last. The tunnel stretches, sloping downward, the glow growing stronger with each step. I count my footfalls, but the rhythm skips every few beats. The stone beneath us isn't normal. It hums back, subtle but constant, like the thrum of veins carrying something ancient. We pass a carving on the left wall half buried beneath creeping roots. A symbol of a tree split down the middle, the roots curling like claws into a circle of jagged lines. That's not just Elven, I whisper. That's pre-divide. That's... I trail off. 13th, Takana finishes. We keep moving. The tunnel forks. One way leads deeper into the earth, where the glow turns blue and sharp. The other curves towards sound, faint, rhythmic tapping, like stone meeting stone. Takana points left. We follow the sound, he says. I hesitate. Why not the glow? He looks at me. Because no one sets up shop next to a beacon. He's right. We take the left path, every footstep bringing us closer to something I don't have a name for yet. The air thickens, and the walls press closer. The tapping grows louder, not frantic but persistent, deliberate, as if someone is carving, not digging. We round the bend. A chamber yawns before us. Vast, too wide to belong beneath a tavern or even the whole city. Columns stretch up to a ceiling lost in shadows, each one carved with that same divided tree. In the centre, a man, no, a boy chisels at the stone with fingers lit by spell light. His body jerks with each strike, eyes rolled white in a trance. We freeze. The boy stops, not because he senses us, but because something answers him. From the walls, the carvings pulse. The ground shifts beneath our boots. Takana steps forward, blade raised. Stop, I say, pulling him back. The boy slumps. For a heartbeat, the silence is worse than any scream. Then the ground speaks, not with voice or quake, but with presence. Something behind the stone stirs, old and waiting. I feel it brush against my mind like smoke through a keyhole. Takana grabs my hand. We're leaving, he says. We just found it. His jaw clenches. We're not ready. I don't argue. Not now. We drag the boy with us, limp and whispering in a tongue that tastes like blood when I hear it. We don't look back until the illusion closes behind us. Even then, I feel it watching, waiting. The air inside the chamber thickens with every step I take, like it's pressing against my skin, testing the limits of what I can endure. My chest tightens, not from fear exactly, something older, deeper, crawling under my ribs like roots threading through stone. The moment my boots hit the centre of the room, my fingers start to prickle. A subtle ache, like my veins remember something my brain doesn't. I clench my fists, try to quiet the thrum of my magic. It doesn't listen. The walls are still breathing, that slow pulsing glow flaring in rhythm with my heart. I'm not imagining it. The stones are alive, they know me. Worse, they want something from me. Takana circles the edge of the room, blade still in hand, scanning for danger in the physical sense. His instincts are sharp, sharper than mine in most things, but this isn't steel and sinew threat. This is something elemental, something born before blades. When I touch the wall, it touches back. A spark jumps from my skin, bright and sharp. My breath hitches as fire snakes down my wrist, licking across my palm in twisting tendrils. It doesn't burn, not like it should. It sings. A song I've never heard but recognise all the same. Danica, Takana says, low and firm. I don't answer. I can't. The fire's already taking over. It's not just flickers this time. It bursts, surges, arcs from my hands in thick lashes of heat and colour. Flames dance along the ancient markings, illuminating runes carved by hands that haven't touched sunlight in eons. They respond to me, all of them, like I'm the key they've been waiting for. Then the visions hit. I stagger back, but the fire doesn't leave me. My knees nearly buckle as the room shifts, light bending around me like it's folding into another world. I see them. Not like dreams or memories, more like projections stitched into the magic. Dark elves, dozens of them, robes whispering across polished stone, voices a hush of secrets and songs. They don't see me. They're trapped in the moment, bound to the spell that holds their echo here. One steps forward, her eyes pale silver and mouth stained with ritual ink. She's speaking, but I can't hear the words. I can feel them, though, slicing through the air like knives. Something trembles beneath the floor. The room darkens. The elves draw a symbol in ash and light. Their faces shift hope to terror in a heartbeat. Another figure rises, cloaked in shadow, too tall to be mortal. He moves like smoke, and when he touches the symbol, the entire space screams. I scream with it. My body convulses. The fire lashes harder. The carvings ignite in bursts, a pulse for each beat of terror in my chest. Takana rushes forward, arms closing around me like chains made of flesh and care. I fight him for a breath, magic pushing back, but his voice cuts through the haze. Danica, Danica, breathe. My throat feels raw, lungs refusing to obey. The fire's in them now, coiling behind my ribs, clawing at my heart. I see more flashes, gemstones bleeding beneath earth, roots twisted around bones, a betrayal that split a city in half. "Look at me," Takana says, louder this time, hands cupping my face. My eyes snap to his. That's when the fire stills. It doesn't vanish. It hovers, crackling, simmering, waiting, but it listens to him. Somehow, through the roar of visions and pain, his voice becomes anchor. The magic shrinks, tucks itself back under my skin like it knows it's not time yet. I collapse into him, shoulders shaking, breath like gravel. He doesn't flinch. "You're more than you know," he whispers, one massive hand brushing a sweat-drenched curl from my cheek. More than fire and fury. I press my forehead into his chest, feel the slow drum of his heart beneath layers of leather and resolve. "I saw them," I say, voice barely sound. "The ones who came before, the ones who buried all this. What were they doing? Protecting something, or hiding it? Maybe both. We need to figure out which." The floor beneath us thrums again, a reminder that whatever I touched, whatever woke, isn't finished. Neither are we. I glance at my hands. The skin glows faintly, thin cracks of molten light threading through my knuckles. They fade as I breathe, but the warmth lingers. I didn't summon that fire, Takana. I know. It summoned me. His jaw tightens. Not in fear. In comprehension. "We'll find out what it wants," he says, steady as steel. "Together." I nod. We both look at the tunnel mouth, yawning black and deeper than anything I've ever dared. The fire in my chest stirs again, and I realise I'm not afraid of what lies ahead. I'm afraid of what I might become to meet it. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 24. Takana. Where the city hangs by a thread. The deeper we push, the less Freeport feels like home, and the more it feels like a scab. A crust hiding something festering and ancient beneath it. The tunnel behind us is already gone, swallowed by the dark, and what lies ahead is colder than winter steel. Every step I take echoes in a way that makes my skin itch. The stone walls breathe like lungs left in a tomb too long. The wet reek rising from the floor tastes like something dead once made its bed here, and never quite left. Danica walks ahead with her fingers lifted, the fire she conjures burning low but steady. It casts just enough light to keep us from cracking skulls on jutting arches, though I'd wager half the danger down here isn't anything you can see. She moves like she's steady, like her spine's got steel instead of nerves, but I can see the strain in her shoulders. She's holding herself together with the same raw threads I am. Whatever magic lives in this place has its fingers curled around our guts, tugging with slow, deliberate intent. The walls sweat. Not the kind of sweat you see in a sauna or on a man's brow after sparring. This is seepage, centuries old, oozing out of cracks like the earth's bleeding secrets it doesn't want us to see. The chill in the air burrows past my skin, nestling between my ribs like a memory I don't want back. I keep my axe drawn low, blade tilted to the stone. This isn't just old ground. This is a battlefield waiting to remember its war. I pause at a junction where the tunnel splits 3 ways. The angles aren't right. They bend wrong, like whoever carved this place didn't care about symmetry, only secrecy. My hooves scuff along the floor as I crouch to inspect the dust. There's a trail thin, smeared but fresh. Something's moved through here recently. My nostrils flare and the sharp scent of sulfur clings in the air like a warning. Someone's still down here, I say, keeping my voice low and even. Danica glances over her shoulder. Her face is tight, jaw flexed like she's chewing words before speaking them. One of the ghosts' people? Maybe more, I reply. They were dragging something. Or someone. She drops beside me and examines the scuff marks without a word. Her flame curls around her fingers, casting flickers across the grime-caked stone. The smear runs along the wall, disappearing around a bend, but beside it sits a fine trace of powder. The sulfur smell intensifies, and I realize what it is. Not just someone passing through. They were planting something. Explosives, she mutters. My stomach drops like lead in water. I look up at the ceiling, tracing every crack, every bow in the stone. The framework's old, older than any building topside. Freeport's bones hang by threads of stone, and here we are in its marrow. One wrong blast and the whole city could fall into its own grave. They're not just hiding, I say. They're setting the fuse. Danica doesn't answer. Her mouth thins into that line that always means she's ahead of me and pissed about it. She probably had this thought already, was hoping she was wrong. We both know better. We keep moving, slow and deliberate. The tunnel bends hard to the left and opens into a chamber that smells like old prayers and blood that dried too fast. The walls are different here. Still stone, but smoother, carved with symbols that twist my stomach. I recognize one instantly. A circle split by a jagged line. Below it, a sigil shaped like a split tongue. The Deceiver! I step in front of Danica, axe at the ready. Stay behind me. Takana! I mean it. She falls in without another word. She knows when I use that tone, it isn't up for debate. The chamber is vast, much too big to be buried under Freeport. The walls stretch high and curve inward, like the room was meant to trap something. Every inch of stone is covered in etchings. Symbols, curses, histories carved by hands with bones made for darkness. There's no light but Danica's flame, and even that seems dimmer here. I catch a glint near the far wall and move toward it. A satchel torn open, spilling wires and compact clay bricks. A miner's kit, or a saboteur's. My fingers run over the nearest explosive. It's fresh, recent. Someone planted this no more than a day ago. They know exactly where to hit, I say. They're not trying to survive this city. They want to collapse it. Danica walks slowly toward one of the carvings, flame drifting across the surface of the stone. Her breath catches. This is a ritual space. They're summoning something? No, they're remembering. I don't like the way she says that. Like remembering can be more dangerous than conjuring. Then the air changes. It sharpens, pulling tight around my throat. The walls thrum low and deep, like a beast groaning in its sleep. My red eye burns, a pulse behind it, hot and rhythmic, in time with the symbols around us. I blink and I see it, a figure impossible to measure. Cloaked in writhing shadow, taller than any man, eyes that don't belong in any species I know. A mouth sewn shut with thread made of light. It stares through me like it knows my name and hates it. Then it's gone. I don't speak. Don't tell her what I saw. She steps closer, her shoulder brushing mine. "We need to mark this place," she says. "The Watch has to know. If we collapse the entry, we can delay them." "Delay, yes," I mutter, my voice hollow. "But not stop." "No, not stop." We stand there a moment longer, listening to the room breathe around us. The walls twitch with heat like skin responding to touch. I don't need prophecy to know this place is the heart of the plan. The ghost isn't fighting for justice. He's digging up old gods, waking things that should have stayed dead. Danica speaks again, her voice just above a whisper. What are we walking into? I don't lie to her. A war that never ended. The second we breach that hollow, the air changes from cold dread to white-hot panic. One moment I'm steady, axe in hand, the rune-etched chamber looming around us with its ancient pulse. Then I hear Danica scream not fear, but shock sharpened with pain, and I know before I register the movement what's coming. A blade flares across my vision, rain-slick and impossibly fast, aimed square for her heart, but instinct throws me into the path instead. Steel finds flesh. Heat rings in my bones. My breath shatters. The metal slices into my side with impact that drags sound from my throat. I feel every inch of it, the burn, the surge of hot salt behind my ribs, the shock that numbs in waves. I don't notice the ghost, but I feel him. Watching, still wearing that damn mask. For a moment, I wonder if I'm the one destined to die here, so Danica lives. Her hands are on me before I realize I've hit the ground, boots skidding across cracked stone. She's screaming something raw and wet. My vision spins red, then black, but nothing matters until I feel her chest beneath me, her arms anchoring me like the world might tear apart otherwise. My fire snaps awake. Not the slow flame she conjured before. Not the whisper of ember I struggle to hold. This is something else. A tidal riot ripping through my veins, erupting from the wound she accidentally peeled open with her frantic grip. My scream surges as the fire reaches beyond me. It's ugly. It's beautiful. The stone walls explode in heat, color blooming like molten rivers across the carved runes. Crystals shatter in blinding pulses, energy ripping free in shrieks of light and jagged thunder. The chamber warps, stone cracking in spiderwebs where no crevice should exist. Danica is pressed against me, breath ragged, fury and terror battling behind her eyes. The ghost stumbles back from the blast, robes twisted, mask cracking at the lip. He falters under the onslaught. The crystals that hovered around him fall and die, shards of shattered light and wasted magic. He tries to speak, but the words catch in his throat. His voice emerges ragged in the aftermath. "This city was built on blood," he says, voice echoing hollow and broken across the scorched chamber. "I'll bring it down and rise from its ashes." His silhouette flickers behind residual heat shimmer. Then he is gone. No trace except charred air and bone-deep echoes in the walls. Smoke drifts where crystals lay smashed into dust, casting filaments of light through the dust motes rising slow in the haze. I sag, blood pooling beneath me. Danica is leaning into me as if she could forestall what's coming. Her hands press pressure into the wound, shaking with effort, linen shredded. She murmurs my name over and over, a mantra letting her hold on when every part of me threatens to let go. I taste copper on my tongue. Sweat and ash and the lingering burn of magic that was never meant to come out so raw. My eyes blur. The fire recedes in waves, folding back into me with reluctant hush after its outburst, leaving coals of agony threaded through my muscles. Danica's voice comes steady but ragged. "Stay with me. Don't go." Uneached word presses out. My mind dips to darkness, tethered only by her grip. I shiver, every breath a battle. When I blink again, she's pulling me upright, cradling me chest to chest, spooning me against the curve of her body. Her cheek presses against mine, tears carving lines in the ash on her skin. Her voice cracks but doesn't break. "You burned the ghost," she says. "You hurt him." I want to tell her I didn't mean to hurt him. I only meant to keep her alive. But the words catch in my throat like smoke. I swallow, lungs raspy, and let her hold me. "You saved her," Danica continues, voice weaker now. That's what matters. I taste pain, numbness, victory all at once. Every part of me trembles, refusing to separate those things. The world above is a distant rumble. Firelight flickers on my cracked vision. I close my eye. Her scent sea salt and smoke, and something unnameable grounds me as the chamber slumps in around us. Stone groans. Smoke curls upward in lazy coils. The carvings pulse faintly one last time, as if whispering a warning before the echoes die. Danica doesn't speak again, hefting me to my knees, one arm supporting my weight. She guides me out, step by ragged step, away from the scorched chamber and down the sloped tunnel toward the exit. She says nothing about fear or blame. She says nothing about holding rank or failure. She just lets me lean into her strength the way I built my life leaning into war. Once sunlight breaks through the illusion-sealed door, she presses me down on the warped cellar floor above the tavern. No guards, no ceremony, just us and the distant hum of a city still spinning. Her hands move quick, ripping strips of cloth, pressing bone, sealing blood. I don't ask for pain to stop. I don't ask for breath. I just let her do what needs doing while the world above rattles with the promise of collapse. She meets my eye once. "We need help." I grit my teeth. "I'll survive." "You better," she says, voice fierce. "Because if you die, the city dies with you." I try to argue, slur the word no. Instead, I cough. Blood tastes wrong, but I swallow it. My fire is quiet now, dead embers cold beneath the surface. My lips curve, not a smile. Something softer, braver. "You're stuck with me." Her tears slip down, faint in the dim light. No laughter, no argument. Just the weight of what we both know, that the ghost isn't finished, and neither are we. We were meant to burn, but we'll burn brightly.
Chapter 25. Danica. Ashes of Dawn. The moment I realise Takana is still breathing, I'm kneeling beside him so fast I nearly topple over. His breath is ragged, a shallow rasp like a wounded bird's, and that sound sets something in me alight more fiercely than any flame. I feel panic twisting inside me, sharper than grief, hotter than fear. My blood roils through me. I drop my hand to his chest, feeling faint tremors beneath his skin. His ribs rise and fall, slow and shallow. That's enough. I lean forward, gathering every scrap of fire at the edge of my mana, coaxing it into the wound at his side. The sear is gentle this time, not scorching, just enough to thicken his blood and knit torn flesh. I taste copper and mercy on my tongue, and I don't even care. My tears fall into his hair and across the cut, salty and insistent, mixing with soot and sweat. I dare to hope we can save him. His eyes flutter, lashes trembling. I hold my breath for a heartbeat, one thick shudder between life and loss. When his eyes open, they're unfocused for a moment, shadowed with pain and confusion. I swallow around the lump in my throat and force myself not to break. "Takana," I murmur, voice as soft as candle smoke. "You're here. I'm here." He doesn't respond at first, just breathes. Then his hand twitches, fingers brushing the sleeve of my shirt. The heat from his palm rattles me inside. His eyes drift shut briefly, then open again, gaze finding mine with dangerous clarity. The first words out of his mouth are half a whisper, rasped but sure. "You burn like a sunrise," he says, voice so low it vibrates through my chest. That phrase hits me harder than any blow, sweeter than any victory. My chest burns with something resigned and fierce. I taste tears before I feel them. I can't stop them. I bury my face into his neck and sob, water pooling at the collar of his tunic. Fire magic sluggishly circles the wound again, warm veins weaving beneath his flesh, while my tears cleanse the soot and sweat from his skin. My shoulders shake with grief and relief, and I feel how fragile he is beneath. I might lose him again. So I hold on tighter, afraid to breathe. When I lift my head again, his eyelids are open, slower this time. His fingers find my face, cupping my cheek above the stained tears. His palm is firm, steadying, reminding me who he is and who we are. He tilts my chin toward him gently, and when he kisses me, it feels sacred. I taste smoke and sweat and something holy in how he holds my face. The world outside that room, our war, the ghost, the city crumbling, blurs to silence in that kiss. There's no rank, no armour, no fear. He's home. I pull away slowly, pressing my forehead to his. "Stay with me," I whisper, tears brimming again. His lips brush my forehead as if making it sacred. Given the stretch of tender moments that follow, we dissolve into each other without shame or urgency. We collapse onto the rumpled sheets, me sliding beside him, tracing the scarred slope of his chest as we reconnect. Soft breathing, trembling limbs, slow kisses. He doesn't move on top of me. I climb into his lap, guiding us both as gently as I can. My hands press against his shoulders, fingertips grazing the stretch of muscle I never thought I'd touch without pain or order. His breath catches against my neck, ragged and tethered to mine. We take it slow because grief doesn't rush and magic doesn't forgive. I lead with flame restrained in my belly, guiding passion with restraint born of reverence. He follows where I go, silent except for quiet moans and gasps so soft I feel them in my bone. The parts of me that have hardened over years, the fists raised, the threats sharpened, the war logic fall away beneath the weight of tenderness I didn't think I could still feel. When we finally collapse together, tangled and slick with sweat and salt and magic's residue, the only sound is our breaths threading into each other's lungs. I press my cheek to his bare chest, hearing his heartbeat slow and real. His fingers grip my waist tenderly, knuckles white against my ribs. I feel safe. Better than safe. I feel alive. Nothing else exists in that perfect stretch of dawnless dawn. Outside, the world can burn down. Our city can collapse. The ghost can tear magic from bones and twist it for terror. But in this moment, nothing touches us. Our intimacy, our love, takes up every corner of the world. It takes me unbearably long to pull from it, but eventually I do, pushed by the distant tremor beneath the tavern floor, like the city growing restless even here. Takana stirs, groaning into the nest of our limbs. His eyes flutter open again, looking at my face as though seeing me for the first time. I swallow the ache built from days of fear and hope and exhaustion. He lifts one hand to my jaw. "Stay with me," he murmurs, his voice raw and rough from pain and longing. "Please." "Yes," I breathe, nodding against him until he closes his eyes again, exhausted. I lie awake beside him for hours, watching the sheets rise and fall against his chest, counting the seconds as if each breath were a lifeline. The outside light shifts slow, but the room stays quiet, holy, dawnless. Eventually, sunlight filters through the boards covering the cellar hatch above. The world we left in tatters reclaims us with a distant tremor. I rest my head on his chest and hear the muffled roar, the wildflower district burning, shattering windows far above us, bombs breaking pavement and pulling souls into chaos. I pull away, heart twisting. The roar becomes cries, shouts echoing above that deepen into horror. I meet his eyes. Even weak, he's present. His gaze zeroes on mine. Riots, I whisper, voice tight with dread. Wildflower, they're bombing it. He exhales a slow breath. His fingers tighten on mine. He lifts the side of his thigh and pushes upright with my help. Each motion wobbles him, but he tries. He stands. I support him. He grips the hilt of his sword. He meets my eyes again with fire. "We end this tonight," he says with conviction that anchors me so solidly I feel whole again beneath the chaos. I tighten my grip on his calloused hand, our fingers entwining like vows. I feel every pulse of his healing heart beneath my palm. I nudge his shoulder to steady him. "We will," I say, voice firm. "We finish it." The roar above grows louder. The world is collapsing. Our moment is done. We rise, slant light catching embers of grief in my eyes. I adjust his cloak around his wounded side and slash a strip of cloth so he can bleed into something clean. He touches my cheek, wiping ash and tears, firm, sure. We step toward the hatch, pushing it open with effort. The light floods in. The sky is bruised and smoky with chaos, but our resolves flare brighter against it. Sheathing his sword, he offers me his arm. I slip mine around his waist. He breathes like a warrior tempered by pain, but undefeated. We climb. Above ground, Wildflower howls.
Chapter 26, Takana. Treason and tunnels. The mayor's office smells like polished wood and stale authority, the kind of place built to mute sound and swallow dissent. Danica and I enter through guards who dip their heads as if apology is built into their salute. The carpet muffles our boots, leaving no echo of urgency in this silent hall. Sunlight filters through stained glass, painting the room gold and dusty. I close my eyes for half a heartbeat and taste the heat of Wildflower still burning in my lungs. A smile that doesn't reach her eyes greets me, plastered across the mayor's face as bright as gallery paint on white. She motions us to seats with the casual grace of someone who's convinced she still holds power. I sit with care, boots planted solid, and watch her carefully over the edge of my knuckles. She starts with the posturing. "Commander, Lady Danica, I know you, grateful for your service, but the steps you're proposing are drastic. We must trust the city's response to its own will. Sometimes chaos cleanses. Sometimes it scorches." Her voice is smooth. Her tone is soft. Her meaning is a blade dressed in silk. I taste contempt on my tongue, sour and heavy. Danica leans forward, hands folded in her lap. "Chaos kills people, Mayor. Real people, not just politics." Her voice rumbles quiet but fierce enough to crack windows. The mayor shakes her head ever so slight. "Patience, Commander. The watch will disperse the rioters. We mustn't escalate. Too much risk." I sit taller. I feel her hesitation stretch across the room like a fault line. "Risk may be losing more than control," I say. "If you refuse to act, you become complicit in their ruin." The mayor purses her lips, a goddess of calm about to topple. She raises one gloved hand. "Commander Takana, your words carry weight, but I refuse to sacrifice the delicate balance of law for vengeance. Trust the process." My chair creaks beneath me. Civil veneer fractures inside my chest. When authority refuses to act, cowardice bleeds into every hallway. The throne she sits on is made of half-measures and half-truths, and it's crumbling. "I refuse to trust a process that watches children die in fire and calls it patience," I say. My voice is flat but steel cold. She blinks, her makeup cracking in sympathy with her composure. The council windows glance outside at smoke spiraling over the city, and the smell of burning drifts in on the draft from the cracked window. Danica slides closer. Her fingers brush mine across my thigh, grounding me. Fire roils in my gut again, but this time it's righteous fury sharpened by betrayal. Mayor, the ghost's power has infiltrated your own chambers. You delay because you're afraid it's too deep to stop. That's not statesmanship. That's surrender. She narrows her eyes and draws breath to correct me. I rise abruptly, fists clenching the leather at my hips so tight I taste smoke in my mouth. I turn and leave before she can stall me with more words that are sweeter than consolation and colder than steel. Danica rises behind me, leaving the mayor's uneasy glare flickering at our backs. The hallway's air is still but heavy, damp with disapproval and the stench of failing leadership. Guards push past us too quickly, afraid they'll lose cover. We step outside into the golden haze of afternoon sunlight. Danica presses my arm and whispers, voice sharp. That was the last time we plead with them. I slump against the stone wall outside the council, knee to wall. The magic wound throbs beneath my ribs. I taste the metal tang of it on my tongue. Danica kneels beside me and presses her palm to mine, offering warmth without words. The grit of dust and sweat gathers on the back of her hand, but she doesn't flinch. We move. Our allies are gathered in the basement cellar beneath the watch armory, a motley collection of survivors stripped of titles, but not purpose. Loyal watchmen with burned insignias, tavern keepers known for stubborn tongues, and 2 orc gang leaders who understand leverage because they've survived by it. Torin is first, a grizzled watch captain missing an ear and eyes tempered by loss. He slaps me on the shoulder and nods, his loyalty quiet, unspoken. We don't follow council orders anymore, he says. We follow you. The tavern keepers cluster in the corner, bruised, defiant. They offer us ale, half-forgotten brew brewed in back rooms, long since evacuated, and tell us stories of who's still holding strong in the city, who's fled Wildflower, who's still sheltering neighbors, who's carried water to the injured. They pass quick glances at one another, weighted by tragedy but lit by stubborn pride. The orcs stay near the door, leather armor and pistols visible. Their leader, Kihrog, grinds tobacco between his teeth. We strike tonight, he says. Smoke and thunder beneath the city to choke them at the heart. His second Morta nods. Their loyalty is bought on terms we agree on. Mutual destruction of the ghost's followers and safe return for civilians. Danica stands before us once more. Her voice shakes twice but lands steady. We're striking the sanctuary beneath Wildflower. The mayor won't help us, so we'll do what we must. This is not about vengeance. This is about survival. I serve as the steel to her flame. I say, we fight for people, not promises. We fight for wayfarers buried in rubble, families burned out of their homes, children who think death is louder than any promise. My words trail off sharp and echoing in the silence of commitment. Then she pulls me aside. No witnesses, just me and her, and the candlelight flickering between us. She cups my face in her rough palms and her voice breaks. I'm scared I don't survive this. There's a tremble in her words that anchors me to the ground. The city outside threatens collapse. Magic threatens to tear us apart, but it's this vulnerability that cuts deeper than any blade. My fingers trace her cheek. I taste ash on her lips. I swear, Denny, I say, voice hushed and raw. I'm not losing you. There's nothing diplomatic about the promise, nothing measured. Just raw, desperate truth. She leans in, breath catching. Promise me, she whispers. So I do. I lean my forehead to hers and kiss her in the half-light, the room full of plans and weapons behind us, but it doesn't matter. The weight of her fears draped across my soul like a heavy cloak. My promise echoes in each breathless moan when we find ourselves entangled again, this time urgency battered by tenderness. We make love like soldiers who know the trenches might consume them by morning. I hold her hips while she sets the pace, slow and sure. The folds of her skin under my fingers become sacred geography, the map of survival. Each breath synced, each moan covenant. We are lovers forged in fire and necessity. We speak vows not with words but in trembling shudders, and held gazes when we collapse together. There's no shame in this, no armor, only raw vulnerability made brave by unity. We cling until the ache subsides, until the rhythm of our hearts is the only war left. When dawn's first light seeps through cracks in the door, the world outside is already on fire. Smoke rises in pinpoint arcs of flame. Distant explosions punctuate the roar of rioters beyond walls. I press my fingers into Danica's hip, feeling her pulse. She closes her eyes, meeting mine. "We begin," I whisper. She nods without hesitation. No more counsel, no more pleading. Only action. We rise together, weapons strapped, hearts pounding. Our allies gather silently, watching us complete our union of purpose. The silence is prayerful, fierce with understanding. We move out beneath wildflower, past debris and dying flames. Our group threads through tunnels we have mapped, but these corridors smell of mortar and ash now, not secrets. The air hums beneath us. The threat grows with each step. Every root-slit marking on the wall reminds me of betrayal. Every rune echoes with the ghost's madness. When we near the sanctuary's mouth, I glance at Danica. Her face is set, eyelash shadows under burning eyes. I cup her cheek and kiss her once more, quiet and determined. That's our war cry. That's our vow. That's the edge we sharpen as we step into the dark again. If we die tonight, we die together. But we're not dust. We're fire.
Chapter 27. Danica, the ghost unmasked. I taste magic in the air before I step inside the chamber. It's not subtle. It crackles on my skin, thick as acid, and humming with something ancient and wrong. We enter a space carved from living stone, where crystals pulse between floors and ceiling like seizures in rock. The walls are in motion. Veins of energy ripple beneath plaques of thick glyphs in colours too wild to name. This is the ghost's sanctuary, the heart of the city's bones, and we've come to tear the lies out of it. Takana moves beside me. His blade is steady, his muscles coiled, his breath measured. He's breathing for both of us, holding the line. I feel the shiver of his presence at my shoulder, a promise of strength when mine falters. We step in tandem, front toward danger, back covered by trust born of war and whispered vows. The first defender bursts from illusion, cloak shimmering until he flickers out of sight like a broken projection. He swipes at me with a dagger forged in darkness. I lash out with flame, whipping it through the ghost light, scorching his form until the edges of him dissolve in roaring heat. The smell of flesh searing in glamour fills my lungs. I taste smoke, singed hair, fear turned to ash. I throw fists of fire again, shaving illusions from the enemy until he's solid and screaming. Takana catches his back with a crossbow bolt, silence cutting through the shattered spell. Behind us, more shapes slide from the walls, figures in half-life, robes coalescing into flesh and steel. Takana stands tall, swinging his axe with brutal certainty. A blade sweeps at my ribs. I fold with grace born of survival, breath catching as the metal whistles past flesh cutting deeper than expectation. Flames flare from my palm to heal and burn both at once, swirling in violet arcs that sear memory into the corridor. I feel the heat behind me as each defender falls into ruin, crackling, molten, undone. Smoke thickens where illusion dies. I shift between flame and mortification, trying not to taste ash on my tongue. Takana roars behind me, muscle sweat and anger and battle baked into every strike. His voice is a weapon. Danica, flank left, I'll hold the centre. The heart of the chamber opens then, revealed beneath a vaulted ceiling pulsing with energy like a living thing in pain. Within its glow floats the ghost in form yet unseen. He stands still, mask shattered, robes clipped in flames. Crystals orbit him like captive moons, fractured light scattering across every rune-etched surface. The smell of ozone is thick between us. The air tingles. I feel each hair lift with dread and power. I pocket my panic. "This ends tonight," I say. My voice cracks but holds, anchored in every promise we made. He laughs, not human, not in humour, more like collapsing galaxies in voice form, layered echoes bleeding across the rock. "Oh, Fireborn, you still don't understand why you're here. Give me your strength. Witness truth." Truth drops through the air in waves that shiver my bones. His figure ripples again, illusion peeling back as the glamour collapses under fingers of power. Beneath his mask is not human flesh, not mortal bone. His ears taper to points, and his skin bleeds blue-grey veins. His eyes are violet flame beneath dark brows. He stands before me as a dark elf in stolen form, centuries old and 20 injuries deep. Takana sees him. Takana's shoulders shift, his eyes narrow. "Maros," he breathes, naming history as truth. Maros inclines his chin in mock respect. "Yes, I drove your ugly riot through Freeport, using chaos to wake what should have remained buried. I was never for humanity. This city's foundation is corruption. It was built atop power stones like marrow in bone, treasure beneath the living throat of Freeport." My magic flares at the word treasure. I recognise the mention of stones tied to the 13. The shards father whispered of, buried to keep old gods asleep. Maros's grin twists joy through betrayal as he conjures crystals behind me, 7 stones pulsing in unlit resonance, linked with power to shame gods. He says, "I will become untouchable. No blade, no magic, no mortal threat can harm me." Anger tears through me so sharp I taste copper. I raise flame held low, enough to set crystal reverent, roaring into life in my veins. Takana pivots, blade flicked to engagement, waiting for the signal I'll never have to give. His breathing steadies me. I hold the stones in my fire. Each pulses faster as I press the weight of my magic into suitcases of outlawed power. Flames creep across surfaces of crystals until edges glow molten. I don't just burn them, I remind them who they belong to. Ashes, memory, broken dreams. The crystals burst, rolling into dust and energy released. The chamber stutters beneath those bursts, cracks spreading like spiderweb in living rock. Maros screams not fear, rage, envy. The illusions of grandeur shatter around him. He lunges at Takana. The two of them collide. Takana's axe meets elf-wrought steel, sparks flying. The chamber collapses as the magic snaps. Runic lines split apart. Ceiling stones quake overhead. My magic runs wild. I feel the floor drop away. I grab Takana's arm mid-swing and tug him through the rubble-scored corridor we came from. The stone fractures in front of us, cutting with hungry teeth. The earth roars as we fall through collapsing arches, stone crashing into our backs. Dust and heat cloud my vision. The fire smoulders through debris. We land hard. Takana catches the weight of my body as shards of ceiling grind to silence. I cough dust. He shoves me aside to stand first, my ribs protesting sharpened by grief. He pivots to the fallen threshold, fists torn but breathing steady. Rocks weigh his blade down, but he roars again, defiance stamped on every muscle. I slide to my knees beside him, hand pressed to where my magic burned the chamber out of ruin, hand pressed to where my fire met his body when I nearly lost him. We scramble into darkness, breath ragged, magic spent and brittle. The world is rubble and dust. Above us the tunnel sky is gone. We crawl deeper through the debris corridor as Miros's screams echo, not fading. Lave evil roars as his sanctuary collapses either with pride or final betrayal. When we finally hit the airlock that leads back up, we rise through layered silence. No sound greets us, no guards. Only the distant roar of the city's collapse, stronger now by promise and panic. Takana drops beside me outside the hatch, shattered, blood-slick, victorious. I press my cheek to his chest, and steel magic flares in my lungs for one last shred to hold him close. There's no word between us but understanding. No fear left to speak. The night collapses around us as we rise, sealed by battle and betrothal. If this is the end, it was born in flame and ruin, but we burn brighter for it.
Chapter 28. Takana. My first thought isn't fear. It's a hot snake of copper crawling across my ribs. I've been buried alive, but I'm not dead yet. Stone presses me from all sides, dust clogs my throat, and darkness curls thick around my ears. I pry my eyes open, careful not to shatter them against grit. My neck aches with the weight of falling ruin. My lungs scream at folly for breathing in. But I'm alive, and that knowledge roots me to something deeper than magic or prophecy. It roots me to life. Pain blooms in color behind my eyelids, vivid red and white fire. I claw upward, scraping bone raw to reach air. There's a crack above my shoulder where shards shift. I swear at it under my breath. Sweat coats my face like sediment. My breath tastes like blood and smoke and regret. I push once, then again. The chamber groans. The world falters on the edge of collapse, but I'm determined to cross it. I want to see, to finish. I find Danica's cloak, torn and dust-soaked, tangled around my boot. My fingers fumble for it, pulling it closer inch by inch. The smell of sobbing loss and salted air lingers in the fabric. I drag it toward me and wrap it around my shoulder. It's not enough to heal, but it whispers presence where everything else is silence. Then sunlight sears down the collapse shaft. The tunnel groans in protest and gives way, raining stones around me as shafts of light carve tattoos across broken stone. I crawl through the crumbling gap and emerge, breath thunderous, vision swimming between daylight and dust. I inhale deep, lungs burning with air coated in ash but alive. The ruins of Freeport strike me like a physical weight. Street grills buckled, storefronts gutted, blackened windows smoking with hungry embers. The city smells like broken promises, ozone and ruin, iron and adrenaline. Men and women stagger in the debris, faces half lit by rising fires that carve scars into the dusk. Wildflower still burns in patches behind me, flames licking at half-collapsed walls. I taste grit on my tongue, grief in each breath as I see the watch scattered. No leader in sight. Council abandoned their posts. But the people, they're still breathing, trembling but rooted to the city's bones. I call my hooves hard enough to rip broken stone. Blood drips from my side, leaving red trails in ash. I stand, sway, then lift my sword above the crowd. The clatter of metal against bone draws a hush. Men with weapons and vacant eyes tilt their heads. I lock eyes with survivors' eyes that have seen too much, but are still searching for something to believe in. Watchmen! My voice roars with spite and command. Freeport bleeds. The council abandoned us. The chaos was never their war. Our war starts now. I pace through the rubble-strewn street, plotting lines in blood and rubble. Flames crack in the ruins, smoke bending sunlight. The wind carries cries from burning blocks. I pass children pulling broken carts, mothers shaking with grief and grit. I lift my sword, dripping blood onto the stone. I declare martial law under my command, not to control you, but to protect you. The words fall over the crowd like steel shields. Men and women step forward, battered and uncertain, but something in them shifts. They dip weapons, some nod, some raise torches like flags. The watch stumbles to life behind me, survivors pulling battered shields from broken racks, officers shaking their heads but falling into formation. I march through barricades we form in real time. The flames chase us backward. A black plume curls from a distant neighborhood. Families clutch onto neighbors. The smell of burning wood turns acrid. Over it all, there's a war cry rising in the distance, a defiance in dying city. I follow streets tilting toward collapse, every step spurred by the need to protect the people who never stopped bleeding for this city. I taste ash, adrenaline, and something fierce in my gut, the hunger to hold ground even if the ground shifts beneath my hoof. The city may collapse again by nightfall, but tonight we chose to live and breathe and love. The silence that follows isn't hollow, it's thick. It wraps around us like smoke and shadow, layered with things we haven't said but feel in every shiver, every breath. The room is broken, beams half-charred, shelves shattered, stone soot-stained. But in this ruin, something sacred grows. We've come through fire to find each other, and now all I want is to feel him. Not just his weight, but his soul, his need, his body deep and real and only for me. Takana's breath ghosts against my hair as I shift, rising slightly from where I lay curled against his massive frame. I trail my fingers over his chest, first soft where it isn't scorched, muscles flexing beneath. His one red eye watches me in the flickering candlelight. I watch it soften as my hand slides lower, over the hardened ridges of his abdomen, toward the heat that pulses between us. I need more than words tonight, I murmur. His voice is gravel, thick with heat and restraint. Tell me what you want, Danica. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
He collapses over me, panting. I stroke his fur, still trembling. I love you, I whisper. He kisses my temple, arms tightening around me. You are my fire, he murmurs. My peace.
Chapter 29. Danica. The dawn breaks slow and smoky. Gold slashed through with ash grey as it bleeds over Freeport's battered skyline. I stand on the steps of the council hall, stiff-backed, too aware of the weight of every eye on me. The watch has formed a protective ring behind me, Takana among them, his red eye a sharp ember in the morning haze. He hasn't said a word since we left our room, but his hand brushed my shoulder when we passed through the ruins of Wildflower. It was enough. He's here, with me. That's all I need. I square my shoulders and push the heavy doors open. Inside, the council chamber still stinks of scorched stone and fear. Some of them, the merchant lords and old blood elves, don't even try to hide the way their noses wrinkle when they see me. My boots track soot across their pristine mosaic floor, cracked from the last tremor of the tunnels beneath. Good. Let them see what's bleeding under their silk. Let them see who still stands when everything else burns. Miss Vale, the mayor says, tone carefully modulated between civility and disdain. You've requested a formal audience. I did, I reply. My voice doesn't shake. It carves through the room like blade on bone. On behalf of the humans in Wildflower, the Watch, the people who bled while you hid behind your marble walls and waited for the fire to burn itself out. A ripple stirs among the council members. One of the younger ones, a dwarven merchant with soot still in his beard, leans forward. What do you propose? Protection, I say, ticking the points off on fingers still marked with soot and bandages. Legal rights. The ability to own businesses without elven sponsorship. Representation in merchant elections. Reparations for those whose homes were destroyed. A seat at this table. Silence follows like a slap. The mayor's jaw tightens. That is an ambitious list. It's a fair one. My stare doesn't falter. Or do you only make deals with traitors like the ghost? The word lands like thunder. The room shifts. Uneasy glances. Shuffling parchment. One of the elder councillors speaks up, voice clipped. The ghost manipulated both sides. You must understand how delicate our position. Delicate? I cut him off. Children died. Buildings crumbled. We stood in the rubble, dragging bodies out while you counted your coins. Takana steps forward, armour creaking. His voice is a low rumble behind me. She's right. You've all been playing noble while the ground cracked beneath you. That ends today. The mayor's fingers tap against the desk, agitated. Freeport is fragile. If we shift power too quickly, trade will collapse. The elves will adjust, I interrupt. If not, they can rot. This isn't about them. It's about us. His gaze narrows. And if we deny your petition? I'll go to the people, I reply. I'll tell them everything. About the tunnels. About the ghost's origins. About how deep the rot goes. Let's see how fragile your city is then. His face pales. A long pause. Some rights. Business licenses. A designated seat for human liaisons. In time, perhaps more. It's a start, I say quietly. I don't thank him. This isn't gratitude. This is survival. Later I walk alone through the shattered wildflower district. The stone is blackened, homes still smoulder. Children dig through what used to be hearths and kitchens, scavenging anything left unbroken. A few nod at me, some with hope, others just numb. My legs carry me to the place where it all began. The tavern cellar yawns open like a wound. Burn marks streak the floor where magic flared too hot, too fast. The scent of smoke still lingers, laced with something older. Dust. Secrets. Memory. I step into the shadows and follow the path I know too well. Past the wrecked casks. Down the sloped corridor. Beneath the illusion that no longer conceals anything. The tunnels feel quieter now, emptier, but magic still hums in the walls, like a song with no voice. I reach the chamber, the one where the treasure was meant to lie. The ghost's prize, his promised power. Nothing remains but scorched earth and cracked stone. No crystals, no symbols, just ash. I kneel. From my satchel I pull a single bloom. Wildflower blue. Crushed a little in transit, but still soft, still alive. I place it where the treasure once was. Not all gold is worth bleeding for, I whisper. The air doesn't stir. No response. Just silence. Still, I feel something shift in me. Like I've closed a door I never meant to open. Behind me, I sense him. Takana leans in the entryway, arms crossed, eyes fixed on me like he's memorizing every breath I take. He doesn't speak, doesn't move, just watches, letting me say goodbye to ghosts that never had names. I rise slowly, legs stiff from crouching, and walk toward him. He steps aside to let me pass, but I pause. You okay? I ask. He nods. His gaze drops to the flower now resting on the ground. Was it his? No, I say. It's mine. That night, in our room above what's left of the tavern, the city sighs through broken windows. Freeport isn't healed, not even close, but it breathes again. People scream and fight and drink and rebuild. We're quiet. Takana sits on the edge of the bed, stripped to the waist, cleaning the last of the soot from his arms. His back is a lattice of bruises and burns, muscles tight and scarred. I cross to him slowly and slide my fingers over his skin. He leans into the touch like it's air, like without it he might break. I'm not sure what tomorrow looks like, I murmur. Don't matter, he says. We're in it together. I push him back gently onto the bed. He follows, gaze never leaving mine. There's no urgency now, no fear, just us, just love. He kneels before me, eyes flickering with something I've never seen in him: reverence, maybe, devotion. His hands rest on my hips, fingers trembling. You don't need to kneel, I whisper, guiding him up to me. You already have me. Our lips meet soft, slow, endless. Each touch is a vow, each breath a promise. I lead this time, and he lets me. Not because I demand it, but because he wants me to. His hands trace every inch of me like a prayer, like he's afraid I'll vanish if he looks away. But I don't vanish. I burn. His hands slide under my tunic, rough palms gliding over my skin, worshipful, as if memorizing every freckle and every breath. I shiver beneath the calluses of a warrior who handles destruction daily, but who touches me like I'm spun from silk. Takana pulls the cloth over my head, slow and deliberate. My chest rises with the motion, taut under his gaze. His nostrils flare, breath low and audible. Goddess, he murmurs, a rumble that shakes me to my bones. You're everything. He's massive above me, reddish-brown fur rippling over thick muscle. The metal-banded horns glint in the lantern light, and his single red eye burns like a live ember, watching me with hunger and awe. His muzzle brushes the curve of my shoulder, hot breath teasing my skin before his lips close around it in a kiss warm, careful, almost too gentle for a creature built to break bones. Touch me, I breathe. He does. His hands explore with painstaking reverence, cupping my chest, rolling my buds between thick fingers. I gasp, arching into him, my body offering itself like a gift. He lowers his head, tongue flicking out hot, broad, textured. When he sucks one into his mouth, I cry out, thighs clenching. He groans against me, the sound reverberating into my chest like thunder. Your skin tastes like ash and moonlight, he growls. I want to feel you, I whisper. All of you. The chords of his muscles shift as he rises onto his knees and begins to strip, unlacing the belt that holds his leather trousers, the fabric strained obscenely around his thick legs, and my breath catches.